Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SCA DPC. We are now, Adam, just about 13 hours ago, actually, we just wrapped up the Open Qualifiers, and we're already starting things off, kicking things off here, like Mbappe, in the World Cup finals. what a Giga Chad move. That man played his absolute heart out, but Messi, the storyline's too strong, the plot armor too thick. And now it's time to get our own plot underway here with the closed qualifiers about to begin. I am Steven Strike, and joining me virtually is my good friend Adam. How's it going, Adam? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's been a good start and a good showing from both the French and Argentine national squad last night. So I think now we might have Adam live. But yeah, it's going to be our closed qualifiers now beginning, which is going to operate a little bit different than how the open qualifier started out. We're going to have a fairly standard 18 double elimination bracket for us here. Which is going to determine the top two teams, which will then move on to Division 2. Yes, we'll take a look now at the bracket here, just to go ahead and get things kind of organized and see where we stand at the start of our day. As we'll go ahead and take a look now, we can see the teams have been seeded according to their finish in the open qualifiers. So Drinkwater going to be our top seed, as they're the team that finished first in the first round of the open qualifiers, and Atomic Esports last night, who decided to actually forfeit their match in preparation for this one, are going to be their 8th seed and therefore the first opponent. Some really cool matchups, honestly. I think I'm especially looking forward to this Neon Esports and Spawn team match. Honestly, I think all the matchups are going to be pretty closely contested here. Which is going to be one of my favorite parts personally about getting into this closer stage of the playoffs. Adam, if you're here, do you have any additional thoughts? We are still working to get Adam here on the blower. Thank you guys for standing by as we work with that. Adam was just telling me about how much he thinks I'm the best Dota 2 player of all time. And I said, Adam, please, that's not very relevant. But what he was actually talking about was how excellent, especially he said this first half of the bracket was. And I think that what he means is he just loves upper bracket Dota because no one has to get eliminated. Everyone gets to have a fun time. And the matchups are pretty intense here. Every single game is going to be a best of 3 format, and we do not play the grand finals. As you can see, there's just 2 qualified teams, as those 2 teams will end up being qualified in 7th and 8th place respectively for the upcoming Division 2 season. So that is going to be very exciting. Adam and I talked a little bit yesterday about maybe our top 3 teams. Off the top of my head, I think he went for Drinkwater, Spawn Team, and Yangon Galacticos. And I don't disagree too much. I'm going to go Drinkwater, Neon Esports, and perhaps Spawn Encore as well. I do like me a good Filipino stack as well, getting involved in Division 2, which would be pretty cool to see those guys go a bit further. But for now, our first match is going to be the Drinkwater and Atomic Esports. We'll take a look now at our schedule. So we'll go ahead and caught up with all the matchups that we are going to be having today. Big old long day of Dota for us. We're going to have 4 matches for you, 4 best of 3s. And the way that it's going to work, guys, for all of our matchups here in the DPC is they will not start before that first slated start time. Much like at a restaurant, you walk in, they start serving a dish at 3 p.m. You cannot walk in at 2:45 and order the dish. They simply will not let you. But here, we're going to have our 4 matchups. Drinkwater versus Atomic Esports up first, followed by YG Sky Encore, Yana and Spawn, and then RZ versus Lil Gun. Based off of just seeding, our middle 2 matchups should be the closest. But that's not to say we might be in for a surprise here for Drinkwater and Atomic Esports. Atomic just finishing up their open qualifiers run last night, and Drinkwater, well, maybe a little bit rustier. It's been 6 days since they've played any officials. We'll see if they've been scrimming or have any new strategies in the meantime. Hello, how's it going, Adam? I hope so. No, I'm sure. Unfortunately, that's just me talking to myself because Adam is still unfortunately unable to get heard on the blower. But we are working on that, guys. Not to worry. But I know Adam would certainly be looking forward to that Spawn team match as well as the YG match, which is good news for us because we actually do get to cover the YG match versus Sky Encore Esports, which is going to be taking place just a little bit later. For now, though, as we look forward to our next upcoming match, Drinkwater versus Atomic Esports, it is going to be a first seed versus an eighth seed, but it's not always how these things end up playing out. There usually is a couple of upsets, and we very well might have one here in our first round, especially if Drinkwater don't take care to ban out those couple of unique Atomic Esports heroes that they've displayed throughout the Open Qualifiers.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, Adam.
Sorry, some slight mic issues.
It seems like for now, until I'm told otherwise, we have you on the blower. Hello, Adam. How's it going?
Hello.
Good to see you, Adam. Very quickly, we're about to lose our schedule here, but what do you think is going to be our best match from today?
Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, Game 4.
Yeah, there it is. The true caster's answer there, my friend. Yeah, very good answer. And yeah, I mean, I agree. I think you were telling me a bit earlier before your mic was actually working about how you really like this first half of the bracket. Why is that?
I'm just a fan of the teams. I think Drinkwater has a lot of potential. I think Atomic looked pretty good yesterday as well. So this is like, at least I expect to be kind of a close match. And then we have YG and Sky Encore, I believe, which is, I think they played in IESF, Sky Encore.
I believe they did actually. I think you're right.
Second, I think, losing to Indonesia.
Yeah, the C teams were very strong. The home field advantage in Bali. Yeah,
they are missing their carry from there, Akashi, I believe. So I think they're still like a pretty good team. They were like the young upcoming team in the Philippines, but they had a slight roster change. But I still expect good things from them. YG in the games I casted looked really good. I think they're a top contender in qualifiers for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get to catch a lot of YG or Spawn team. I caught a couple matches from every other team at the very least, especially plenty of Drinkwater and Atomic Esports matches. So that is good to know. Do you expect Drinkwater to hit Atomic Esports with a couple of those respect bans here as we get underway with our first draft fairly soon?
Maybe the Lina. I don't think they'll ban the. Actually, they're the team that lost to Atomic. They lost to Atomic's Nature's Prophet. So they have played this matchup before, and they did end up banning the Nature's Prophet out. So probably. They definitely had an idea of how to beat it, but I think the lane kind of exploded for Zeal in that game, and Mark was just super farmed. Like he is every game.
Like he is, yeah, exactly. Pretty much every single game on his carry Nature's Prophet. We'll see here what they end up doing as we are going to get started here relatively soon for our very first match. Just making sure everyone's in the lobby that needs to be. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of tough, right? Atomic Esports as well, from their position, they had the opportunity to play the seeding match last night and perhaps force their opponents, RZ Esports, instead to take this top-seeded matchup that is going to be Drinkwater, the Miracle Stack. And instead, they just said, no, you know what? We're going to go ahead and rest and prepare for the match tomorrow. They were totally fine with this matchup.
I probably would have done the same. I mean, the games ran pretty late yesterday, and it's kind of early today as well. Like if you play a BO3 yesterday, it goes like 3.5 hours, and then you 10 a.m. game would have forfeited as well. You gotta beat these teams to qualify anyway.
Yeah, that's a good mentality, right? If you want to be top 2, you got to be ready to take down anyone, right? And it's good experience as well. I wouldn't say Drinkwater is, by any means, I think just taking a gander at the teams currently in Division 2 that are listed, no stronger than, all of them by a long shot. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't some team that's gonna just kind of cruise through Division 2, this Drinkwater squad, right? So I think it's pretty indicative of what the playing field is also going to be like for Division 2 when you finally get up there. It's a whole different level, I'm sure you know, between Div 2 and just qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these teams, I guess this team has more names to them, more veterans or popular players, whatever you call it. But all in all, it's still kind of a fresh team. Even though they qualify in the first qualifier, it's definitely not a cruise. It's definitely not a cruise.
For sure. Just about to get started here, but yeah, I mean, any other wild predictions for the day? Well, let's see, we have a maximum of 12 games to be played here, Adam. A minimum of what, 8? How many games do you think we're gonna get played? Have you filled out your CDPC?
Probably 11.
You think 11 games? Wow.
11 games.
I'm gonna go with 10. I'll go with 10 games.
10?
I'll go just I do think the meta is pretty even. I think a lot of these teams are looking more fairly matched up, honestly. I don't know how many 2-0 blowouts we'll see, but I think we'll get probably a couple, clean drafts and clean executions out from some teams that'll lead us to 2-0s. But only time will tell.
Time will tell, indeed.
You want to give your thoughts on the World Cup, because we couldn't hear you when we actually kicked off the stream.
Ooh, I definitely thought it was over.
I think many people thought it was over in the first half. That's why, even if your carry dies 3 times in lane and then they get smoke ganked in jungle, just wait. Once Mbappe gets, BKB Desolator, he's online, It's like PA.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like France didn't have... They weren't, like, playing the game for the first half. It was kind of rough. And then, suddenly... I guess it was a really nice story. Don't really want to spoil too much. I guess everyone knows, right? Everyone knows.
I think it's hard.
Right? Yeah,
I think it's quite hard not to know, honestly. Even though it just happened about 8-10 hours ago, something like that. But yeah, what a match here, and we'll be getting going here quite shortly on our own storylines to tell for the Winter Tour. As I think we're getting all the readies in chat, and that means we should be getting underway with our first draft here relatively soon. I don't know. Where do you think Lilgun's going to end up? I think Lilgun's going to be a little bit of a question mark, because they did qualify thanks to Team M11 not registering in time. So they're technically the 3rd place finisher from Open Qualifiers 1. Do you think that's going to affect their confidence in any way, or team's going to maybe undervalue them, or how do you think that's going to look as we get underway soon?
I feel like they weren't in a good place when I was watching them play. I think they are a pretty decent team that can definitely go up against any of these teams here, but they definitely didn't look too good in the qualifiers, so we'll see if they manage to fix that or not.
All right. We are going to have to take a look now as our draft just now getting started between Atomic Esports and Team Drinkwater. The opening band's now coming on through, so we'll get over there and started with that in just a couple of seconds. Sure. Yeah, I didn't get to see too much of Lilgun either. I only saw them here on the first day. They're going to be our next matchup. They're going to be our next matchup, and I am going to be looking forward to that one. As now we have our draft live on your screens. Atomic Esports with last pick on Radiant side. You can see these guys. We ended up, of course, casting their final game yesterday, where they did take a 2-1 overall. And Drinkwater are going to be, of course, on this dire side.
There's the Nature's Prophet ban. Kind of curious about this Razor ban. I wonder what they're banning for. This team a bit more notorious for banning what they want to pick for in the early phase. Naga ban. Not too surprising. Every team bans Naga against Drinkwater. See the excellent Pango being removed as well. Just the 8-pick Pango. Kind of scary because you get to ban the Bloodseekers and whatever else you don't want to deal with.
Yeah, and Drinkwater, like you were saying, did take out that Nature's Prophet. And they even get that deny pick of the Tusk. That's something Atomic Esports have been very keen to grab. They've played it mid. They played it position 4 throughout the qualifiers and have flexed it very effectively between the 2 roles in the drafts.
Very popular hero. Very easy to open with. Lash. No surprise there.
No surprise. Do you still think this hero's quite valuable in drafts? I feel like not too many teams have really been so super keen to pick him up. Except for actually, funnily enough, Drink Water. They like to run and carry sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's quite of a bluff pick as well. Because Drink Water definitely high comfort hero for them. I think it's also probably a flexible opening. We only saw Mark play it the once, but it's just one of their more comfortable openings.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, there's the Lina. Didn't actually get a ban in the first phase with, of course, the popularity of Miracle's Naga. They take that out instead and will allow the Lina on through.
Yeah, Lina into Nyx, not the easiest of matchups, but excellent. Confident here. I like the Lina against the Lash. I think Lina and Sniper are like the two better heroes against the Lash. Sniper probably a bit harder to play against the Nyx than the Lina, I would think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's at least that lends a lot to this opening Nyx pick, right? Does give him a good reason to be in the game. He can hunt a Lina very effectively, especially, you know, Lina normally she likes hunting these heroes that try and split push the map. Well, the Nyx can hunt her right on back.
5
especially if
seconds
this Lina does go for like bots into whatever her normal item build. Just way too much damage that's going to be splashing around. So good opening from Atomic, perhaps even in anticipation, as we're going to get probably a lot of offlane focused bans now. I think both these teams with both Zeal and Fiend have shown to have some pretty powerful offlaners yesterday. Fiend with a pretty impressive LC game, right? And I believe Zeal overall, he is the secondary win condition when Miracle does pick something a little bit less standard, like an OD carry. They end up relying on him to be the true, you know, win condition a bit later on in the game.
Kind of curious why they banned the Dawn. They have the Nyx. We just don't want to deal with the lane.
Dire team ban.
That is true. Yeah, not wanting to deal with the early team fight pressure. We've taken out 2 of the 3 big heroes that are commonly picked. Well, 2 of the 2 that are commonly picked, right? I'd say Underlord is not like super out of the question, and no one's really picking Wisp too much these days.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster picked up. So that is going to be the offlaner then for Fiend. Like I said, definitely looking to apply some pressure. Early push as well is looking really strong from Atomic Esports between the Edict, Inner Beast Aura, and pretty confidently, I think we can all say, Helm of the Overlord. So getting that big ancient creep. Starts pushing waves, of course doing tower damage as well. Drinkwater, though, with already pretty decent wave clear. Even if it's not a Tusk core, he still does actually end up clearing waves fairly effectively. As it will be the Doom for Drinkwater. Now, Miracle has taken this Doom safe lane previously, but I think this is... And I think he will again this time, actually, Adam, considering he can just simply eat the board.
Yeah, it's been his biggest answer to the Beastmaster. I'm kind of curious why Atomic picked the Beast on 15 here. Maybe just feel like they wanted to not give it to Drinkwater, as it is a big Zeal hero as well. But I think they should have expected the Doom to come out, so we'll see if what they respond
Dire team ban.
Mirana. Okay, not much of a response. It's another neutral hero.
Yeah, definitely. Lush is, I like to consider him one of these heroes that if he gets his abilities off, you know, if he toggles on his Pulse Nova and at least activates Bloodstone before getting doomed, he usually doesn't care that much. But those are 2 big ifs, pretty much. They are pretty much instant cast, that should be said. But Doom can also kind of usually have a Hoof Stomp, Blink Dagger, get on top of you, shut you down. Something as well to consider is that the last time I saw Drinkwater run this safe lane Doom, they absolutely ran over their enemies because there just wasn't enough mixed damage. And he went for an early Wraith Pact and Crimson Guard, and then the enemies were doing nothing. So I think this time around, Atomic Esports, they've already covered that base because Lesh does give you a nice mix of pure even and magic damage. So, you know, you're not going to be shut down by just one early aura item out from this Doom.
Yeah, they just played to make the Lina strong. It was really nice to see. Just had like one big timing when the Lina hit his BKB at like 13-14 minutes. I think the
10
Doom had like
seconds
Offering
remaining.
and Crimson Guard or Rift Pack or something. It was kind of crazy actually.
5 seconds remaining.
Doom. Curious to see how Atomic will address it. I think it was Atomic too.
It could have been, yeah,
happens.
it could have been. Let me try and find that bracket. But I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me take a look at the final match. It was Neon Esports, I think, that they executed that lineup on. Yeah, it was game 1 of Neon Esports. Lasted 21 minutes because it was an off-lane Enigma that built the Wraith Pact. He had it at like minute 14, and then the safe lane Doom had a full Crimson Guard at minute 12, and they showed up to team fight together against a TA and a Wraith King, and they just
Dire
dove
team
tier 1
back.
tower and didn't care. It was incredible.
0 damage.
Yeah.
Touch ban from Atomic. So they do think the Doom's offlane. That's kind of interesting. I feel like this Doom is definitely on Miracle. There's like no way, or Mizu, I should say.
10 seconds remaining.
Is he going by Mizu these days?
I believe so, unless he changed his name
5
back.
seconds remaining.
Changed his name to Mizu like a year and a half ago, I think.
Radiant
I
team
see.
ban.
Like Drinkwater in general, definitely they enjoy their last pick carries, their last pick offlaners too, other than the
Dire
Nature's
team
Prophet, I
pick.
think, which is a kind of a flex for them.
Like that ban on the Night Stalker as well. Definitely would have been an earlier timing, but that would have been nice to have like a Doom get online first, and then a Night Stalker
Radiant
get online, and
team
then
pick.
finally your Lina's there.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
And it's the Magnus. Okay, where do you see this? Why do you think they've gone with this Magnus pick here, Adam?
I'm kind of curious about it too. Maybe it's just some hero that can like force fights with
10
his
seconds
repositioning.
remaining.
They have the when they are strong, buff the Lina
5
up a bit.
seconds remaining.
I wouldn't say it's like a great empower game or anything. Maybe just the way they just another buff. I think strong team fight, AoE control, now hero to protect the Lina.
Okay.
It's kind of scary though against the Nyx Lash. I think Lash in general is just a hero that's good against Magnus. The pace of the game is usually kind of faster, but
Yeah.
Drinkwater definitely have the lanes and the supports to kind of be in control of the early game, I would say. So
Does give them some much needed team fight. They had amazing single target previously, but unless you're hitting multiple people with your snowballs and LSAs, that was about it. RP at least does give some pause to Atomic Esports, something for them to think about around a Roche fight or any sort of constricted terrain. That's something I do enjoy about that Magnus pick, even if you're right, it doesn't really have too much of an Empower synergy. To be fair, though, they've really nerfed Empower over the years. So maybe it's for the best that he's just going to be empowering himself and not needing to worry too much about empowering anyone else. Could this be a support mag? Is this like an offlane Tusk, perhaps?
no, I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
think so. It definitely wasn't picked for the Empower. It's probably just team fight and repositioning. Maybe some we'll see some cool item here.
You may
Maybe.
now select your
Not,
hero.
There it
not
is.
too surprising against the Doom. But I do feel that Atomic, they have to kind of be careful with their timings in this game because I feel like Drinkwater is going to come online much faster.
Yeah, definitely. And Wraith King, even with his like first, until he's at least level 12, I don't think it's going to be too comfortable fighting with that reincarnation timer being like 2.5 minutes or whatever it is at level 1. You do need to get that right. Team fight as well from Atomic's not bad. Once again, their single target's pretty good, so they can certainly 100-0 almost anyone if they get their hands on them. Between, you know, a Nyx stun out of Vendetta into Arrow into Roar. That's all looking pretty good. All of the heroes having a little bit of lockdown, which makes your game generally a bit easier to play. But Drinkwater certainly going to be online sooner, and there's not much that's going to stop Miracle from getting his items on time this game. I mean, the Doom is he just farms. You can't stop him from farming.
Yeah, this Beast Mirana lane definitely isn't a threat for him. It's gonna be a big Doom. We've definitely seen this before, so we'll see what Atomic's idea to deal with this is, because I think the draft info definitely showed that they do pick this Doom against Beast, and Atomic picked the Beast early, feeling confident, so maybe they have a plan.
The little load screens. Yeah, and it'll be the mid lane Lina actually as well for Drinkwater for Zalern. be important for them to really. He's the late game win
Prepare
condition,
for battle.
and the way that Drink Water, I've seen them win some of their games, especially in Open Qualifiers, is that they actually haven't really needed Zillern to fully come online in every single match, and I'm sure that's a comfortable position to be in, certainly for a mid laner. But I think a couple of wrong fights, you know, in your 20 to 25 minute mark, and you're going to be needing to call on this Lina a little bit later on in the game. Still important for her to get her farm online to make sure everything goes right there. See Zeal running around with this Wraith Band level 1 here on the Magnus. Okay.
The offlane norm right now. Just armor, cheap armor item, cheap stat item.
Gonna get those stats up early, huh?
Yeah, you either go stick or you go Wraith Band or Ring of Protection, I think. Time. Playing against the Wraith King and Nyx actually, so quite a weak lane. I would say Zeal would probably be free farming in this lane if anything. Curious why they didn't run the Nyx top to just pull the wave. I guess they still can do that if they want to. We'll see, we'll see.
No early action here at the Horn for the runes, which, by the way, you can tell based on the color. Adam, did you know that?
I know.
The battle
you taught
begins.
me.
And honestly, man, what a concept. 2 for 2 though. This one not too hard to figure out who's getting what. And it looks like Kishka may be looking for a D ward. Now he's just gonna go back to the bottom lane. Problems for him here. Well, maybe he'll think about it actually, and he will. He'll get the D ward. It feels a little bit good for him. Bit of an early lead, and it makes his mid-game rotation slightly easier. Radiant still have that ward watching the bottom power rune, so it's not totally free for him to just rotate over. Might not be too difficult now.
Yeah, Wale at some point this Tuskar can definitely just leave. This Magnus will be fine on his own. Rift King Nyx not really a very threatening lane, and I think that will like have very high impact on the mid lane. This Slash very susceptible to just shards or snowball.
Plenty of physical damage early as well in that bottom lane. Lots of damage or mid lane as well. Yona taking a bit of a beating just from the splash on the LSA, but we'll be dealing some back now that he's got Lightning Storm online. That's Tusk. It's a good game to be a Tusk. You're right, against like your Timber Saws, against or with your Timber Saws, with your Magnuses, some more tanky heroes that are not going to really need you to babysit them for much long. Get up to maybe level 3, level 4, and then Zeal will be sending them packing.
Yeah, even in bot lane, I think the tech team and shards gets really scary for Marvel at some point. Not the most common kill lane, Magnus Tuskar, but they are playing against double melee heroes.
In top lane, as you can see, Fiend, he's taking Inner Beast and Wild Axes. No need to feed free money, basically, to Miracle. He would simply just eat your creep. Axes starting to stack up, though. There's a nice 2-man stun off the Telekinesis. Regen all out now from the Rubik. KT with the last arrow will allow Fiend to collect first blood. Miracle could not get it out in time.
So it's kind of greedy from the climb RR or VVVV. And stopping in the trees gets hit by the Beastmaster. I just walked out. We'll go down first to Fiend, so it's really nice for the Beastmaster.
Those are classic SCA pause.
At least it wasn't at the start of the game.
That's true. He picks up his water rune and says, "Wait a second, I don't have my bottle of water."
Mouse. There you go, Mouse.
How can he drink water without,
Without water, that is true.
Oh, look at this. A replay of the first blood, Adam. Have the technology.
Oh. I'm watching. Yeah, you can see a Rubik here. He kinda can... He definitely could have just ran to the right.
Yeah, true.
Morning Dota 2.
Morning Dota 2. Good morning, Dota. The gamer's awake at 10 a.m.,
The real game starts at 11.
Yeah, that's why they paused. They made him go splash some cold water on his face.
Hey,
did you drink your water this morning? Yeah. Exactly what it was. That's a little bit of a loss, right? Fiend now he's gonna get perhaps an earlier Helm of the Iron Will. He immediately has that queued up. He's going to take less harass from just basically the magic, or sorry, the physical right clicks, which is significant on Doom, isn't it? Who also started off, by the way, with a full Wraith Band.
Yeah, it's just nice armor, some attack speed, cheap stats with the bracer and the Null's nerf Wraith just the. I guess it feels the best to buy right now. It's cost efficient.
Now Fiend, he's banking that third point, hasn't committed into the boars yet. Maybe we'll go for 2 in the Wild Axes, but just saving his mana for now. Lane, looks like both mids a bit worse for wear. We see Lina already moving into her jungle, collecting the bounty rune, and Lesh as well. Might need a rotation here at minute 4 to help out with runes, but for now it's actually going to be the Tusk that rotates over. He steals the bounty rune from the Radiant jungle.
There's a ward,
He is going to connect all the way. It's picked up by the ward, however. Yano's farming already pretty far underneath his tower.
Things out the Observer. Didn't have Snowball as well, otherwise Slash might have been in more trouble. Has the raindrop though, not an easy kill. Do get the D ward off it, so.
Yeah, and now
Up from
there's Jotun. The Nyx assassin here. I don't think this is a fight he straight up wins against this Tusk. Even with the armor that Nyx has, Tusk has even more. It's 4-minute runes, they'll split 1 apiece, very even.
They get the Lasher rune, which is kind of important considering he lost the bounty rune. So.
Fiend. Trouble maybe is getting ran down just a bit. Do they have the right click damage for this? There's the pointed Inferno Blade, and that'll collect the kill. Nicely done. Miracle, actually, he's holding on to this, the troll.
The heal.
Yeah.
It's an OP creep. He has 3 mangoes as well.
Yeah,
it's so much heal. It's so much heal.
It's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, it's not that mana. Well, actually, it's fairly mana effective at 60 mana for 100 heal, but it's mostly this heal amp aura. 15% man. It's real good.
The Flag Bearer heal aura combo.
Yeah, it's
6 regen, no tango with the Devourer going.
Feels pretty good to be Doom right now, honestly. Yeah, the thing is wild. Lane, both supports now still continuing to idle around. You see Mirana maybe thinking about going fishing for an arrow here. Sitting in the top around as there goes Kishka first. The leap on over. There is arrow still leveled, and the rotation from Jotun forced to learn out and away as they do stack stuff a little bit onto the Tusk, but he doesn't have Snowball any longer, and he actually stuns himself off the Carapace. So it's going to be a kill in favor of Atomic Esports as they bring the numbers.
Nice rotation from them, just protecting their Lash. It's really important to their game that this Lina doesn't get too far ahead of the track.
Yeah, and they're still continuing to idle here. Of course, the first power runes are spawning in 20 seconds. You can see up top lane, Rubik is looking to try and set something up, maybe get a little bit of harass damage in because he knows that Fiend is likely alone, but can't really just do too much considering he's just a mere Rubik.
Pretty close to the helm on Fiend. Still L4 though. Will not catch the stage creep timing. It's not too bad.
And mid lane, Atomic gambled on the bottom rune and Drinkwater went top.
Top lane.
Yeah, that'll be KT TP and top for the, or TP's mid actually for the reroll, which leaves Fiend completely alone top. They're making a play onto him now. Fiend, some trouble against 3. I don't think he makes it out of here even with the Flag Bearer aura. He will drop.
Kind of bad for him, I would say. This Beast game is really important. He's most of their tempo, and they pick this Doom that's gonna sit top forever. Kinda needs help here. Wait for the Lash to come over, get L6.
Invisibility. The prize is mine.
His rune now for Zalern. He did pick that one up earlier. As KT's starting to ruin this stack. A little bit of back and forth here, leaping into the low ground. There's a Tusk lying in wait there in the river. We'll see how KT can play here with the fog around the Roach Pit. Kishka looking for this kill, and with ice shards and without leap charges, I think that he will get it.
And nicely done. R gets the D-ward as well, so Green Water just kind of protecting their side of the map. Vision. In half health. Doom has been committed actually. Miracle just trying to get the tower here. He's going in kind of deep with the last series.
Could be a big one. Miracle falling low with Pulse Nova. They will find him in that AoE. Kishka not making it out alive either. A double kill. They are really shutting down this Beast game, Adam, but at what a cost? Is this a little bit too pricey?
I think the dive was kind of unnecessary, but they do get damage on the tower and force a rotation. So some space for the Lina, I guess. Not the worst in the early game to die like that.
Bottom, by the way, with a full Vanguard. We haven't really checked up on this matchup, and that's because they all do no damage to each other. There's a full Vanguard for Zeal, and Helm of the Iron Wills in for the, of course, Armlet for the Wraith King. So they kind of just are CSing down here.
Yeah, definitely a slightly
Radiant's
Magnus
middle
favorite
tower
lane. We
is
see him
under attack.
going a bit higher in CS just because of the skeletons. As the Vanguard now is pretty hard to kill, I would say. Lash is kind of the only one that can kill either the Doom or the Magnus.
Zeal off to a really, really comfortable start. Has Brown Boots on the way, and see he's already doing the offlaner thing where he just pulls into the small camp and farms them both at the same time. But it's 3 heroes that find themselves top lane now for Atomic. They do look to maybe try and set something up onto Miracle. They know he's without Doom, but they don't know that he's got a ward there on the stairs, so no chance for Atomic to actually try and find a kill here. He's still not level 6 either.
Very close to the Midas.
Yeah, it's a bit rough for Fiend considering how much he's been alone, but that's how much pressure Drinkwater had been applying up here.
Yeah, to play against the Devourer and
Radiant's
Nida,
bottom
Midas
tower
coming
is
out
under
to
attack.
his Helm's gonna be in trouble. I like to see them not force things too much with his Beastmaster, but instead just try to farm, get his Overlord too. I think it's a really big deal too when you're playing against Doom.
Tune is going to be cut off here. Was trying to harass the Lina, toss him into the LSA, and even Laguna him just for good measure. Try to cockroach anyone?
I like to see Atomic focus their attention a bit more on the Lina here, because this Doom and Magnus, they kind of want to stay in their lanes and be tanky boys, you know, put pressure by themselves instead of helping me.
Tanky boys. Yeah, that's very true, actually, isn't
Dyer's
it?
bottom tower
In a way,
is under
that's
attack.
fairly effective against what Fiend wants to be doing, but Fiend now has the full Helm of the Dominator up. He's getting ready to
Dire
push.
are
As
scanning.
long as if he can catch Miracle somewhere else on the map, he'll probably consider
Radiant's middle tower is under
sticking
attack.
that tomato onto the tower.
Yeah, Miracle. In the jungle, bit worried to play top, I guess. That would affect. Oh, he is tipping back
Dyer's
top.
top tower
As
is
the
under
Midas
attack.
gets the creep. Feels bad for Finn, but
Ah.
Miracle is buying some time on the tower.
That he is.
Invisibility.
He is. And bottom lane, 3 heroes, maybe looking for Marb. Does have the skill point saved. So it's not really eager to be showing, especially because there might be a Lina rotating down here too. With the Invis rune active, we can see her crossing the outpost here on the map.
This is
Marb's
scary.
Still
Yo,
kind of
nice,
a
no
hard
TP.
kill. There's an RP, but against 4, it should be fairly easy. TP is actually coming because they missed the skewer. That'll reveal the Lina as she actually tries to kill the courier.
Radiant's
She'll
bottom
fail to
tower
do
is
so
under attack.
before it delivers the armlet.
Dyer's
Tower
top
top lane
tower
goes
has
down,
fallen.
and Marv is just going to TP away.
Yeah, Yona and KT had no TP, so it was really scary actually what he was doing. If Zio hit that skewer, he would have died twice
Radiant's
for sure.
bottom tower has fallen.
Water.
Dyer's
They do get the
structures
trade,
are fortified.
tried to defend top tower somewhat, but was not able to.
I think I got to commend this Wraith King for doing fairly a good job. And I think you looked at Zeal's CS, he's almost at 100 CS. He's
Radiant's
91 and
bottom
6 right now on the
tower is under
Magnus.
attack.
But a lot of these are the Skellies, which don't actually give that much gold. So you can see his net worth just a bit lower than Marb. It's not by much. Zeal, I would say, is still off to a pretty good start. The Fiend as well, managing to find some gold, and with some rotation gets the tower. So he can actually start playing his game now. It kind of seems like everyone more or less got what they wanted out of lanes.
Yeah, Vendetta, Jotun. RR will.
Arrow is going to connect from the low ground. They have Carapace as well, but that's a level 3 Starstorm, so fairly easy kill. Jotun, I don't think there's a way out of this for him. Especially, I don't even commit the Moonlight Shadow. They say, nope, sorry, bud. Dead.
Just some supports trading lives. Space for team. Definitely favoring Atomic a bit more here. They kind of want nothing to do with fights right now. I guess it's the same for Drinkwater. Zeal has the dagger queued up pretty far away. Doom buying a BKB, I believe, has the Ogre Axe. Not the usual build we see from Miracle here. Choosing to go for a more quote-unquote selfish item. Usually you see him with the Mac Greaves pipe kinda.
Yeah, very true. It's kind of hard though, right? I mean, I could see a pipe perhaps making a little bit of a difference early on, but they do have really good mix damage. So I think if you go just into one kind of item build, it might not be that easy. Moonlight Shadow, but they are underneath the Sentry Ward here, and pretty quickly we'll realize they were probably under full Observer as well. But mid lane, they are applying pressure and have a kill onto Alina. They connect there very effectively. Roar as well, which is not stolen. The Wild Axe is a casting time there.
Oh, that's a big
gonna catch
RP.
4 heroes though, all 5 even. But can they get anything out of it? They've doomed the Lesh, and he will fall there to the Axe of the Rubik, who's starting to stack these things up now. Bean is going to die to the tier 1 tower. Marv's going to lose his first life. So it's the hard carry with both supports now for both sides. Wraith King has nothing more to offer in this fight. He is going to get out. So it's a 3 for 2 here in favor of Drinkwater. Plus, they get a level 1 reincarnation out from Mark.
Yeah, a bit of a deep dive there. Zul getting the RP off in the very last second. I was surprised Mark chose to run to the left and run away there. I felt like because Jotun and KT were still alive, Mirana and Nix, they could have probably got another kill or 2.
Yeah, I thought so too, right? Yeah. I mean, it is a carry Doom, but once he actually uses Doom and doesn't have Scorched Earth any longer, he probably feels a bit weaker to fight into.
Oh, the arrow.
Good effort. Stolen, of course.
I think Drinkwater choosing to go for a more slow-paced game, I would say. Trials on Alina. Going BKB next, Miracle almost do the BKB as well.
That mechanism from Mirana already, is that what I'm seeing here? It is. It's a full mech finished.
Right. Has the stick, no arcane boots.
Dire are scanning.
This Mirana things, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kishka's pretty farmed as well.
It's
Pretty
true,
close to
actually.
dagger.
Yeah, just needs another 700 or so, 800, and we'll get that online. Deso, I think, this is a Deso. Yeah, it will be with that second Mythal Hammer. For Marb is not that far away either. It just needs about another 1200. As you can see, Miracle just doubling his net worth here. That's BKB finished for him. As that's an aggressive play from Jotun trying to get to the enemy triangle. Stolen Impale, though. That's not one you want to give away. Avoid it.
Yeah, that wasn't a great decision. Could have just died there. Full big Impale, always scary. Split Earth as well. Some pretty good spells to steal this game. Top lane.
Top lane. Oh, they commit the RP and the Laguna. Moonlight Shadow. Is there detection here? I don't think so, Adam. No detection. We all know that cores, they are incapable of buying dust.
Drinkwater's on the way though, Marb.
Have they caught him? They have caught him with the dust, but I think they're going to settle for Marb. He doesn't have reincarnation for a full minute. He's just dead. Okay.
Burns, doesn't it?
And now, KT leaping away. Miracle giving chase. Has BKB, has Doom, had Hurricane, but isn't going to want to push it too much. And instead, we'll go bottom, where he may Doom Fiend. He will. He's going to eat his creeps too here in a second. I guarantee it. Here it comes.
He has Tornado.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, deny? Fiend? Let's go.
Oh! Nicely done.
That was an top lane.
Top lane or mid lane? That was. What the heck? What is Yona doing over here?
I think he was in the trees trying to edict the tower.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Drinkwater was on the left side. Jotun, problem here.
Yeah, Jotun, I think he's gonna end up going down twice. No chance to get off the Impale. Nice chain stuns there from Drinkwater. And that'll probably get them this mid-tier 1 tower now, especially with the DD rune active now in Zorn.
Big chain of events for Drinkwater top lane today. We're kind of in a good place, got a bit itchy, I would say, top lane. Things just kind of snowballing right now at tier 1 tower. In trouble. No RP. Mark has the reincarnation, but not the biggest fighting power.
Reincarnation is ready, like you said, and at least it's level 2 this time around. Can Atomic Esports fight around this, though? Miracle with a nice Hurricane into the river here to evade a potential roar. Seems like Drinkwater will snipe the reincarnation and leak it away.
Miracle's the best tornado user right now.
Honestly, he's pretty good at it. It's impressive.
Well practiced. What's the skill called? Hurricane.
Hurricane
Enjoyer.
It's real good because it's vector targeted. You don't need to like face a certain direction or anything. It's really good. It's better than, well, obviously it's not as good as a 4-staff because the cast range is real bad, but it's in a way better than 4-staff.
Yona has a glimmer cape queued up. If that's the... Oh, changes it to dagger. Okay, like this a bit more. S has to go in with his team. They are hitting a timing soon with this Helm of the Overlord to end it. That's so Roche is gonna be
Radiant are scanning.
Bloodstone as well is finished up for the Lesh. Blink Dagger's gonna allow him to get a little bit properly positioned, maybe not get doomed immediately at the start of these fights.
Yep, they do spot out the Nyx. Oh, Zeal. Bit impatient there. What does Miracle have flying out? Has the Blink Dagger shard queued up?
Illusion.
Gun was coming up soon here now with Deso finished up. It's flying on its way towards Marb. Like you're saying, this time it is on its way even. KT with a mechanism team fight, not looking that bad from Atomic here, to be honest. That's BOTs. Is that BKB now finished for Lina? It is. So another big item, and you can see Drinkwater prepared to smoke on this alongside the Tusk Blink Dagger, the Doom Blink Dagger. That's triple blink now, the triple threat here. I don't know, this team fight's looking real scary, especially with the smoke. Drinkwater, they could go for a killer move here.
Jotun, can he break the smoke? Oh, just misses the Oh, Zeal is baiting. Do you have enough damage? I feel like the answer is no.
The Hurricane, they're trying to save him. The Doom's been applied now to Fiend, actually. They want to take him down. Mechanism not going to keep him alive here as the telekinesis. And I think they're going to kill this Dusted Nyx Assassin fairly easily. With the Sentry especially. Only 2 dead for a BKB charge. RP was saved, but everything else was used. I don't know. That doesn't feel that bad for Atomic Esports, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, not the worst. Could have definitely been worse. Lesh and Rifting not really there to participate. They need to be a bit more careful. They don't have the damage to bring down the Magnus without the Lesh right now.
Yeah, very true.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Using Zeal as bait.
In a way, it's almost kind of a mistake from Atomic that ends up probably forcing or, you know, kind of tricking, it feels like, Drinkwater into overcommitting there. They probably thought a Lesh or Wraithing was nearby, because I agree, it didn't really seem like a viable way to kill Magnus between those 3 heroes that were top.
Yeah, they still need to wait for this help.
Bloodstone in 3 seconds here, nearly out of mana. Let's see what he can get going. That is a nice
has a big stun here.
The Learn is going to look to set up another one, but Jatoon actually stuns up 2 in the backlines. Arrow's going to catch the Rubik here as Miracle looking to counter-initiate. Marb has reincarnated here the ones, but everyone's still alive now. There's going to be the RP. It catches 3, skewered further away a second time now. Fiend with the roar commits it onto Zeal, really wants this kill, and he's not going to find it. Oh no, the man who got caught at the start of this is going to be the last one to die in the engagement, as well as Yona is taken down. KT hunting, searching, very thirsty for this kill onto Zeal, and they're just not going to get it.
Yeah, I feel like Zeal this whole game has been just surviving, getting off these clutch RPs, fights.
Hey Adam, you know what Atomic are right now?
What are they?
They are over zealous.
Oh my. They're actually learning.
They need to drink water. There it is.
Indeed. The morning is the morning. You have, don't worry. Drink water. You'll get the Roshan here. 84 actually. I think they're kind of big time with 2k gold now.
Money to burn.
Game's kind of looks like it's getting a bit out of control for Atomic. Not really able to take fights here.
It's true. Yeah, especially with how mobile everyone is on the side of Drinkwater. It just feels like they're always getting these rights and get the right engagements. Zeal as well with some pretty fantastic skewers, honestly, all game. It's making this Heroes team a lot stronger than I think he is. I don't think this hero is bad, but I think it'll look real good. X-Learn trying to get out. Nice telekinesis in time. They had sentries here from the earlier engagement as he does stun himself here at him, but it's not enough. He will not die. Luckily, he didn't Laguna the bug.
That is true. Fine. His behavior is on cooldown for 2 seconds if Jotun got the stun off, but probably wanted to save it for his second life. Try by Atomic. I would say a bit out of position there, but his teammates were in time to save him. Vendetta stolen on the Rubik, by the way.
I always think stealing Vendetta on Rubik's a bit of a meme, but who knows? Maybe it'll be good.
It's a nice scouting tool, I think.
That's true.
Up to your position. It's like having a Shadow Blade, you know? Don't hate it.
I would hate my Rubik if he built Shadow Blade.
It's kind of common though in a lot of games, I think. It goes too late. I mean, pubs at least.
Yeah, when it goes to like
Is
60
under attack.
minutes, right?
Yeah, you just kind of
Yeah,
wanna. It's
yeah.
a good positioning item.
For sure. Yeah, that's true. It's hard to hate on any singular item in Dota 2. As there's a Walrus Punch, he's just dead, and immediately he stole a different spell. The Doom once again onto Fiend. So Miracle very eager to continue countering this Beastmaster at any stage of the game. The RP, they've caught a 2-for-1 special. I don't know if he was expecting Yana in the trees. Yana now dragged away. The Ice Shard's a bit late now, and actually Miracle being chased down for the counter initiation now. Kishka's got another Walrus Punch. Zeal dragged into the Snowball. They should have this kill as the second skewer back shall condemn him.
The empowered Tuskar buys the Orb of Corrosion too after the Blink Dagger and it's feeling strong. Love to see the Deso as well.
This is starting to get a little out of hand, I think, really. Atomic Esports falling all over the map.
Yeah, we see a Travels on
Radiant's
Miracle as
bottom
well
tower
as
has
Excellent,
fallen.
and then he has a Shadow Blade, so map's getting a bit
Radiant's middle tower
tighter
is
for
under attack.
Atomic, I would say. Marp has the Blink Dagger now, but Atomic, they feel like it just feels very hard for them to fight.
Yeah, it does.
Radiant's middle
I just,
tower
and
is
it's already
under
to the
attack.
stage of the game where I don't really know how they get back into it. It's a 14k net worth lead, 24 minutes in. Wraith King, he just doesn't really strike me as this come from behind hero. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I feel like they kind of got baited into picking this hero by the Doom, but in truth is, even without the Doom, the Wraith King can't really fight into their hero.
Does this Lina ever really fall off? Is there ever a stage where like this Doom
Radiant are
and this
scanning.
Magnus aren't really as useful as they are, and you know Atomic Esports can kind of try and turn this into a 2 offlaners and 1 carry versus maybe 2 carries kind of situation, or what?
I feel like they don't fall off per se. It's just the way they play the map, right? Like Zeal, he has these griefs itemizing for his team, has a Aether Lens queued up too, so there's just the way they are. I wouldn't say they lose in scaling, I wouldn't say so.
Regeneration.
I think the way the Magnus scales is just kind of different. He gives you pace in the game.
Wow. The aggressive blink up to the high ground. They have just absolutely murdered that man. Fiend has having no game here. 1-9-3, and it's not really because he's too out of position. It's just Drinkwater finding the mark.
Feeling very strong right now. Chica leading the charge. It's interesting enough the Beast chooses not to go for the Helm of Lord 2 because Doom can eat it, so has the dagger queued up, but
RP?
very,
Radiant
very far
structures
away.
Not used, sorry.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That was a close one. Jotun trying to go hunting, but he's just constantly being scouted and picked up by these sentries and obs. It's not really too easy for him to try and get in here. Once again, even you can see another ward placed down there. It's just a bit too dangerous for him. Well, at least get a D ward.
now. He has the dagger if he wants to buy it. Just waiting for boards here.
So it's 4 Blink Daggers now. And honestly, it wouldn't be the craziest thing if Lina also decided to pick one up, but for now it's just Silver Edge for her mobility.
Are scanning.
Has the pike queued up. Aegis does, and wonder if Atomic will try to make a play here. They're kind of close to BKBs on the Wraith King at least.
Gonna find the Tusk, won't stop the ward from going down though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Just kind of shoving in top lane. Lina just force the Lina TP, but Drinkwater, they're all kind of collapsing towards the top side right now. Miracle looks like he smells Marb.
Yeah, his spidey senses are tingling. The skeleton's really trying to scout Marb real bad, the one that's trapped inside of these trees, but won't quite find him here. They're hunting everywhere, man. They drink water, they're just a step ahead. Zeal behind the tier 1 tower, right? Looking, daring anyone to try and push. Down bottom is Miracle. He's got an arcane rune.
Radiant's
No,
top
Yona.
this is going to be an arcane Doom as well. In he goes, immediately applying the Doom. BKBs even, the Hurricane back, allow them to easily connect there onto the Snowball. Miracle even somehow manages to get the kill versus the Walrus Punch. Well done. And that's an Arcane Rune and an
top-
Octarine Core
top
Doom.
lane.
So he's got it back up nearly again.
They're setting up top lane on
They
Zeal.
have found Zeal. Once again, they have to kill this man. It's their sworn duty, but in goes Miracle. Down goes Jotun as well. Actually, they at least find themselves a Rubik. The RP onto the back, finds 2. They have gotten to the first reincarnation. Beautiful LSA stun onto 2. It's just chain stun after chain stun here, and not making it out alive either is the Wraith King. All 5 dead here at him.
Radiant's top
I think this
tower
one
is under
might
attack.
just about be over.
Yeah, kinda rough. Drinkwater is strong enough to just hold his position as Free Miracle with the Arcane Rune TP 25 seconds cooldown. Just make it back to the fight in time towards the end, but
Radiant's top tower
not even
is
close
under
to bringing
attack.
down Zeal or Accident. They do get the Rubik, but whatever, it's whatever.
Drinkwater freaking breaking down buildings now on the high
Radiant's
ground. They will get that extra
Radiant's
fortify out.
towers are fortified.
And it's going to buy at least Atomic another fight, but
Radiant's top barracks
guess
are
what?
under
Doom's ready
attack.
again. BKB's ready again, because he casted BKB and Doom.
Radiant's top barracks
With Aether
is
Rune, or
fortified.
sorry, with the, what's it called?
Arcane Rune.
Yeah, and an Octarine Core, so he's just got almost no cooldowns pretty much.
BKB on Kishka as well. So farmed, passing the Beastmaster in net worth. Just have the dagger now on Finn. We kind of saw him just get RP'd last fight that warded to him so much. Still had the win on the 2 heroes in the back. With the Aether Lens, not too far away. Miracle, what's he have flying out? Travels 2. Okay, just wants to control the map.
Oh, not even this Nyx Assassin can leave the base, man.
It's the
Feels so bad.
Tough time. Kishka with this early gem. Not sure if she bought it or RR bought it, but done a good job of just holding
Oh,
on
they
to it.
just doomed and killed the Slash as well. Okay.
Man, the travels too. It's hard. It's really hard to split push.
Yeah, I think this one's not got much
Radiant's
longer,
middle
to be
tower
honest.
is under attack.
I think pretty much on their last legs. Yeah, the travels, they have that reduced channel time as well when you
Dire's
upgrade
bottom
them, so
tower is under attack.
it's gonna be
Double
difficult.
damage,
Radiant's
Lina,
middle
pounding
barracks
on
are
your
under
buildings.
Radiant's middle
Down
barracks.
they
Much
go.
damage to them, power
Radiant's
as
middle
well.
barracks has
That's
fallen.
true, right? And she will lose at least
Radiant's
for
top
now the
barracks
Fiery
are
Soul
under
buff.
attack.
There it is, perfectly timing that LSA Dragon Slave. Oh, Mark,
Good,
he's
going
in.
in.
He's going to get his axes stolen as they continue to stun up Kishka. But already the fight, yeah, it's falling apart. Reincarnation, proc, Exilern, triple kill, give him the ultra. Will he reach for it?
Ooh, armlet toggle.
So, no, well, the armlet toggles are good, but not good enough, unfortunately. The crit eventually was enough to do, and there's going to be the GG. Well played. Called. Game number 1 goes into the hands here of Drinkwater.
Yeah, the early game they did a really good job just shutting down this Beastmaster. You couldn't come into the game at all. It felt like. Well, the Doom, he was just so farmed. Kishka rotating as well. Zeal, we talked about it early game. Like he just got his Vanguard and this Tusk was free. Like he didn't need care anymore. This next Wraith King, no threat to the Magnus. We couldn't see the Lash rotate down as well ever. So just felt like every lane was without pressure, like in a very comfortable situation for Drinkwater the whole game.
Yeah, seriously. Felt like Tusk was like just free to, like you say, roam around the map and just be so chaotic anywhere he wanted to go, and that ended up making a big difference. I don't think we really ever saw, for example, Beastmaster farming in enemy jungle. You know, he never really had too easy a time, which is usually fairly indicative of something going really wrong in your draft. That's really what that hero is meant to do at this level of Dota. And when he's unable to do it, it's usually means something has broken down pretty bad there. It's like when your check engine light is on, you know, eventually that thing is going to break down.
Yeah, I just felt like Atomic were not really prepared for what Drinkwater was gonna pick, even though they did it before.
Yeah, that's true.
There is game 2. We'll see what they do next.
Yeah, absolutely. There is going to be a game 2. We'll see here how that one ends up going here in just a bit. But for now, story is that it'll be Drinkwater dominating in game 1 with a very clean lane performance, a nice setup, and a good execution to find the victory in game number 1. Do stick around, guys. You're watching the DPC 2023 Winter Tour qualifiers here for the SEA region with Striking Adam. We're going to be back after a short break. We'll catch you then. Oh, actually, I think we have highlights first. Running highlights. Yeah, we'll see actually. All right, yeah. I mean, just from the start, right? Just a hard game for Atomic.
Yeah, the top lane dive, we talked about this, but it just felt like space on the map, and it didn't feel like a big deal that they went down. They managed to shut down the Beastmaster.
This one was, yeah. I mean, some early plays right out from Atomic, but I don't know. That was another problem, certainly, right? This Nyx assassin. I feel like doubling up on your invis.
This was the fight, I think. Atomic looks so good here. It's a big snowball save, and then the RP here. Oh man, really big plays by Kishka.
Do you think that's why they kept trying to kill Zeal all game? Because of this very moment? They're like, we just need to kill him so we can't RP all 5 of us? They probably win this fight if they don't get RP'd.
It could be. I just felt like Zeal itemized to be this like big tanky boy. And they didn't really have damage on their heroes early on other than the Lash. I feel like this Lash early, he couldn't really get online or get moving too. They were like really dependent on him to help the side lanes, but he just couldn't get it going.
And then from here, it was already kind of basically all the way for Drinkwater. You can just see time after time, just yeah, Mag just skewering people into their deaths. And once again here, is this? Do they kill? They don't even kill Zeal in this fight. Yeah.
The Devourer probably saved him there.
And this was the BKB Arcane Rune. Just so difficult.
Led to the top fight, but yeah, without the Lash, just Yona not having a great game. Had the Bloodstone at a decent timing, but couldn't really get anything after.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, right, already the fights feel pretty much impossible. They take down the Rubik, and I think that's pretty much the last kill Atomic Esports see this game before they will eventually throw in the towel. I mean, it's just so painful right near that last fight. Everyone already dead. And good armlet toggles, that's certainly a highlight for Marv, right? But eventually we'll still drop. couldn't do enough there towards the end. Armlet not too strong, fortunately enough. But Exilern denied of the Rampage. I don't know, we'll see. I think this was kind of a draft issue, you know, picking, pretty much breaking down your draft that early on with the Beastmaster getting picked and then not doing anything to address the Doom. Some interesting draft, you know, good high-level Dota from Drinkwater already. I think is probably what we expected with them, given the pedigree of the players on this team, but it's still impressive to see them continue to execute.
Yeah, we spoke about how they're, I guess, more of a veteran squad compared to a lot of these other teams, so I guess the experience and draft, like you said, is coming into play.
Yep. We'll see what we have in store for us for game number 2 as we're going to go do a quick break. And when we return, we'll have game 2 between Drinkwater and Atomic Esports. We'll catch you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back for the closed qualifiers here. We're now live for game number 2 between Atomic Esports and Team Drinkwater. It's Drinkwater up 1-0 here after game number 1. And we'll see here, Adam, what we get going for game 2. Do you expect any kind of draft adjustments out from Atomic Esports as we're about to get underway?
Yeah, we see this Doom ban. I think it's very warranted. I think it was kind of Atomic's mistake to pick the Beast into with the Doom in the pool, but we'll see it just removed out right now. Pango is in the pool, something we saw removed just now. Drinkwater. Probably no reason to not go for the Tuskar again. Yeah, Hishka looked really good on the hero.
Yeah, honestly, they did, right? And that was a good start from them. I think, especially considering how free he was. I think one way Atomic Esports can make this hero not look as strong for game number 2 would be to try and tie him down to lane a little bit more. Right? Like we were talking about, he basically just like interrupted 2 pulls, and then after minute 4 was gone and doing his own thing. Pardon me. But now Atomic Esports, they'll get their hands on the Lina, which is certainly a really strong hero in the hands of Exilern. He's gonna have to play something a little bit different now this time around.
Yeah, like this Lina snipe. They also leave the Nyx in the pool.
10
considering the
seconds
Tusk was
remaining.
picked up already. I wonder if Exilern is just gonna play the Tuskar here.
5 seconds.
Not a bad matchup against Lina. They just choose to pick their offlane. Kinda early. Something new from Drinkwater, that's for sure, but I guess keeping the draft a bit more open since the Tusk is already shown. It's kinda hard to pick a carry here. I do expect it to be a Exilern Tuskar.
10 seconds
Not really sure if
remaining.
anything else matches up too well against Lina right now. It's in the pool. Gyro
5
ban. Okay,
seconds
so you're just gonna
remaining.
ban for the Enigma lanes. Nothing really too out of the box. Probably some Hoodwink and what else is really good? Naga's already banned.
Yeah, I was about to say the Miracle Hero's already kind of getting the treatment pretty early.
Dire team ban.
Pangolier as well. Yeah, pretty contested by both teams actually. Quite interestingly enough, lots of Pango that we end up seeing here in this tournament.
It's a pretty hot hero. Fun
Radiant
to play.
team
Easy
ban.
pick as well. Kind of a flex for these, especially SAA teams like to run in the offlane a bit more.
And Drinkwater also kind of prioritizing it with the gyro ban, right? Just making sure the Enigma's Eidolons actually are useful in lane. Making sure that there's not a super easy solution to them.
10
Yeah, I
seconds
wonder what the
remaining.
Atomic's response is gonna be here. I haven't really seen
Dire
Mark play
team
anything
ban.
that's too great against the Enigma so far.
Radiant team ban.
Beastmaster as well. Fiend is a good Beastmaster player, just didn't really get the space to show it off last game. Very, very difficult game for Atomic. So I'm eager to see what they're going to try and reset and put him on this time around. Have we seen Marb play Lina before? Is this a flex between mid and
10
safe Lina, do you
seconds
suspect?
We have not, but it is possible. I'm not sure how Lina does against
5
Enigma. I don't
seconds
think
remaining.
Enigma Tusk is a easy lane for Lina to deal with by any means. Tusk is just really good at chasing you down on silence. That's why his lane's so strong together. But I said Kishka might not be the Tuskar here. Sniper being taken out as well. Not too sure what's left for Exilern. Not many good matchups against Lina. Kind of curious to see how Drinkwater is gonna play this.
Radiant team pick.
SF man, interesting.
Dire team
Atomic.
pick.
They're going to then pick themselves up the Rubik. Both teams have very strong Rubik players, don't they, actually? I think yesterday it was, what's the name? Position 4 for
KT?
Atomic Esports.
KT?
Yeah, KT, who had a phenomenal game on the Rubik. It was really, really good.
10
I
seconds
feel like
remaining.
the games I watch KT play, he's just like really free. I think Rubik's
5
one of those heroes
seconds
where
remaining.
he should be given priority in fights. Like you want to kill him, you want to take him out, because this hero definitely has high team fight impact if he gets to steal the right spell. Or probably gonna pick their mid hero here, see what they go for.
The the Rubik as well. Some pretty strong rotating supports, to be honest. Rubik, for all of his faults, if he can rotate towards the mid lane, is actually pretty useful with the repositioning on telekinesis. Something to keep in mind if when you're drafting up your mid laner. Tusk as well, though, very strong at supporting mid. It could be a really active mid lane, to be honest, already with the supports showing. If this is going to be a support Tusk, that is, which I kind of suspect it will.
I like how Atomic's not picking their offlane in the 15 now. It was kind of weird what they did earlier. They picked the Beastmaster earlier. I think it was to take it away from Drinkwater mainly, but then the thing came out and he just didn't have a game anymore. And I wonder they'll pick with this Monkey King maybe. Something we saw yesterday.
Yeah, looking to just set up a strong lane, aren't you, right, with this Enchantress? Good kill threat with that 50% move speed slow. You can take a creep and do some bullying. The heals and a phenomenal smoke breaker throughout the rest of the game to act as some sort of scouting tool.
5 seconds remaining.
Still, you know, the bread and butter of this Enchantress. Lots of magic damage to take her down, so not completely a free game here. But it is going to be a fun time in lane, almost always guaranteed on this hero.
Taking some time, so it looks like they haven't really decided what to pick it. Probably want a carry, so they don't have to show what role the Tusk is in right now. So I do assume it's a +4.
Radiant team pick.
Tiny. Okay. So I would think it's a Tusk. I would think it's a more likely a Tusk mid than a Tiny mid, just based on Excellent playing way more Tuskar, and probably I don't think he plays Tiny at all actually. Or at least not that I've seen. So
10 seconds remaining.
I think it'd be safe to assume that Excellent's the one going to be playing the Tusk.
Yeah. I would assume, because you know, Tiny mid, he's these tanky strength-based heroes that just shrug off magic spells. You know, you've seen them a lot against Pucks and Void Spirits. I imagine the Tusk has a little bit of an easier time in lane, just naturally, because you can close the gap and present a bit earlier kill threat.
Yeah, I feel like Tusk is just a better Tiny, honestly. just feels that way, kind of.
So in the order it goes Tusk, then Tiny, then Earth Spirit right now, is what you're saying?
I think there's like a list of like 85 more heroes before Earth Spirit, but yeah.
Wow, my boy Kowlin, man.
Kowlin's having trouble, man. Back to the soccer field.
Seriously, yeah.
I wonder if this is a Marb Dawnbreaker.
Is that something you know him for?
Enigma? No, actually, no. But it is a hero that lanes the Enigma. So I wouldn't be too surprised. I don't think there's a reason to pick the offlane Bond here. I'm not sure. Unless I'm missing something. What else is there? They also have a mid laner, right? And we've definitely seen Marb play these more active heroes in like the Lash.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Wouldn't put it out of question that he could do it.
Yeah, very true. See here now what they end up deciding for. It's a Beastmaster, sorry, a Brewmaster ban as well. Don't always get to see his face pop up there too frequently. Are you expecting any big illusion carry to come through for Drinkwater off of that?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, Naka's banned.
I don't really see many heroes right now.
Yeah. I don't know, just a curious one there. And a good Monkey King ban, I think that's fairly heads up. I think that's something that Atomic Esports had to face yesterday, this Monkey Ench lane. Very difficult when the beasts of the nature start to rise up against you.
Beasts of the nature, indeed. Very curious what I'll see.
10 seconds remaining.
Miracle.
5 seconds
We
remaining.
need a hero to help get on the lead now. Like the Tusk is kind of alone right now. What would Miracle do? He'd probably pick like Lone Druid here. Something to enable the supports to move around and apply pressure on the map. What else is good? I think TA is pretty decent as well. Gives them Roche.
Radiant team pick.
Water.
Drow
Drow.
Ranger.
Go for this Drow.
Interesting.
I think you can Gust Clockwork out of his cogs, can't you?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think you can't cast Gust if you're
Oh,
like
the
getting
animation?
backstreet. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, that might prove to be a bit
10
difficult. They've
seconds
got really
remaining.
good ways to close the gap onto this Drow as well, right? Clockwork Hook shot in, Rubik telekinesis
5
out of
seconds
position,
remaining.
Dawnbreaker ulting in on top. It's kind of risky here, to be honest.
That's not too bad. I would really like to see Atomic pick up an offlaner here. Instead of, and just put the Dawn carry, maybe some like Bloodseeker kind of hero.
Bloodseeker as an offlaner. You're
Yeah,
saying.
as an offlane. Or I mean, he can play it as a
Choose your
carry and
hero.
just.
How's
go to
that?
the offlane.
How's the Mars for you? Does he fulfill a
How's the
similar role?
Mars? I would have preferred the Bloodseeker, I think, with their heroes, but I can see why they picked the Mars. I mean, it's good against Enigma and Endro. I just think his lane's gonna be pretty damn hard.
Yeah, that does strike me as a difficult lane. It is going to be the mid-Tusk, by the way, so Kish Katani supporting the Enigma here. I thought possibly we'd get to see... I think Drinkwater is the only team I've seen actually do it, where you snowball in the Eidolons, because they did nerf the cast range on those.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, and it was pretty
Kinda
cool to
cool.
watch him. But they're not going to do it this time around. It'll be mid-Tusk, so it's going to be the Ench and Drow lane down bottom into Mars, which is fairly difficult for Mars, you're right. That does seem difficult, but the arena here is going to be very effective as well, isn't it, at stopping Drow from being too effective in these team fights?
Yeah, the reason I didn't like it as much is just because I feel this Lina's just a black hole target right now. Like one black hole on Lina and they kind of lose most of their damage, I would say. I guess it depends how Mark plays the Dawn as well. We've definitely seen these Deso carry Dawns that are just very, very strong. I love this animation.
Yeah, that's really nice, the Dark
Big
Moon
fan.
one.
Yeah, big fan.
I'm glad that they're doing something a little more special with these loading tunes. I can't wait for the Ags Lab one. Now it makes me jealous because I actually never finished Ags Lab
Oh no.
5.
Alright, it'll be back one day.
We'll be back. Give me my loading screens, Valve. I like them a lot.
For battle.
It's a good addition. And a good addition here to our closed qualifiers already. Game 2, Adam. Every game is going to be a barn burner, guaranteed. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Should be fun. We'll get to see how Atomic Esports, I'd say, with a much more even and balanced draft this time around, and a much more interesting proposition here with the Dawn carry and the Lina mid. Eager to see how they're going to get things started.
I think it's a good idea. Drink not gonna dodge the lanes here. Enigma. Dawn, one of the bear heroes against Enigma for sure. But the Tiny does. Oh, don't know. Does he see the sentry? I mean, does he see the ops with the sentry ward?
I think he would have. Oh, it's real tight, actually. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell at times.
Yeah, Kishka.
30 seconds.
I mean, he did hit the
battle.
ward, right? So I would think he didn't see it.
And they're going to block this camp early. That's a really interesting block. Platoon denying maybe access to one of the camps for Ench to easily pull a creep from.
You say one, but he blocked all. He blocked all camps.
That is very
Oh, you get
true.
the observer the ward. That's nice.
That's a
really
big one.
nice. They see they know about the ops now.
Yeah, they know where the sentry is
The
with the
battle
obs, but
begins.
we'll see. Just really looking to deny so many creeps early on. A really interesting strategy, honestly.
It's good against the Ench. It's good against the Ench. Doing what they need to do to try and win the lane. They will put the Rubik at bot actually. Oh yeah, like this Rubik. Probably kinda useless at bot lane. I guess a lot more. They definitely have a kill threat at the top lane now. Still probably a pretty hard lane though, Mars. No ring of protection. I guess you can always get Bulwark well too. Kinda high value here.
Yeah, this is top lane's not going to be easy. You can already see with the frost arrows. No point even taking on the Ench. Just dishing out some right-click harass. This already forcing this Clockwork to have a difficult time. Double melee into 2 ranged. If they can close the gap, maybe they'll actually get a kill here. But this seems to be really
So
difficult
much
early.
damage. It's kind of weird that Jotun doesn't pull the whip. He will go now. Slightly late. Being still guessing well, just taking a lot of damage for it. Like I said, no ring of protection, so taking a bit more damage against the double right clicks So do they pull the wave to the right? Oh, leaves the big cam as well. Kind of interesting.
Should be the D ward. So now we're gonna have an easy camp spawn in 30 seconds in this top lane as well. We'll see. He's taking these creeps on a little bit of a field trip through the river and around to see what they can see here. Oh, good effort there, and actually, Ansh is gonna snag back the one range creep. Jotun will aggro them back.
He misses the pull though because of this. Okay, it's gonna get weird now.
Oh yeah, and he's actually the range creep is re-aggroed because it has vision here. Oh no! Okay, you get the last hit at least. This is so awkward. Mid lane.
It's good for them though.
Come to Exilern. He's gonna fire back here level 2 ice shards. Both mid laners with bottle, and they're just gonna go ahead and grab their water runes and refill and be happy.
Alright, so both players don't get the XP from the creep wave on the right miracle. Trying to farm both at once. Will miss 2 or 3 CS. Doesn't matter too much, but lane equilibrium does go in the favor of Atomic here, finally.
Round Boots already. I'm kind of surprised to see Boots' speed on Fiend before the chainmail, if I'm being honest with you, especially because there's no ring of protection here.
Has been killed.
I think he's playing to like not win the lane anymore.
Yeah,
Just get what he can.
That's fair, actually.
Like, actually, I think it's weird that he didn't get Bulwark.
Yeah, that actually also seems pretty good. Yeah, I feel like Mars has a couple of tools to make this lane a bit easier. And as you can see, Miracle and anytime they get close, going for it is this first blood mid. Yona able to pick it up, and with the stick charges and everything accounting, he is gonna have the kill. He drops the tip, man. He's feeling himself. It's a new game, it's a new day, and he's feeling good.
New life. Top lane.
Jotun. Yeah, this could be possibly something. Oh, nice job that they focused down the cogs. Really, really good effort there. But drink water, immediately gonna fire back, and Jotun down to less than half HP.
It's the pull on RR. Finn will farm it up. Jotun not really going for a rune here. Yona had to go back to regen after his kill as well. How's mid lane doing? Excellent. Kind of suffering a bit after the death. Just pulling ahead, so that's why it's not too big of a difference. Oh, the shard block blocks Yona from the rune, so excellent. Probably get this as well. Yona trying to deny it, it's not good.
Going for damage instead. Trying to get through these infused raindrops, but not going to be too effective.
Kishka's on the way. I don't think they can take down Yona though. I feel like this is kind of scary. Level 2 tiny, no avalanche.
You are right, and I think that's Rubik that actually cancels his TP. I guess he didn't think he could really get anything done, and fair play, right? Tiny and Tusk, quite tanky lads.
Radiant are
Yeah, I felt like if they committed on Yona alone probably could have kind of turned it, so... I mean, it's just a support reaction, I guess. You see someone going mid 2 dots, you know, you kind of want to TP. Oh, Kishka trying to get their career.
The LSA is completely off the mark. He's still alive, though. He's going to make it out of here just fine. Does need to probably run back home, completely out of regen.
Top lane going Fiend level 4 Miracle as well. So, not too bad. He's losing in net worth, but... kinda keeping up in levels. Jotun sacrificing a bit here.
Now Fiend with brown boots is finally finding himself a little bit more farm. 20 and 1. He's taking a lot of harass, of course, and Drow Ranger having a fairly easy and free time in these lanes, but Fiend not going without at least his bit of farm.
Yeah, Bulwark blocking so much damage here.
Yeah, very value for sure. Mid lane. Now it's going to be Jotun's turn to rotate on over. He's sitting on this ward. Exilern not scared of him at all. For pretty good reason, as they are going to now contest over the power.
Is this the battle?
The power runes. Here's the battle for the bottle, and it'll go into the bottle of the Tusk. Walrus Punch ready to go here onto the Rubik Ice Shards as well to keep everyone else at bay. They're not even going to get too greedy. They're not going to make the play here for the bounty rune. 3 heroes now going on a bit of a wild goose chase. They found their mark. Down goes now the Tiny. From the blade, it's going to be Yana who picks up the kill.
money to burn.
Good of Excellent to realize that it wasn't a kill, just runs away. See Lina, one more kill, and they're growing this network lead on Excellent. 700 gold ahead right now. Been interesting. Chooses to pick up the Ring of Health on the Mars, so just kind of wants to stay in the lane. That's the point in Bulwark now. Doesn't really take much damage from the Drow or the Ench.
Yeah, I think what's going to be a little bit difficult about Exalearn as well is this Downbreaker is about to hit level 6. Lina essentially the carry here, so they will eventually, you know, if needed, actually Solar Guardian on in to maybe turn an engagement. And I think that's going to be very damaging to Tusk's early game here if they can't quite get that engagement right. But they drink water, it might be useful for them to bring like an extra man or two to every single rotation. They are going top, they're going bottom as well. In they go now onto Marb, who has the Celestial Hammer in 2, out of regen, tosses the hammer. They're going to get the kill top lane first, as Marb will make it out alive down bottom simultaneously.
This guy kill on the Ench, not a big deal. Marb trying to get his level 6 here. Tower will be pressured. Need someone down here to kind of protect him from the black hole as well.
Yeah, they've kind of left him all alone. He's trying to clear through the Eidolons, getting a little bit of CS in as well, but the denies, of course, favoring the Enigma quite naturally, up to 14 denies. Mid lane closing the door from behind is going to be this Tiny, attempting to try and set up here onto the Linas. They all have a party over the top room. Spawn here in the bottle for Yona, activates it for the ultimate. In goes now Marb, but out of there is Exalearn. They see Kishka. Marb wants to go for the kill here. He's going to have to use his last Mango, though, for the Starbreaker if he wants to. I think ought to, as he does get tossed into the stack. There's Telekinesis, though, and they'll have enough people here. All 5 heroes, even from Atomic, circling in for the kill.
Bot tower, though. Someone needs to take over this position. No one really capable. Maybe the Mars.
Yeah, Rubik's got really no HP, or sorry, no XP either. Otherwise, I feel like with Fade Bolt, he could at least stop the tower from going down too quickly.
Yeah, offering completed on Zeal as well. Kishka making the rotation down there to secure the tower. We see this a lot from Yona, trying to rush the BKB. No travels.
Yeah, very true. He likes to get that magic immunity online sooner. And in this kind of game, I don't know, it doesn't actually feel that strong. Black Hole, Marksmanship, Walrus Punch, you know, all kind of going to be doing quite a number to him through that magic immunity. Feels like positioning is almost a little bit more important in this game than the magic immunity itself. Hard to say.
Yeah. To be fair, with the BKB, the arena kind of blocks all the physical damage.
True. As Kishka and Exalearn being a little bit too aggressive there, trying to connect onto the Lina, but good positioning from Marb as he will connect and turn that engagement on its head. Top lane, it looks like they may decide to make a play, but it's only the Enchantress here. Still haven't seen the first arena of the game.
Kishka's so low level. Wonder where he can go to, like, kind of recover. Is probably the word I'm looking for. I like to see Excellent make a move down bottom, drink water. I'm just staying in lanes right now. Not really ready to open up the tower, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like they need a place for his Tiny to get back into the game.
Alright. We look at net worth. Really, everyone very even, with exception of the Lina, who's still not that far ahead either. Just about 700 gold leading over Miracle, over Marb. So very even game here. Game 2, even if it is 6-0 the lead for Atomic Esports. Exalearn will get cogged away, and I think he'll be just fine. I think the biggest deal, like you're saying, is the supports are still fairly all low level. No one's hit level 6 on the supporting squad yet.
Yeah, only KT's like level 5. I guess. Alright, they get the tombs, so not the worst. We have another tomb flying out for Jotun as well. Don't my guess that's all top lane.
Arena top, Solar Guardian as well. There's gonna be an easy kill onto the Enchantress.
I like that. Straight in tower. Excellent, just rotate down bottom. Bill has the offering actually. I wonder if he'll go for Rift Pack this game. Not the best item against the Lina.
I like it too, but it does feel like now you've got a real opportunity to go for a black hole play since Solar Guardian's on cooldown for another minute and a half. I understand why Marb decides to Solar Guardian in, waste no time, get some assist gold, he's farming in the right spot, but maybe a TP was better.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I just think that Drinkwater can probably slow siege mid, and I think it's really scary for Atomic to try and defend it without Arena, without Solar.
The Enigma and the draw definitely kind of strong right now, especially before this Mars has dagger. Finn prioritizing it, kind of rushing the dagger, no face boots. I like this a lot. I think it's really important he comes online for his team.
For sure. Like you're saying, that damage block right on the Arena of Blood can kind of make a difference here in this fight against the Drow Ranger especially.
Mid lane, nothing really happening. Getting misses though.
Yeah, just gonna miss. This is DD rune to the bottle, so they probably wouldn't have wanted to continue fighting anyway, as Exilion's gonna pick that up.
Mark's kind of close to Deso, about 700 gold away.
He's getting there. 1,000 for the BKB on Lina as well. I think those are going to be the next big items, and about another 700 here for Fiend's Blink Dagger. Drinkwater, though, you know, still looking for their first kill in the game, but they're being patient right now, as is Zeal. He's sitting on 1,600 gold right now.
Radiant's
Nothing in the quick buy.
Jotun? What is this? This is very manly.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Doesn't have hook shot. We'll see if he can get away. He's got a TP scroll, but there's
He's
Avalanche
dead.
and Toss. Yeah, I don't think he makes it out of here alive, and he will be the first one to die here on the side of Atomic Esports. That means he's got to upgrade the courier.
That was so odd. He dropped the sentry on the low ground. He rocketed, saw there was no sentry, and then saw there was a sentry, and then walked uphill to try and deboard it. No observer.
Got the sentry, but he's gonna pay with his life.
Water, smelling blood running in, but does not get
Dire
anyone.
are
Yona
scanning.
has the ball refill. Ooh, this kind of scary. Kishka.
Yeah, he's from
They
behind.
will see Jotun. They see Yona as well. Is this a toss you want? I don't think so.
Yeah, they're not going to get the DD rune. Walrus Punch, though, and Kishka instead is going to have to die for it. Hook shot in, Jotun. In goes Marv as well. They're going to try and set up for the kill. There's no
the
Death
stun.
quite yet, but the damage is still pretty decent here. Zeal threatening to go for the black hole. Miracle
that's
as
a
well.
big
TP's
Centaur
on
stun.
in.
Yes,
Look
the
at the
black
hook
hole.
stop onto 2. Black hole. It's going to catch the Arena of Blood. It's going to stop Exilern here in his tracks, but they've now lost 2 already in exchange for the Tiny, and now the mid lane Tusk. Jotun is going to be unable to escape, however, as he will fall. And that beautiful black hole set up by the Enchantress's War Stomp. Really nice play there. Oh, Drinkwater.
Yeah, Tommy really just same as the first game, overcommitting. There was Guy Hookshot was so far away from the team.
Radiant's
Just got
middle
the
tower
tiny
has
kill. Now
fallen.
Drinkwater just exploding in that. Zeal has a Arcane Boots and Blink Dagger flying onto him. So farmed. Miracle as well has the Hurricane Pike if you when he chooses to die.
Yeah, they've got a lot of money. That's not a bad spell. Demonic Conversion. Not one I usually get.
It's a great spell.
That one, thank you very much. That's a phenomenal fight there. Really diving, like you said, committing the Solar Guardian there on that play. Does end up kind of paying the price. Ooh, unlucky to be honest. That's the blink reveal on Fiend. Didn't really want it to go that way. There was the illusion of Zeal that looked like it could have been real.
Fair. He's blue. Oh, Jotun going in again.
You should have this one fairly easily though. No big ultis to turn.
I like how Atomic's not stopping here. They have a timing now. Yona is BKB. Marv has the Deso as well. They're definitely not weak.
Well, that Solar Guardian back up in 15 seconds here. Enigma with his blink, but without Black Hole for another minute and a half. Cannot offer much here in the wake of this enemy team, especially if Fiend is going to go in like that. What an engagement here. Chops down all the trees and finds the spear
Radiant's
instantly.
bottom
That's
tower
one way to
is
kill an
under
Enigma.
attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
They look like they still want to defend though. Kishka TP's up here. Been probably gonna just hang the tower with Bulwark if he wants to. Siege creep on the way. So a lot of damage. He'll be forced to propagate. Mid lane Exilern going in for Marb. Ooh, Miracle goes in as well. Miracle?
They can't TP to this 2-1 tower. Hookshot's going to connect onto the
Oh, the
Drow
heal.
Ranger. Barb's still alive. Big magic wand. And now the Solar Guardian in. He's going to say hello to Miracle up close and personal. Zeal, he's posturing like he has a black hole, but doesn't. Does have at least 3 supports here with him, though, as Fiend dropping low, but refusing to die. On the backlines now, Yona pops BKB. There's the toss, and I think actually that BKB used a bit preemptively here. Zeal, black hole in 40 seconds. Spell stolen is going to be that toss, but for now, Atomic Esports looking to try and disengage. Haster inactive, however, for the Tusk with his Blink Dagger. Misses on the Ice Shards, but should easily have this kill all the same onto Marb. Marb, yeah, unable to get off the stun. That is Atomic Esports with a good turn there. The kill onto Miracle, and now Jotun, unfortunately, barely caught here by the Malefice. They will catch Tiny, though. They're just fighting, man. They love fighting, don't they?
Yeah, both teams kind of just skirmishing. Almost got the Dawn at the start of the fight. The Starbreak, the Luminosity proc, just it healed so much.
Dire's middle tower is
A bit of
under
a
attack.
miscommunication to Miracle. Hurricane spiked up, but his teammate was turning around. But keep in mind that was a fight with no black hole, so they should have been a bit more Atomic favorite, I think. Travels on the Lina now. Both teams kind of chilling. I think Marb really wants to shard. The silence from Dro and the stun from Tiny are super annoying. It lands on the Rubik now. Would have preferred to see a dagger. Definitely prefer to see a dagger, especially against this Enigma.
You know, it is funny though how much we say don't go first item Rubik, don't go naked,
Yeah.
Blink Dagger on Rubik. I think I agree with you. Look at this guy, Fiend. He's in again, trying to burst through the edge. Who's barely still alive. They just lack enough damage, but there's gonna be the magic damage from the rocket flare to put down the edge. They tried to actually cliff Kishka, just shy there of being able to do so as the hookshot is gonna be avoided by Exilern. Here's Yona though, and Exilern not too sure if he wants to go in anymore. Tried to trap the Lina, maybe to force a BKB, but will fail to do so. 2 more dead in Atomic posturing like they want to siege for this tier 1 tower, but there's a black hole here, Adam.
He has BKB, I don't think they have enough damage. This is hard. Oh, gets scouted out by Rocket, both of them. Fiend might jump here.
That was
Dire's
close.
middle tower
Could have
has
been.
fallen.
Could have been.
Radiant's
Doing as well,
bottom
planting the
tower is
ward
under
in front of the
attack.
tier 2 tower. They do
Radiant
have a
structures
good
are
vision now on
fortified.
Exilern.
Fiend looking.
Dire's top tower
Yeah,
is under
he's got no arena though for 40 seconds, so it would be quite the
Kishka
dive.
top
And instead,
lane.
they want to go top lane where Yona is going to catch 1 target here. Miracle's TPing in though, and the entirety of Atomic Esports are going to follow up with their Lina. So Miracle, he's been scouted now. Where's
this
the
is
Enigma? He's
scary.
running over from the mid lane. Miracle still standing his ground, doing some damage. He gets Hurricane Piked up to the high ground, and he's going to be able to burst through the clockwork. Lina actually pops BKB just to run.
Yeah, kind of worried there. They did still have the Solar Guardian and the Avalanche from Rubik. Might have been able to turn, but it's definitely a very scary position considering they had no arena. Miracle still top of the net worth for his team. Very close to a BKB actually. As well as Zeus. It's gonna be a big timing for them. Excellent. Trying to buy the Aghanim's. I like this a lot. I think it's a good answer to Lina if you can ever get on him.
The Guardian. That's for top lane because they're on to Miracle. In goes Marb now. The stun is going to connect even after that Hurricane Pike. And Steel's going to commit Black Hole here. KT trying to steal it, but it's going to be Walrus punched and shut down. In the meantime, Marb actually lived quite a bit longer there. Miracle didn't get the damage in. Eventually, they'll be able to put him down.
Oh man, these 2-man plays are definitely what you want to avoid. They are really good at reacting and protecting their carry.
Atomic. They're still going for more. They know Zeal is quite weak now without the Black Hole and will connect onto him with the Arena of Blood. I think he makes it out of this one alive, and he doesn't.
Ooh, they get Kishka as well. No, kind of scared to go in. No BKB.
Wait, is Miracle going to commit this TP? He is?
He
He's
has
going
a
to stick
BKB in
it.
one. Oh, nice spear.
Yeah, and that's going to find Yona now. Oh, the marksmanship procs. LSA stun's not going to stop him from dying. Arrow already in flight, and it's Miracle who cuts down Yana's 6-time killing streak. They're looking out for the Tusk. Snowball stolen, but the shards just off the mark here, so that'll be enough of that. Yana, though, taking another costly death. 9-2-4, certainly trying to apply and keep his foot on the gas here in terms of accelerating the pace of this game. But now with 2 deaths here, does he need to... Does Atomic need to kind of readjust the way that they're looking at these fights and proposing them?
I feel like the way they're just trying to make these double fights. It's like there's just 2 men going somewhere and 3 men in another place. It's kind of not working out for them. They need to bring more heroes. They have a lot of damage. They just come with their heroes. no BKB on Zeal yet, so they shouldn't be too worried about Black Hole. There's always a cancel from the Rubik or something.
Halfway, actually nearly completed on the Axe, 3/4 of it for Exilern. Just needs 500 more and he'll have Axe Scepter up. Walrus kick here against Alina might potentially be very annoying for her. Putting her out of position, much like how Zeal was the last game.
Kick on anyone's probably death, honestly. So much damage on your hero sitting one row. Beautiful. Having a really good game. 5-1 and 3 still top of the network. Jotun probably has to hook away here. I say a bit. Looks like he might get tossed back.
Dire's top
And
tower
he's
is
dead.
under attack.
Fairly easy kill there. For the Clockwork, who is very aggressive. Jotun, of course, as we know, likes to really get in there, likes to break smokes, likes to get
Dire's
vision
middle
of the
tower
enemies,
is
and
under attack.
sometimes at the cost of his own life.
Both teams just chilling. Zeal really close to his BKB. Doesn't really want to fight right now. Coming a little bit more afraid, probably waiting for BKBs as well. I say BKBs, but it's just the one on Marb.
Yeah,
Fiend does-
Fiend has one as well. All right, so they're connecting. They're trying to connect on them. BKB soon enough for Zeal. It's not going to stop him. Like, he's not immune, of course, still to the Clockwork stun, to interrupt a black hole, or even Rubik stealing a black hole and casting it on him. So there could seriously be some problems there. Not a get out of jail free card, but certainly does make his game a lot easier to play versus Alina and even a Dawnbreaker.
Ooh, they think they're rushing. Might run into KT here. Does not have the dagger piece. No breaks.
Yeah, and Atomic pretty interrupted. Yeah, and that's going to be a kill, at least onto the Rubik. Can they look for Roche now? Is that a
Radiant's
potential
bottom tower is under
outcome
attack.
of this pick-off here?
Definitely
Drinkwater?
want the BKB on Enigma first.
TPing top. Yona. He's going to get out of here, but he's standing right underneath an enemy observer ward. Connecting from below is going to be the Enchantress, but she's completely alone. Instead, the toss actually is very useful. So Kishka tossing the Clockwork out of harm's way.
Happens. Big ward is trying to press the lead there. Excellent. Did get the snowball on the arena, but Shadowblade's away.
As we get hit with a little pause. State of this game.
If he says mouse, I'm gonna be mad. Alright.
Yes.
You are
Well,
safe. You are safe.
State of this game right now, Adam. What's the thing to look out for? This next Roche fight, I feel like, is what we're gearing up for, right?
I feel like the Enigma has a pretty free game right now, just because the Rubik's really poor. I think in this Rubik counter Enigma matchup, you actually need you at least need dagger. I would say minimum requirement. Because at this point, if he steals the black hole, there's no way he's gonna not die to Miracle or Accident or something. But you can't get on top of these heroes, so I would say the black hole on Lina is something to definitely look out for.
What is Rubik bought out for? Does he must have more money than this, right?
He's kind of low net worth.
He
so.
is low net worth, right? I thought he was way closer to Blink Dagger, but he is not even close, unfortunately for him.
Yeah,
saying.
they haven't really been winning fights and he hasn't been farming at all. 50 CS.
Yeah.
It's also
Yeah,
because
well-
they have this tricore, right? So it's kind of hard for him to farm. With Dawn especially, takes the furthest lane away from the team.
It's true. Yeah, normally Rubik can kind of just let that lane come to him and farm it with Fade Bolt, but not an option here. See what Drinkwater is going to do in response. Do they have any smokes? They do have one in the backpack of the Tiny. I still think you just wait for this BKB Enigma, then you smoke up, look for the fight. What is it? What's the deal here? Do you start forcing the Roche fight and just hide and tuck your Enigma away in the trees? Or do you just look for the fight first?
They have eggs on Tusk now, so I think you definitely want to force fight. It's just about the map. Like this island on top, look at top. Tommy has to react to this, then that's a smoke angle. It's always going to be a smoke angle. These are the ones pushing, because there's no ghost push on Tommy.
Well, there's Fiend dealing with that fairly quickly. DD Rune in the river, scouted by both teams. Yana is detected, though. They know that there's a sentry nearby, so Yana's not going to die here in the river, and instead it's Exilern who's going to go ahead and bottle up that DD Rune. They smoked in front of the ward So Atomic Esports, they know exactly what's coming, and you can see now the reaction by Fiend trying to get out of the way of this one. Not really sure where to go. He's under vision as well. The blink away is not going to see him to safety here. Exilern doesn't pop the BKB or the DD yet, as Fiend will pop the BKB, but didn't damage Kishka. So he simply just walks out of the arena and blinks away. Exilern falling to Yana, but Yana doesn't actually have the burst damage needed. In goes Jotun. You can't stop him, man. 4 stabs committed. There's going to be another Walrus kick back. DD this time popped around with the Solar Guardian, keeping them alive. Miracle, though, with the Gust on Stu. Black Hole now from Seal. Stolen immediately, but interrupted. Still, though, Yana is dead. Barb trying to fight through this. The buyback into the hook shot's going to connect onto 2 supports, but it's not going to make a difference to Marb. He's going to go down. Rubik on 1 HP, barely alive in this fight, finally will drop as the man who kicked it all off, Fiend, is going to go down. Miracle with a phenomenal fight. Picks up 4 kills, and Drinkwater fighting their opponents. What a fight.
It's so hard for him to get on the draw, especially with how the fight started. Excellent, causing so much chaos, and this threat of the black hole as well. We talked about how the Dawn's good against the Enigma in lane, but mid-late game when this BKB is up on Zeal and there's nothing to... I say nothing to stop the black hole, but I guess Kitty kinda did cancel it. It's so scary for the carry Dawnbreaker to jump onto the Lina, you know? The perfect black hole setup.
Yeah, true. The counter initiation setup. It's very similar to when I see Winter Wyverns picked against the Dawnbreaker, which is not something you see too much anymore these days, but anytime you ult in, you're just going to get Winter's Curse. Almost the same thing here.
Miracle with the Crystal is now even more damage. He hits so hard. Jonas having so much issues. Every multi-shot that comes out goes down to so low HP.
Yep.
Shard as well. Growth Bow.
And Lina's just going to start melting to this. I mean, she's got decent base armor, but of course, every time you marksmanship proc, you're essentially hitting for full damage there. No reduction. Lina, not a hero that really likes to build that bonus armor.
Yeah, this armor doesn't even help you against the draw as well, so it's kind of tough.
Kishka is going to drop here. They are looking to close the door from behind. Actually, Kishka's very tanky, and they're a little bit shy to commit. Rubik probably going to get blown up there by the backline Tusk as they kick his corpse, committing a war crime there onto the Rubik. Being to force the BKB as Clockwork is next to go. Miracle picking up 2 kills here already. Lina doing a good job at least of shoving in the bottom lane as far as he can and then clearing the wave top. But it's a 1-for-2 trade here in favor of Drinkwater. Atomic Esports basically already in recovery mode. I don't know if Lina's going to make it out of here alive, by the way. No TV for 20 more seconds. She's going to clear this wave. But they're already on top of her. Oh, she's speedy. She's speedy. She'll make it away. Exilern cannot carry the detection needed. No way Yana farms another wave, right? Yeah, okay.
Radiant's middle tower has
for his
fallen.
TP. They did kind of suspect it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Should probably carry a dust.
Yeah.
Probably.
Probably. It's a good item these days, isn't it?
Miracle holding the high ground by himself. He just cleared the wave. I mean, these fights are looking harder and harder. Mark actually so far. He's got AK in the bank. It's not like Atomic's poor or very far behind, but it just feels like their fights are very hard to take. This Rubik really needs a dagger. One black hole is always going to take to turn this game around.
For sure. And he's so close now. Just needs like one more wave to filter on in.
Oh,
whoa! Jotun! Yeah, hell yeah, brother. Get in there.
Power to the people.
I will not be trapped inside the radiant base. Yo, that's a kill though.
That's worth good. That's all Jotun.
I was in the middle of flaming him, but there I go. Being wrong yet again.
It's so weird how these plays like affect each other. You know, maybe if the Clockwork didn't walk up there, the 4 men who killed the Clockwork might be at mid with Excellent or something. It just works sometimes.
He's gonna get outside the base, and maybe this delays the push a bit longer. This Tusk, he's got no BOT, so it's gonna take him probably another 30 seconds to actually make it to the siege. It's a 5v4 in the meantime, unless you count the Aegis, then it's a 5v5. Now Miracle feels strong enough to just kind of do this. There's going to be telekinesis. They were expecting the initiation from the Mars, though. They toss him even further back. BKB active. He catches 2 in the Arena of Blood as they have killed Miracle on the high ground in the meantime. They're sending this Mars, or sorry, they're sending the Enigma scattering. And look at the damage that Miracle is taking. Marb trying to stick on top of him here. Miracle dusted up. His BKB now wearing off as Marb will tear right through him. They're going to lose the clockwork yet again. But this is a phenomenal fight from Atomic Esports. As Drinkwater, they just tried to push 4v5. That's really all it was.
There was some... That was not the play. That was not the play. Honestly, that was all Jotun.
I think so. I think so. I think you're right.
Chain of events. Oh, solo kill.
And as you can see, very keen to hold this one. Poor Courier, man. Just getting walrus punched.
So much gold, 90 each. Essentially a tower. Marb's going for AC actually. That's kind of interesting.
I do think someone needs this bonus armor, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Really the only one that can do it. Lincoln's being queued up on Yona. Okay, I like that a lot. Gonna make excellent job of kicking him much harder. Oh, he sees the Ench TP. Yes, Silver Edge. Four stuffs in front of
Delete it.
Yes,
oh,
right?
maybe not. Okay, that's just Enchantress things. Casually full healing off the burst damage of Alina, but probably should have tried for the LSA anyway. Bit more of resilience here in the Atomic Esports lineup. Snowball. Oh, Rubik, he's in!
No,
Channeling
no
his inner
way.
Jotun. He's going to die for that, but there's the Solar Guardian keeping him alive. Stolen Snowball in now onto Exilern. They're trying to keep their eyes on the Enigma, though. They know that the Black Hole's going to be a threat here as there's the Midnight Pulse drop
Zeal
down.
gets
Zeal
bombed.
pops his own
He has to
BKB,
commit the
trapped
Black
inside Cogs, dies to the Lina, and Exilern's going to go down next. Tiny as well is going to be next on the buffet here for Atomic Esports side. Miracle not in this engagement, and Drinkwater, they're just trying to hold that ward. At what cost, though? For now, Atomic Esports going a bit too far. Miracle trying to fight 1v1 versus Mara. Bar
Yes,
breaking that
Hurricane
marksmanship
fire.
passive, though. As Miracle does get down to the low ground. Jotun and Fiend dying here, basically, to the remnants. As in goes Kishka, having fought back, will make the difference here between the two. Fiend really wants his kill onto Miracle, and I don't think he's going to get it. Slow to a crawl and take it down Atomic Esports. Oh, it's so good just until they overextend, man. Every time.
Yeah, every time.
There it goes.
Do the same. Don't BKB. You know, you gotta take those small wins. Those are not simple games, especially 30 minutes in the game becomes so. It's so easy to turn. Honestly, it's so easy to turn.
Healing power.
It's a really big start for them. They get the Enigma, no trade of the Black Hole when Miracle comes in. I never coming in defense.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This time, Drinkwater now pushing as 5. I don't think are going to be that easy to pick off. Haven't seen a Black Hole for a while, and I think that's a lot of credit to Fiend. He's been chasing down this Enigma constantly in these fights.
Radiant's
Now
middle
has some
tower
pressure.
has fallen.
That's going to be brand new.
Pretty fat.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
1 million racks, not the
Radiant
worst.
structures
But
are
they have to be
fortified.
careful here with water. They stick around a bit too long. 10
Radiant's middle
seconds on the
barracks
Dawn and the
has
Mars.
fallen.
Not
Radiant's
looking
middle
to
barracks
engage though.
has fallen.
It's wise. I think BKB back online for Miracle, so they're probably going to shove in this top lane and maybe look for an overcommitment. Because there's a courier here from the Lina. Is that going to be the full Lincoln Sphere? It is. So they will make that courier have its special secret mission successful.
Look at Kishka has the Echo Saber now queuing up the Aghanims.
Feeling it.
I'm a fan.
Got Gem of True Sight. Yeah, Echo Saber, of course, procs on every single hit out from Tree Volley, so it's pretty good.
2x alert.
Careful here. Oh,
Okay.
moved away. Surprised there was not a telekinesis there. Seemed like there
Yeah, I
was
feel like he turned after the snowball. There was definitely a bit of time, I would say. Quite a wasted smoke. Atomic, they're definitely not weak here. I think they're pretty strong actually. Kishka
Blood
trying to-
work.
Kishka
Oh, he's caught.
to-
I don't know if this is the kind of fight really that Drinkwater want to take, but it's certainly not the kind of fight Atomic want to take, as they will go ahead and leave the clockwork high and dry.
Hook the
Force
creep
tap
wave.
down to the low
That's it.
ground, really wasting some time. Hook shot over to the mid wave. Oh, there's Miracle to cut him down, though. Good effort.
Top lane Yona, he's hunting. He sees Zeal. Will he go more though?
Yeah, but it's so dangerous though. If you don't burst the 100 to 0, he's just gonna BKB Black Hole and kill you.
RR. Has the Guardian Greaves now. Dagger of Bristol as well. The fake support.
Fake support. What's the
This
Zench
dog.
building? Is she fake support as well? No, she's got Guardian Greaves and 4-staff. This is no Dragonlance Power Tread Zench.
Big fan of Dragonlance. Power Trades Ench.
Me too. You get to do a lot of
The
damage.
only
I've
way
seen
to
you
burst.
playing that Ench lately. Can't hide it from
Lollies.
me. I know you're a fake support too. You say, okay, Drow Ranger, you're level 3 now. I'm gonna go jungle. See you later.
Real supports don't win pubs.
Very true. It's very true.
You gotta just act like you're supporting. Pick that SF plus 5, you know, we go farm.
I have a fear. What do you mean I'm not supporting you?
That's true. I'm initiator.
I'm initiating. Just let me get Aether Blink or Arcane Blink and BKB, and then I'll be initiating, guys. Don't worry.
You get Dragonlance with the shard, so you hit from far.
I have Aether Lens, so I can triple stack my rays from across the river.
Indeed. Ozil almost has your Lincolns. Okay, so that's pretty big actually. It gives him a free black hole pretty much.
And I'll tell you what, actually, Drow Ranger nearly has the butterfly as well, which could be problematic.
Ooh, I thought I was going for a Swift Bring. Okay, I like the butterfly a lot more.
Careful here. Action.
Follow me.
Holding the ward
Excellent.
spot though is Atomic Esports. Hookshot's gonna
No.
miss.
Come on guys, just sniff him. Just
Maybe
sniff
for the
him.
best. Telekinesis though, they're gonna look
There
to
you
try
go.
and burst Excellent 100 to 0, and I think they have
Kishka.
done so. He does not have buyback. Kishka as well on the side is gonna be forced away, but the refresh out from the Mars. They're also keeping away Miracle from this fight, but the refresh has kind of been blown here.
No,
Still has that
that's so
second
greedy.
BKB, still has the second Arena of Blood, but Miracle finally in on the fight here, looking to try and burst through Marb as the 4-staff is gonna get Ench away to safety.
First,
Oh,
Nima.
Kishka re-engaging from the side, but there's going to be the Arena of Blood. Miracle too fast on the BKB. There's going to be the Black Hole. They've caught themselves the Luna, and Clockwork does not have the hookshot to interrupt it, nor does he have the mana. 3 dead on the side of Atomic Esports, but despite the fight starting off so well for them, Drinkwater will strike back and likely pick up second Roche.
Man, I feel like Atomic, they're trying to play to win the game. Like, just Arena, kill a Tiny, take the gem. Slow wins, you know. In the... I guess kind of the story of this game, Atomic just going too far or too little.
My sprites are with
So,
us.
with the butterfly complete, now we get the
Your
Aegis.
shrine has fallen to the dark.
Shard for Enigma. Something cool.
Something cool. Something for the
cool.
fans.
Would have loved if they gave it to the Tiny, actually.
Yeah, especially because he
He has
is
the
almost
eggs, too.
at Ag Scepter,
He
isn't
has
he?
the eggs.
What the?
Farmed when he's farmed.
He's farmed. He's found some farm, and I think for good reason. I wouldn't say Exilern is necessarily out of impact. He's still very impactful if he can find the Walrus kick back, but certainly no longer the core he used to be, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely just been going in for his team. Being a boy.
Radiant's
a
top
homie.
tower has fallen. Radiant's
a
top barracks
homie.
are under attack.
For the boys, as in go the ranged heroes now. That is a machine gun of a crossbow
Radiant's
there
top
on this
barracks
Drow
has
Ranger, but
fallen.
with Aegis, it's so hard to actually make the jump and go in and kill her, especially with Butterfly now, level 25 talent. Has gone for the
Radiant's
multi-shot
top
waves.
barracks are under attack.
Oh, that thing hurts, man.
We're looking for levels on Radiant. No one's really close to 25. The double Starbreaker on Marby is really big if he can get there.
Radiant are scanning.
Enigma starting to be a very big problem right now. Rubik not enough network to keep up. Enigma does have the Lincolns now, so very, very hard to steal.
Yeah, very true. See, 3 volley. Goodbye, creep wave. Immediately farmed up. A tanky Tiny as well, man. Between his Ogre Seal Totem, his natural strength gain, of course. I mean, 26 armor and 3,500 HP. He is not easy to take down.
He's the tankiest hero in the game right now. Highest
That's-
HP, highest armor too,
Yeah,
probably.
by far. There's another tree volley. Goodbye, creep wave deleted.
Alright, Dream Warriors, they want to press the advantage. 2.5 minutes on the Aegis left. See how Atomic
Radiant's
choose to
bottom tower is
defend.
under attack.
As they defend, but the tower is just getting more down. Didn't really
Yeah,
happen.
seriously. Even this Wild Wing Ripper man taking a stab at it.
Trying to look for a spear back here, I think.
Volley. Not doing much there. I think he only threw the one tree.
Radiant structures.
Oh, and there's going to be
Ah,
initiation. The Walrus kick away. Arena of Blood, though, it only sets them up for a better one as they're trying to burst through the Enchantress, kind of getting distracted. There's 2 arenas set up here to try and corral the Drow Ranger, but the Solar Guardian's completely off the mark. Didn't hit anyone. What is going on here? I think Atomic Esports just completely... They dropped the toast. What happened?
Excellent went on the Rubik and he was trying to save the Rubik with the Solar Guardian, I believe. It was in
Radiant's
their
bottom
base, so
tower has fallen.
oh no, that's not it.
No, he's got buyback. Oh, but Yana, he's just
Oh,
dead. Black
dude.
hole interrupted there by the hook shot, but it's not going to make a difference. They've got the kill into Fiend, and he doesn't have buyback. KT is getting just ran down as there's the tip now from Zeal onto KT. Didn't get that one right. I think this is going to be Miracle and company closing out the game. Waller's kicking KT back out of the fountain. The rampage for Miracle, and he's looking for the double rampage, and he'll have it. GG, well played is called. Drinkwater will take the 2-0 over Atomic Esports.
Any 3 and 2.
Radiant's bottom barracks
What a game.
Very nice performance by Miracle.
Dire victory.
Very stable, I would say.
Yeah, that's Drinkwater taking the 2-0. Atomic Esports, you know, like you were saying, it did feel like they had themselves a real opening, a real window here in this game, but I just think they kind of... They didn't quite have the right read on it. As you were saying, that they were like playing to win the game, where it was kind of more going to be a slower comeback for them.
Yeah, it did feel that way. I felt like all their fights, even especially the ones in the mid lane, both games, they kind of just overextended, got overzealous, trying to do too much too early into a game. Although
Right.
it's like at least at a higher level, it's very slow wins. Sometimes you just kill 2 supports for like a 2-minute fight. You know, that's just life. Sometimes you gotta accept it.
I think you have to like work your way up to those fights. Right, we'll take a look at some of these highlights now, and I believe this is actually the fight that really starts to turn things around. Atomic Esports with such a dominating lead early, if you just look at and focus on kill scores, right? But very quickly it turned on its head after this fight, just kind of overextending, losing the Lina for the first time. And that sets everything back. You can see here they're just so aggressive, so eager to dive. I think this is the one where Miracle TP's in as well. Yeah, you can see him there at the bottom of your screen,
think this
basically up
gets
to the
out
high
here.
ground. And it's just, I don't know. I feel like they don't need to completely crush the enemy in every single team fight, right? Maybe sometimes you just get the tiny, you get back, right? You force rotations and you're happy with that. You play for the smaller objectives.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. I feel like Dreamwater kind of understood that a bit more this series. Like you see them, they early on they protect their objectives, but they don't overcommit to anything. I think Excellent, especially his movement, like you see him sometimes he snowballs in. He's like, "This is not kill." He just runs away. Let's Kishka die or something. It's these small decisions that kind of lead up to this top fight. This was the, I believe, first big black hole.
The Gust. The Gust was the big one there, and there it is, Blink Black Hole with the BKB, as you say. Interrupted, good steal from Rubik, but by this point, as you can see, Miracle just completely left alone. Marb really chasing for this kill. I don't think they get Zeal in this fight even. Right clicks from Rubik aren't sufficient, and then it turns into a full team wipe here. And from here, you know, Drinkwater squarely in control of the game. They do kind of throw it back here a little bit. Our boy Jatoon, you know, buying back after he kind of feeds tactically to set up for a 4v5 situation. Really well played to Fiend, who chases the Enigma out of the fights. And the Miracle actually dies here, but...
I actually thought he got out here because they have the sentry, right? So they know there's no detection from Radiant. I've just been able to run.
Yeah, couldn't get out in time, though.
It was a kind of weird start to the fight, but they do get Zeal. Gets caught a bit, hang around, dies. And then this is where the overchasing happens again. Miracle just manages to turn 2v4, but knowing the Alina had no BKB, a pretty free kill. Fiend as well.
And by this point, it's an even game, even, right? This was immediately after the fight, but once again, just kind of overextending. You know, this was after they had already won a pretty decent pickoff, and they just decide, like, we have to all fight to the death for some reason on Atomic.
Yeah, this was a really clutch buyback by Kishka as well. Saves the draw. Might have gone down there. Might have.
True. And maybe that would have made it a bit more worth it. And then this is, of course, just the way to close out the game here with Miracle and his double rampage. Proving to be a little bit too strong for Atomic Esports here, as it'll be a 2-0 in favor of Drinkwater. Number 1 seed versus number 8 seed. You know, I don't think people are going to be too surprised necessarily by the outcome of this match. And
yeah, looking good, Drinkwater. Morning people, obviously. Wonder why.
Miracle in his wise age, he's not even that old, 26. He's been playing Dota for pretty much his entire adult career. Shout outs to him.
We're old. We're old.
Is showing off his morning experience, right? They woke up, they stretched, they were here, they were ready to play, and are going to take the 2-0. So very well played for them, as the opening series is going to go as expected according to seeding, with Drinkwater taking the 2-0 over Atomic Esports. Adam, up next is going to be a team that you actually really looked forward to watching, Yangon Galacticos versus Skyon Core Esports. Any kind of setup for this match? Anything you're looking forward to hear from yourself?
Nothing in particular. I'm quite curious. I'm curious to see how Sky does without Akashi, who was quite a standout player for me, at least at IESF recently. I think he was kind of the core around the team. I'm not sure who their new player is. Like, I think his name's Jules, but I don't really know who he is. Not the JULZ, some other guy. Probably a younger player. So, and YG in the games, at least the games I caught, they look really solid. Like, I think similar level as Drinkwater, maybe. So to me, that's a matchup that's really interesting. Looking forward to it.
Okay, that'll be coming up in just a bit, guys. We don't start matches early here for DPC, so it is going to be a bit of a wait. That match is going to be live on your screens in around 45 to 50 minutes. So do stick around throughout the extended break, guys. But when we come back, we will return with YG versus Skyon Core Esports. We'll catch you then. Okay, lovely. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Winter Tour for the 2023 season. We're over in the SCA region where the closed qualifiers are going to continue now. Upper bracket round 1 still, and it's going to be YG, Yangon Galacticos, taking on Sky Encore Esports. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Seek and Strike, and joining me is going to be Adam, aka 343 Dota. And Adam, this is a team that you think, YG that is going to end up actually in the top 3. Tell me a little bit about that. Why do you have so much confidence in this squad?
Just judging from their qualifier games, I feel like they've shown restraint, which some of the teams I've watched definitely like. You know, it's when they choose to go for more, like we saw last series, especially. Just they know how to take. They know it's a slow process, and they take very like methodical steps. They don't throw. I think that's like a big thing. They don't throw. They're just kind of stable. They have their style too, which is.
Yeah, especially on like the Div 2 scene, right? Not throwing. I mean, it sounds very obvious, but just being consistent in that way and not taking haphazard Roche fights is actually going to, take you a long way. Speaking of taking us a long way, let's take us to the bracket where we can quickly catch up and just see where this match lies up with and who the winner is going to be facing, as well as, of course, catch anyone up on our previous round, which you may have missed. And if you did, it was Drinkwater taking the 2-0, so they're going to move on. Winner of this series between YG and Sky Encore Esports is going to face Drinkwater. The loser, I believe, drops into that second lower bracket round here already. But it's going to be an interesting matchup here between the two. Sky Encore Esports, I believe, the 3rd seed overall versus the 6th seed of YG.
Not too sure if YG played in the first few qualifiers. I didn't really check the bracket. Do you have any clue?
If YG did, I think they did, but they got eliminated fairly early before they got to the second day even. So we'll see how they can fare here now versus Sky Encore Esports. Sky Encore Esports looked pretty good as well, I have to say, throughout their run of the qualifiers. I did only catch a few of their games. But I was thoroughly impressed with how well they played, to be quite honest. It's a full Filipino stack. I believe a few of them, as you say, were just actually at the IESF World Championship in Bali. So we'll see now how they can do in game number 1 versus Yangon Galacticos, as our draft is now underway live on your screens.
Yeah, I believe they got 2nd place, losing 3-2 to Indonesia in the finals. Very close game. They were very ahead when I stopped watching, and then Indonesia won.
Dire team pick.
They are also playing with a slightly different roster, missing Akashi, their carry, who is no longer in the team.
Let's see. Yeah, now they're playing with Abat, looks like. But it is mostly the same. I believe JWO is Jewel, Naris, and Grim. So it is almost the same team, but of course you change one position, especially one as crucial as the carry. And it's going to play like a little bit of a different roster. Abat previously from Team Amplify, Signal Ultra, as well as his most recent big squad. And he stood in for a couple other teams like Execration in a while. But it's actually, it appears anyway, it appears to be the return of Abat here to competitive Dota. It looks like he's taken around half a year to a year off.
Yeah, I think last seen on Execration maybe.
Yeah, it looks like he was a stand-in there.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Play
Skyra for Sky Encore Esports.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
5 seconds.
They've already won.
Big Sky lover. Big Sky lover. Post 5 Sky. This team, they always play their Post 5 Sky actually. All the time. YG, nothing too surprising. They like their silencer a lot. Follow up with the Beastmaster. Kind of early, not something you see very common in the draft, but just a comfort pick for them, I guess.
Dire team ban.
I've gone to it before. Again, just to drive the point home that we never really know who's on these teams until they load into matches. One of Sky's Encore Esports players is named Mbappe.
Radiant team ban.
There's Messi on his team too.
Oh goodness, they've teamed up. Oh no, who will stop them now? All 6 goals in the World Cup or something like that. Oh jeez, but against the Beastmaster now, so Sky might be in for a bit of a rough time, considering of course he is the lowest armor hero in the game. Might not be too fun.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm taking some times on the bans here, YG.
Yeah, I've taken out that Pangolier and the Sniper thus far. Also banning out the Primal Beast, which has been a big answer to Naga Siren, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just a comfort ban again, just targeting. They love their tiny Sky as well. Sky Encore. Kind of odd bans coming out. It's Train and Undying. They already have the Silencer, which is, I would say, 80% the post 5, and 3 and Undying most of the time post 5 heroes as well. YG. I've not really seen them run the double post 5, or at least it's not common. So bans are kind of odd to me.
What is double plus 5 to you? Is that when you just have two really hard position 5s,
It's
two
like-
heroes that aren't going to scale very well, basically?
It's like having Silencer, Snapfire, maybe.
Mhm.
Like the Snap does scale, but it's more of a. How I put it, it's not a Tuskar, it's not a tiny, it's not some Blink Dagger hero, you know.
So what's the point of
Dire
like a double
team
position
back.
5 when it's drafted? Is it more to get that early game advantage to set up your lanes very nicely, or is it something else?
I think there was a patch before this, the one where OG won every championship. They were kind of running the double post 5, quote unquote. It's just it's because the course transition
10
their network
seconds remaining.
very, very well. And it was kind of a game where the supports would move around, the course would
5
just try to
seconds
stay in
remaining.
lane and farm as much as they can. But I think we've kind of gone away from that a bit more now. Especially with the transition to the Rift Pack meta before this, where teams
Dire
try to
team
group up on timings more. So we're kind of see a
Radiant
would,
team pick.
residue of that. Residue, that sounds so wrong, but
No,
residue it is.
we see a little bit of the residual meta, you know?
Mhm.
It's like when you try and clean out your blender and there's always still a little bit left at the bottom, right? It's more flavor for the next one.
Ember, the Lewis Ember. Big fan of this hero. You know, they
10
love their Ember
seconds
too.
remaining.
Big Ember team. By Encore, unfortunately, I
5
cannot find their
seconds
Dota
remaining.
buff, so not much data to go on, but doesn't seem to be drafting too
Radiant
differently from
team
how they
pick.
did before.
Oh,
there's
there
there's
it
the
is.
snap.
You were talking about the double position 5. Snapfire was one of these heroes that you actually mentioned by name. And, well, here it
Dire
is.
team pick.
It's probably the Snap Beastmaster lane. And this is at least, you know, if you're going to do something like a double position 5, like in the meta you've described, I at least can appreciate them picking a Faceless Void, right? Very strong already against the Sky and an Ember, but also it combos with your Snapfire very well. Gives you
Yeah.
early kill potential.
Yeah, I like
10
the snap pick a
seconds
lot.
remaining.
It's good against the Tusk, helps you get out of shards. It helps you deal with this
5
chain
seconds
Skyra
remaining.
Fault combo as well. Just safe. Nice pick. Goes well with the Void as well, like you said, and the Beast. They do like damage. Snap, obviously one of the big damage heroes. Nothing to cancel his kisses right now as well. See how Sky Encore respond here. Saw quite a bit of Faceless Void yesterday. I think the hero felt like he couldn't. How put it? He didn't have pace in the game.
Yeah, it felt like he was always responding to an item that was picked up by his, you know,
Yeah,
opponent.
it felt very slow. But I guess it's due to the laning phase. The Faceless Void that wins his lane definitely can be very aggressive.
I'm liking this already Faceless Void game a lot better. They have two bespoke solutions for the Ember Spirit. Global Silence, which, you know, stops being as effective. But once, of course, Ember gets BKB. But this Chronosphere, if you can catch him, is going to be a be-all, end-all for the Ember, for sure.
Encore taking some time here. Wonder if they'll just pick the Naga. It's a pretty good Naga game. Both supports on YG don't really like playing against the hero as well as the Beast and the Void. So
Yeah, I really wonder what you want to go with here, honestly. It's, I mean, every time I see Beastmaster, you know, I'm always a little bit more, you know, you want to win the lane, right? You want to do a
Yeah.
bit better.
I like
And try and show them
Naga,
out.
Joro, and
Mhm.
I mean Miracle would insta pick Doom here. It's a pretty good Doom.
You know,
game. Doom,
you
the
know,
Faceless
actually,
Void
it
is pretty
is a
good.
pretty good Doom game.
Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker's going to be the pick instead. Could be a good solution to the Faceless Void. I know you said the data is a little bit limited here, especially for a bat who's a little bit, you know, returning to the scene. Do you expect this to be a carry Dawnbreaker or an offlane Dawnbreaker, though, just looking at the drafts?
I feel like they should put it in
10
the offlane,
seconds
but
remaining.
will it be carry? I feel like it won't. It won't be carry.
5
I doubt
seconds
it. I doubt
remaining.
It is a good lane against the beast, but that's kind of all it is. Sure, Dawn against Void is pretty fine too. It's kind of interesting pick because it's into the silencer. Global silence just kind of stops Solar Guardian.
That's right. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. And that's always going to be quite annoying to deal with, right? I think that's well worth a global silence to keep an enemy core out of the fight, as it's almost certainly a core.
Is it though?
Dire team ban.
Of
The Dawnbreaker?
Task off lane, Dawn +5. Definitely doable. Definitely doable.
It is doable. I just haven't seen a whole lot of it lately, if I'm being honest with you.
That's fair. That's fair.
I know, so I hadn't considered it. I remember on release to Captain's Mode, Dawnbreaker was, I think, kind of settled more on being a pretty solid position 5 if you can go for the Acceptor Rush. And it's really good versus Faceless Void, you're absolutely right. But with the Global Silence, like it does feel like a really big issue, because then it's definitely worth using Global Silence to, you know, get rid of that 60% evasion.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that is very true.
It does feel like difficult, right? Because it's not so much like the hero doesn't do anything on the position 5. It's just that the way that you want to play the hero is still just easily as countered, even if it wasn't an offlaner that's going to be coming in to do damage. So
Dire team
Very true.
it feels hard. In that sense, I'd rather see the Dawnbreaker in a core then. So at least outside of her ultimate, she's still useful.
Has a purpose. Yeah. I get you. Death Prophet ban. Interesting. This YG go for here? I just need another small spell hero. Some damage.
10 seconds remaining.
Just gonna say Void Spirit, but I feel like these heroes are kind of hard to
5
pick right now.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, if it weren't for the Skywrath Mage as well. I mean, we saw a Void Spirit and a
Dire
Skywrath
team
Mage yesterday, and I really wouldn't recommend
Legion
it.
Commander.
You're gonna go with the LC.
That's the mid Legion against the Ember.
Yeah, I like the thought of that. You have a Dispel as well against perhaps a Skywrath Mage who's trying to find a silence onto one of your allies. Snowballing type hero.
It's hard lockdown as well. It's not a hero to
10
play with the
seconds
global
remaining.
science. Yeah, I like the pick. I wonder if Sky Encore will
5
curveball and put the
seconds
Ember
remaining.
safe lane here. Ember against Beast is pretty good, and Ember Sky is pretty decent lane as well.
I wouldn't mind that actually. I think Ember might, because I think, well, because Ember needs a bit more protection in this game, doesn't he? You have like a lot of really good solutions for him, to be honest.
Yeah, I think YG recognized that as well. They take out the TA and the Morph, both heroes that like can kind of go to the mid lane and carry.
Right. Well, Sky Encore. We'll decide on Monkey.
You may now select your
Okay,
hero.
that's
So-
a not bad hero.
Yeah, it is, and I expect then it'll be safe lane Monkey and mid Ember then. Maybe they'll try and play with the lanes a little bit.
Oh, they can put the monkey mid though if they really want to.
Yeah.
I think they should actually.
I wouldn't mind seeing about mid lane on the Monkey King versus the LC. I agree with that. I haven't locked in anything for Sky Encore Esports though, so certainly having a discussion about it, one would hope. And then they go locking in there.
Lewis
Your
Monkey
heroes.
King. Lewis is the mid player. Okay, so it is a Abad Ember, I believe.
Okay.
Safe lane
going-
Ember.
Went by Den Sanity this game.
Then Sanity.
10 seconds remaining.
Thank you, YG, for using real names.
5 seconds remaining.
Yes, agreed. And it is offlane Dawnbreaker then, so they've decided on their 3 cores, their 3 lanes. Seems to make a great deal of sense. And that is then going to be for Yangon Galacticos, the mid LC. I quite like YG's lineup this game, if I'm being quite honest with you. I think the biggest difficulty they'll have is the very classic Faceless Void with 2 melee cores, Omega Lol. But I do think there's ways of working around that, given you have a Snapfire.
Okay, I feel like YG has a more well-rounded draft, but their heroes depend on their lanes to do well, and Sky Encore seem to have drafted purely to address the lanes. So I'm kind of curious how the interaction is gonna go, because I think YG's heroes from behind they are really hard to play. I'm also not sure how this Monkey Legion matchup will go. I assume the Monkey free farms, but how much can he take away from the Legion commander? I'm really not too sure.
That's a good point too. Taking a look here as we get underway with game number 1. A prediction, Adam, or would you prefer to ride the fence?
Oh, this is a fence game for me too. Defense game for me.
I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and dip my toe in the water and be a little bit confident in this YG lineup. I don't know. I think this LC might be able to snowball out of control. It's going to depend a lot here on how they can execute on team fights as always. But I do think they've got a nice combo here and a safety, you know, eject switch out of team fights with global silence. That seems pretty useful.
What's our pause reason this time? Nothing so far. Did Jewel used to go by a different name? Any idea?
I'm not sure.
Right, no clue as well. Their name is Sky Encore Esports. Their tag should be SEE.
The silence deepens.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I like their logo. Their logo's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
You can kind of see an S in there. I kind of see an E. I see the S though.
I see no E's, man.
It's like a Rorschach test, you know? What do you see?
Oh,
I see 2 worms.
it's an I because they are C.
I see an Ouroboros.
Oh, alright, game's getting started. Boots on Sapphire. It's kind of interesting. I think. I think he doesn't know that the Ember is the safe lane.
I guess not, right? Because
Yeah, I
Boots
feel like
obviously
he will.
against a monkey and potential Tusk lane do a lot of good, but against an Ember, he's still gonna catch you with sleight of
Oh,
fist.
he did the thing. Okay, that's nice. That's nice.
What's the thing? Explain the thing.
Alright, so you can buy boots, run out, place the ward, and then you sell the boots at the secret shop in time to get the full goal.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, you can do this like every game, literally, on both sides. Very
So
cool,
what?
very
So the dire equivalent would be the cliff ward, right? In
Yeah, the
Raiden
bottom
jungle?
cliff ward, same ward basically.
He actually got all his gold back. Yeah,
Yeah, I think you have like a minute or something, so,
Huh.
or 40 seconds, something like that.
that is
Pretty
very interesting. I imagine that is gonna get patched out though.
It's definitely been in the game for quite a long time.
Really? Have you done this? Do you do the thing?
I have done it before.
And in what games is it beneficial to do the thing?
When I care more, I mean, it helps you get the ward first. Because I think on Dire you generally expect, especially if you don't see boots, you generally expect to get the rune first. 2 or 3 runes? Nope. Sorry, we'll pick it up.
Yeah, it'll be 2 runes each. There it is. Now we know to look at the
Colours,
colors. What is
colours.
this though? They're trying something cheeky. KSH, although it's not really that effective because he's going to time walk underneath the 2 tower. He'll be
trouble
A-okay.
though, yes, sure.
Should have probably gone for silencer first, and now they are. TP scroll triggered, and they've just immediately given up. Not wasting any more time here.
Just force the TP. Something. Has shards now though. Top lane. I imagine this lane would actually be pretty hard for the Ember Beast Snap. Pretty strong with a Tusk +5 actually. Thought the Tuskar would be in the bot lane, but decide otherwise. I felt like the Ember really needed the Skyraf up here. The Tusk is more of a killer, I think. It is not one of those lanes where you can really go on them too early.
All right. Does it have anything to do with the silencer down bottom, perhaps? Because I'm not too sure either. I would have thought a Tusk Dawnbreaker lane could be very, very aggressive.
As the Tusk, I would definitely want to play against the Silencer over the Snap, I think. Because of the shard interaction, you just cookie over shard, so you're never really like threatened and don't get blasted.
Very
for
true,
long.
right? Yeah, that's a good point. They go bottom, and well, that's first blood for Jewel. Very easy for him.
No TP. Oh, he does. Alright, 1 second. 1 second late.
For we're gonna hear that voice line all game from Eris. Is in
The best voice
bag.
line in the game, I'm sure.
Well, that's half the reason you get level 25 on Skyrith Mage, isn't it?
Do you see mid lane?
Uh,
LCS, 3 CS.
Yeah, that's pretty difficult here. Yeah, because you cannot dispel. You can dispel Jingu Mastery, the buff from Monkey King, but you can't dispel that number over your head. That's undispellable. So that's why she's not obviously pressing the attack and removing it. No option.
I mean,
really to
you
do
can
so.
only press the attack yourself, so yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, yes. You can only target allies who press the attack. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of early, but pretty worried for YG here. I feel like this LC pick was meant for like one purpose, and now he's the offlane, kind of.
Right. Does it get any easier with the chainmail here once you get a little bit more armor in that lane, or is the physical damage just too immense from Monkey?
I think the Monkey's just gonna deny everything.
I see. That's more the concern.
I also feel this Monkey has the strength in this game to run around, because Beast and Void don't really threaten him. It's really
Right.
just the Chrono and Snap Out that
Never
doing
hear
it.
the end of
On bottom.
this.
Ooh, they're looking for a bash. They're looking for a bash, and they won't find one, unfortunately. So Faceless Void's going to return to the lane to continue CSing. Yeah, mid lane as well. You know, on this mid lane Monkey, I feel like with a couple points, even just the 1 point in Tree Dance, you can rotate to side lanes very quickly, and I think you've got good kill set up in both your lanes.
Yeah, he does. He has Solar Guardian on top as well. It does look like a recipe for a disaster for Radiant.
So I'll be looking forward to Lewis's builds. Obviously, 2 points for now into the Boundless Strike. I think allows him to get clear waves a bit easier. Did underestimate his damage there on the range creep, however. Top lane, a bit of skirmishing. They're actually turning on to Grims as they will cookie forward now. The Beastmaster setting up for the kill, and the last stack of axes will put him down. 2 points to the Boars, though, so they are trying to make this a boar lane.
Oh, that's interesting.
I would have thought otherwise as well.
Yeah, feeling a bit more confident, I guess. Double melee. One can really get to your board. Interesting that Lewis chooses to go for another Rift Band here. I feel like his lane's pretty free. You can just buy like Facebook to Corrosion.
I guess he wants the stats. Let's see, he's not going to be able to really stop Young PH here from getting the water in. No bottle, so it doesn't have to deal with the regen. Yeah, this lane's really hard. Unlike a lot of other lanes where they have auto attack modifiers, I think Moment of Courage is just not going to be good enough to get you out of this one. There's that, you know, basically lane control established.
And the thing is, Jingu helps you deny too, so it's really rough for the Legion. Matchup only gets harder. Monkey's just gonna control you until Young PH trying to pull the wave here, fails. Thanks to power good too.
And yeah, that's in trouble as well. And the dead face is Void as a result.
Took so much damage, just
Struggling a bit. I mean, this lane looks just fine. Honestly, top lane, though, is starting to struggle a little bit. You can see the Tusk not really having... Shut up, Skywrath Mage. He's not really having the impact he wants here on this. It's like you're saying, just a simple cookie over shards, and it really kind of stops all the aggression.
I mean, the top lane, they know the stack's not here. Trying to go on the Beast. Has the
I think
helm
he's
of Fire
dead.
and Will, but no tag team
Without
though.
Cookie,
Oh,
well,
it's
he's
a-
got a helm. Quite
It's
tanky,
a
actually.
Very
That helm of
odd
the Iron
skill
Helm.
build from Grims. No tag team.
Snapfire's return to lane. Young PH is... this is where you're supposed to lane mid, right? Right here on this ramp, I believe, is where the creeps are supposed to meet.
The
Young
thing
PH
is, Monkey's so good at like chasing you, Lewis. He's gonna do it now.
Yeah, not like
Monkey's like
speaking
one of the most mobile heroes. So easy.
You can't even TP. Now you can TP, but I think it's too late.
He'll die if he TPs.
Yeah, I think it's too late. So just trying to waste some time. Not every day you see a dive go this far. Is down bottom.
Oh, he
Trying
gets the
for a kill,
career.
but a bit shy. No way he gets that courier. Is he gonna pull the other wave as well?
Got it.
I mean, you just can't. You just can't.
Oh, Facebook's complete on the Monkey King.
Some chip damage to the tier 1 tower mid lane in exchange, but oh, Grims is actually gonna just pick up this rune. I think he saw the Snapfire coming on the ward. Monkey not really losing
Ooh,
too much,
one's
and now he
already-
has like a triple stacked wave here. This is gonna be a pretty serious push.
Oh, that's true. That's the
Okay, I mean, I guess not with mini echo,
Yeah.
but still.
it is really good for him actually. The Legion.
Back his own wave. That's something like Envy would do, you know? He was always like really big into just messing with his... whenever the few times he would go mid in officials, he just always messed with the equilibrium a ton. Down bottom, in trouble is Silencer. He shall drop. It is a 1-for-1 trade, and they got the kill into Skywrath first.
Do you know how at TI 3-3 like use career to like mess with the wave?
Right?
Yeah. What if you do it as the Legion now? Or you just put your career behind the tower to like
I don't think your courier is fast enough. Though. I think Valve has thought of that.
That's true.
330 move speed compared to 325. TP's top lane, that's because they're going for a dive. They've committed the first roar of the game, and they've killed the Ember with it as well, but they're out of spells now. Lewis, though, having difficulties jumping to the trees. Faces a void that was nice down bottom.
Needs to be... Oh, Lewis?
Yeah, there's going to be Jingu Mastery. Needs one more and has the kill. They're even going to Solar Guardian in here. Jewel wants nothing more to do with that bottom lane and is going to try and help for the kill top. There's a tree dance available, but no Primal Spring, so not really worth going for it. And, okay, I mean, not a big deal, I guess. Zonebreaker's going to TP back bottom, but now TP on cooldown and no ultimate.
That was a really odd Solar Guardian.
Yep. I'm also not sure how Faceless Void died bottom.
I think the Sky Tussle and Dawn killed him before the Solar Guardian happened. PSH. Having the roughest game of all, actually, when you still PS.
Yeah, seriously. On bottom, with the support Tusk rotating down bottom, almost getting bashed to death. Pops the wand or the stick. There's going to be the stuns coming through, but not in time. KSH out and away. There is a duel available, and yeah, that's a pretty good target. The man with 1 armor. You just need 1 bash. You didn't get it, unfortunately. Unlucky. But you do get the kill at the very least.
Legion's back. Close to dagger, 700 gold. Still behind the Monkey King, but
it was really weird though. That move mid actually secured him like way more CS than he had any right to.
Yeah, it did.
It was kind of like almost a lane, not winning, but a lane recovery move.
Yeah, it was kind of Abad ganking from the back. Let's keep the change despite of all the units. That's a
Got the monkey here too. There's a roar, and TP's coming. Cookie not in time though. Probably wouldn't have changed much there, to be honest. That's going to be the Monkey King making the second rotation of the game and his second kill here top.
They're just shutting down the Beastmaster once again. I feel like the problem with this Beast hero is when you don't pick heroes to come and help him when he needs it, it just feels so underwhelming. Like the hero's really a snowballing, take your map hero, does it only with the helm, with the roar, but when you don't have anyone to help him, he's not really the kind of monster that he should be. The smoke top lane again. Just really want to shut down Shodi. They have Solar Guardian up as well now, so it's hard to get a reaction from YG.
Are fortified.
We'll leave though. We wanna put the
very dead Snapfire, especially with the haste rune now on the Monkey King. He's gonna go down here. Cookie, not good enough there.
Wonder if he'll look to do anything. Still has the boundless strike with the Jingu.
Yeah, it's tempting.
So he's just gonna
Radiant's
push
top
out the
tower
wave.
is under attack.
Very farmed. Jewel as well, doing really well in his lane. 1.5k net worth above the Faceless Void, who is resorted to jungling. Dagger completed on Young PH now. Level 6 on the Snapfire. Probably will look to make a
Radiant's
move.
bottom tower is under
Kinda
attack.
late for bot lane though. Jewel already putting pressure into the tower.
Yeah, there's Chronosphere. There's also Kisses. TP on Snapfire, though, is not ready. He's holding on to the Blink Dagger of Young PH. Okay, so he showed on the wave after he had Blink Dagger, and now they're going to smoke and try and go bottom. That's an interesting move.
I wonder if they can get anything here though. There is the snowball from Grim, so high priority target on the Tuskar. They look like they will back off. Mid lane Lewis probably telling them, yeah, it's drawing the line.
Break. Looking for the jump. They want the Dawnbreaker. They'll get her with the snowball. Nope. Cancelled by the global silence here. Monkey King can't do anything either. The Chrono, it's going to catch 3, almost catching Eris, nearly walking into it. And he does actually, just for a mere second. Reaching, and just not enough damage there. Blink Dagger on LC in 1, but that's not going to disjoint that projectile. But the heal, I think, is going to put Young PH in a good spot. And man, that Tumbler's toy doing a lot of work here. It comes now about trying to maybe look for something just a little bit too late, unfortunately. They got 2 kills there. Just engagements.
They're going to get top tower too because of Abad's TP. I say that, but Grim's tipping in. Will gets scouted. Well, he is alone, but whatever.
The ulti on in. The Guardian. My goodness, that's when you know an offlane Dawnbreaker's got some levels. Now she will go. Grims is going to actually die, though. Ticks down to the creeps, all the DOTs. Didn't give the kill to Silencer, who still doesn't have any int stolen yet.
The Centaur can save himself. Oh, he misses.
Done. Didn't catch the monkey though, and I think probably needed to. LC thinking about going in, has a DD rune, but these are very tanky heroes. The cookie ain't gonna be good enough for now. Faces Void's actually TP'ing. They're gonna try for the duel now onto the Dawnbreaker. She's gonna heal in 2 more hits. Out comes the Wukong's command. There's gonna be the Centaur stomp out from the Beastmaster. Once again, not a dual kill, but a dual used for the kill. As Lewis is not going to be able to jump away here with the damage over time. Centaur jumping forward, continuing the lockdown there as Young PH now blinking forward, looking for the kill. Oh no! The Skyrise Mage dropping the Mystic Flare on top of the stun. Monkey King has actually some lifesteal here, needs to not get bashed, and unfortunately a little bit unlucky there. KSH got a quality mate, met the face with the Monkey King.
Yeah, nice rotation from KSH. Secures the kill. Catching up in net worth now, big chrono bottom lane as well, helping him a lot. They still want to defend here, KSH.
Whoa.
Faster first.
Yeah, that's easy. By the way, this is a maxed Ancient Seal, which is why he's silenced for so long. Walrus Punch for Shoti, and that's an easy return couple of kills in favor of Sky Encore.
Getting a bit complacent there, I would say, winning the fight, trying to go for a tower, committing a bit too hard. Definitely in Sky Encore's best interest to keep defending his top tower. He's won the Beastmaster to snowball his game.
Oh, it's going to be for the Monkey King. Sorry, make that for the Ember as Silencer is getting ran down. It's not going to save his life though, so kind of a panic global it felt like, because now this is going to enable Sky Encore, especially when they know, well, Chronosphere is coming off cooldown soon. Might be a dangerous moment then.
Very odd global. Saw the Ember and the Tusk just pop global, try to run, but it's just him and the Snapfire that was... Could have been in trouble with the cookie out. We see another smoke here, Ares.
Radiant are
King and
scanning.
Young PH, not the easiest kill, has the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, the smoke though might be bearing some
Zorin is
fruit.
here though, this is hard. They see this guy now.
Yeah, they're in deep as well to the triangle. It's way too risky. And in fact, here comes the counter smoke that may have been picked up by the ward. I'm not 100% sure. Either way, they're going to go top lane, and it looks like it was with the movement from Sky Encore now. I think they know that they did smoke. It's a pretty good ward there behind the tier 1 tower, just tucked away in the Radiance triangle. You can see them. They're holding a ward. This is very disciplined play. Smoke will break. They're going to make the jump onto the silence, trying to blow him up. Down he goes. Didn't have ulti, though. Solar Guardian is going to get at least Jewel in the fight, but not useful for any kills. So there's going to be the Jewel. They're going to try and jump onto the Ember Spirit now, and they finally get some dual damage onto the LC. Very good roar. Chronosphere does catch 4! Monkey, he leapt into it. Focusing onto the Skywrath Mage. They'll take him down. Lewis, at least, will be able to get off the Wukong's command. He's got a Diffusal Blade here. Has some damage, but didn't quite burn the mana fast enough here onto KSH. They've got vision, and he can't jump himself down the cliff. Turns to try and fight through Jewel, and cannot. He will still drop to Lewis. A phenomenal Chronosphere there from the Faceless Void. Woo! Good
Very
spell
nicely
casting.
done. Nicely done by KSH. Felt like he could have time walked down there instead of to the right. At least his team might have been able to help him ease up a bit, but yeah, high impact kills. Sky Encore really wanting to defend this top area of the
Dire's
map.
top tower is under attack.
Got it.
You'll probably lose their tower now. Shodi gonna take it down.
Dire's top tower has
Not too
fallen.
far away from the Helm of the Overlord too. Chooses to skip the boots, but they're still quite a bit behind. That's so on the Dawnbreaker now. So much damage, close to Shard as well. 2k on the Monkey King, dude, they're
Radiant's
so
middle
fun.
tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
YG kinda scared
Dire
to
are scanning.
do anything here. Another smoke. Lewis wants to use his Diffusal Blade. They might find Shodi.
Well, they're hunting too. I like the Diffusal pickup though. I think it's pretty fun. They're gonna actually try and get the the creeps before they can deward, but will not be successful.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I wonder
is
why
under
this
attack.
Monkey King has a Manta queued up. I wonder if he'll actually buy it. I feel like he just buy BKB or something.
I'll see as well with a brand new blade mail,
Lewis.
pardon me.
Tower is under
Oh,
attack.
he's Abad.
Oh, they're
no,
gonna make the
Abad.
jump.
It's not
He
red,
didn't
it's
remnant out in
snowball
time in
though.
the global. It's gonna prevent any sort of save, any sort of follow-up. Tusk was closing in for the
Oh,
snowball.
Lewis?
Couldn't find it in time in the roar. Out of the Monkey King. There's gonna be the Solar Guardian and the snowball to get him out of trouble though. As Lewis needs to be careful. No Chronosphere, but eager to
Oh, it's
fight
a
here is
nice
KSH.
cookie.
Dead inside the Roach Pit is gonna be Lun. Zarain doing what he can. Out comes now the Wukong's command. Young PH trapped inside as KSH simply time walks away. Shoti does take down the Skyreath Mage. It did cost a buyback there as well from Abad. They will end up winning this team by picking off
Radiant's
two
middle tower
cores.
is under
Maybe going up to the high ground here, thinking about it. Jewel actually already used Solar Guardian, but with the Desolator, he's pretty scary.
Radiant's middle
KSH
tower
is not
has
going to
fallen.
risk dying for a kill.
Man, they're so strong. Even without the Ember, they take the fight so convincingly, knowing there's no Chrono. It's a bit too far ahead of the game. Dawn has the Shard and the Deso. 1k go now.
Wow.
Going Manta on Lewis. Not too sure about this one. Not too sure, but he's very far ahead. See how it goes.
I guess it's for global, right? I mean,
Yeah, it is, but you're a Monkey King. You really care that much about Global.
that's true. I guess he
Time
really wants to get up the
dilation.
ultimate. It looks like they're trying to transition here into the Dawnbreaker being the carry, as they will find and kill Faceless Void in the jungle. Just happened to walk up on him. Ancient Seal, and an easy kill there. Nothing a cookie could do about it.
Man, KSH feels like he hasn't got an item in quite a while. He had the MOM Javelin in the top fight. Still no Maelstrom completed. YG just kind of getting closed in there properly. Some of the Overlord too now on Beast. Blade Mail as well on Young PH, so they
Radiant's
definitely
top
can take
tower
fights.
is
It's
under
just
attack.
they need kind of chill. The Void's not ready to clean up
Not a-
yet.
He's not a boss yet, is he? He's kind
Yeah.
of he's still working. He's like level 1 mafioso. Needs to work his way up there in the mobile game ad worlds.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, he's been hitting some sick chronos, but KSH will... Oh no, KSH.
Oh, careful. In they go. Yep, Mask of Madness as well. I mean, no chance to time walk away. He even silence himself for them. Zarian doing what he can. It has no more cookie. No chance here. Nowhere to go. He'll die. Another smoke. Very successful from Sky Encore Esports. We'll see what they can get out from this, though. Is Roche on the table for them now?
Yeah, Dawn has Deso, definitely is. Definitely is tag team as well. Well one
Yeah.
though, but doesn't really matter. Shodi trying to get Ares
Radiant's
here,
middle
no
tower
boots
is
though.
under attack.
That's a long TP away from Jewel. He TP'd to... I'm not sure where he TP'd to, the outpost, and he's actually going to gank them from behind. Good enough potentially for the kill on Shoti. They need another right click. Jewel being
Oh, no.
slowed. Celestial Hammer in a couple more seconds.
A shot?
Global Silence is going to stop from coming out. The shards as well are going to miss. In they go with the duel and the kisses to follow up. It's a big boundless strike, but not good enough to change the fate of the duel, as Young PH is still alive as well. Monkey continuing to chase.
It's a
Abad even
Thunderthorn.
finds himself stunned, maybe even bashed and killed underneath this tower. There's a Chronosphere. Is he going to commit it? No. They know he's out of remnants, though they don't even need it. Young PH blinks back in for the kill. I cannot believe he lived.
So what the hell, Lewis? Drops a Wukong in top lane. Is he free now?
I'm not sure what that was.
I feel like everyone was on the left. One is really there. Manta almost complete, so Sky the... I don't know if there's a nice pick off by Young PH, I guess. Goes in, recognizes the Dawn is a pretty big kill. The snap out on top of the duel. Chrono not expanded, so very nicely done for YG actually.
Really playing that consistently. Counted the remnants, knew he was all out, even with Arcane Rin. Confident that they'd have the kill. For good reason. They did grab him. Now, all of a sudden, it's YG who are going to be the ones trying to take Roche first.
Is this what you want to do? This looks kind of scary to me. There's still a Solar Guardian, no snap, oh, no Chrono. Ah, sorry, they do have Chrono, no Wukong. Ah, looks like it's kind of free.
Punch in. Okay, Mystic Flare. Snapfire's still alive thanks to the mechanism. And even gets the Force Staff away.
The
They
roar and the
turn
monkey.
Guardian in, but they're on to Lewis. The roar, the stuns. They need more. And there's going to be the Chronosphere catching 2-3 of his own teammates, sure. As the Monkey King will go down. Jewel's going to be next. In the back. All he can do is offer a couple of sleight of fists, a couple of Maelstrom procs. He is going to be forced back. T1 Tower is demolished alongside the rest of his team.
Oh man, that's so rough. Sky, they were. You know, is this a comeback? They're still kind of ahead. But Aegis and a big fight taken for YG.
Looking pretty convincing for them now. That Helm with the Overlord making a really big difference here. KSH, I mean, he's hit Chronos all game and he continues to do so. PH thinking about going diving here onto a bat, but that's a very aggressive player, especially with
They
enemies
see the Sky
respawning.
TP.
Sky's a much better target.
Sky?
The Sky sees them. I think now realizing that they're going to try and get out of here. Blink forward from Grims, puts them in snowball range. In they go, though. They're going to try and dispel him, looking to turn with the Global Silence now. They're looking for the duel. Additional damage now for Young PH, up to 114. Remember when his first 3 duels didn't net him anything? Wow.
Yeah, he's so fat. He's even changed up his item build from Republic.
Okay,
Oh
but they
my
remove
God.
Chrono. What a jump there from Jewel. He's really doing the damage here. Thinking about setting up the Wukong's command for the second life, but thinking
Abba in trouble.
about it. The bash,
tech
though, they
speed.
instantly murdered a bat. And now, with the roar, they are going to get through Jewel as well. What in the world? High Encore.
So much damage. The Void died to Boundless Strike and Starbreaker. That's all that was cast from him. Monkey King, we talked about how he was gonna have a good start and started to look like a monster, but
Radiant's
I
bottom
don't know, I feel
tower
like
is under
it could be
attack.
the item build, but he doesn't feel so strong anymore. Able to get down Wukong a
Okay.
lot.
There's initiation. They're trying to time it perfectly. The stun is first dispelled from
Grims?
KSH. Allows him to time walk away, crucially, before Lewis actually gets away there. Lunds gets the kill on the Grims. I think Young PH thought his Blade Mail would return damage to Lewis,
On the
and it
Wukong?
doesn't.
Yeah.
That's not how that works. Because he walked in and got all of his mana burned voluntarily.
Having too much mana,
Yeah.
feeling too strong.
Coin for me.
Boy, close to a BKB now. This game suddenly looks so hard for Sky Encore. I feel like the items they have, they're kind of like playing to snowball their timings. Very all-in item build, I would say. Getting punished here. Double 4 stuff coming out for YG soon. Zorin almost
Radiant's
has it.
bottom
Moon has it
tower is under
already.
attack.
Dagger on the beast. Hellbird's kind of interesting. I feel like he should have just gone for BKB, but I guess he just feels really strong.
Radiant are scanning.
Lewis as well. Thinking about hunting down bottom. They did get rid of that Aegis. And Faceless Void pre-BKB is still kind of a soft target, but it's really difficult here. You never know who's going to be lying in wait. And this LFC has really turned these fights 1 or 2 times already.
Yeah, we talked about this being a hard game. He definitely did suffer for like the first 15 minutes or so, but so far the fights we see PH doing quite a lot, recognizing when to go in. Mid lane, they see Grims. They wanna do anything though. There's a dagger on the Beastmaster. But has the Lincoln. It's pulped.
Okay, that was close. Does manage to get out in time. Didn't want to commit the global. Holding on to
Another
all the
halt.
ultis now from YG. They're going to smoke. They've got phenomenal vision here in the mid lane. Even better now that they know enemies have a sentry on the high ground.
No Legion though. Young PH. Was camping the top lane for quite a while.
Careful.
Shorty smoke
Mid
break.
lane, they're making to make the jump, and they've got the kill. But in the meantime, they have caught a bat now inside of the Chronosphere. Uh-oh. And
Oh,
Jewel's
Jewel
going to
here
come
as
inside as
well.
well. Thought he could change the fate there. Could not. The damage now with the DD rune immense from the Faceless Void.
Oh no. But they killed the silencer. If they didn't, the silencer might have global the Solar Guardian and Joel would be alive. Grim's in a bit of trouble. Gets the blink out, but will hard block?
pretty good, but Shoti with Blink Dagger closing the
Oh, the
gap.
helm plays.
Oh, the
Shoti.
Shard Golem.
Oh.
Hell yeah, you hurl that boulder and picking up kills, KSH.
YG looking super dominant now. It's so hard for Sky Encore to take a fight. Like, they can always blow up one hero with this Skyrock combo, but I feel like that's the end of the plays they've been making.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Abat as well, having a real tough game. Tanking all the chronos, the duels.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
YG looking in a like they're in a very good position right now. Robo,
Oh,
come
it's going to be for top lane where they've caught the monkey in a duel. Blade Mail Kiss is committed. Have the kill. Bat looking for something here, but didn't connect on the steering chain, so nothing to be had.
Oh man, Louis definitely feeling horrible about his purchases.
Yeah, it's not really working out here for them.
Hyperstone on the Legion now. My god, young PH, 190 damage.
Dire's bottom tower
Getting
is under
scary.
attack.
Or it is scary. Legion, the vision from Beast 2. His Hawk's always in the right place.
Trying to close the door from behind. This Hawk actually not picked up either by the Sentry Ward. So
Yeah,
Sky Encore
yeah.
Esports, they might be a little bit too confident here. So
Yeah,
they
jump kiss
come,
hit.
they're going to make
But
the
there's a
jump onto
first
Face
off.
Void, and they have killed him off. Mech not in time, and the LC instead going for a duel onto the backliners, but not have the Dispel there. There's going to be at least the Dawnbreaker ulti to try and escape, but she is just focus fired and killed. And Abat, he's trying to take down the Silencer, try as he might. Silence, Remnants on back, Zarain ready with the cookie. A nice dodge there, but
Oh, nice
unfortunately
silence.
silenced by the last word. And the team, this game's so hard for Sky Encore now. They're just getting outfought at every corner.
And there was a fight without their Monkey King too. Just trying to take advantage and punish the Faceless Void. And you see his Silencer, he's 1k away from Refresher. Oh, that's gonna be so rough for Sky Encore.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Ладно,
He has
смотрим
the shard
дальше.
now, on the way to his BKB.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Feels
attack.
like Sky Encore need a... They need to like split the map somehow, but it's so hard against this beast with the Legion just camping all the time. There's so many of these fights where they just burst the void, but it's not enough top lane.
Yeah, there they go. The duel, the damage, another time with the kisses, nothing Monkey can do.
Oh, it's tough.
Deepens.
When the Legion is solo killing the Monkey King, it's tough. They solo kill, but there are two kisses there.
No, seriously, just the LC damage alone, like you're saying, is nearly enough. Almost with a full AC now. Has as well this Mindbreaker, which is... I mean, that's a Mindbreaker when you're playing Ember. You build this Lincoln's, you know, to try and get yourself saved. He's building Yule's Scepter now even on the bat.
Yeah, it's rough. Like you kind of have to stack defensive.
Yeah,
Like,
Duel
he
is,
has a-
they're killing Jewel. Spit that fire. Spit that fire. Don't even need to spit the fire. Well done. Jewel's just dead. Didn't even move. Couldn't move.
Смотрим дальше.
They need the shard on the beast as well. I was gonna say they need to somehow protect the monkey against this Legion. Maybe just smoke behind him. They
This
do
is
have a
getting out of hand.
snowball.
They just won another duel top lane. 304 damage already. I don't know, man. This is rough.
It's rough. Honestly, if he halberds the monkey when he duels, the monkey will probably just get solo kill. Don't need
Yep.
that blade mail damage.
That's very true. That's very true, actually.
500
Probably-
damage, AC, MPH popping off.
It seems more of a risk to let him get off the Jingu Mastery at this stage, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Reaver completed as well. Has the Paladin sword too, so probably better not to let him rescue. That Guardian on top.
And they go now to Roche for YG. They don't even need the Inner Beast Aura. They're going to take this guy down so quickly. Haven't seen a Chrono since the last one down bottom. Next one's going to be upgraded with this Mjolnir. Now, of course, an Aegis and a Shard here for the Faceless Void, as he gets everything. He's the king.
Oh, nice from YG. BKB completed on Shori as well. Top lane Abad. Just gonna pull the wave here. kind of keeping the lanes in. Young PH going for more plays in the bot lane.
Seriously, just
Radiant
always on the
are
prowl.
scanning.
Monkey King, it's going to be hard for him to even show himself here. They're going to smoke even in the scan. They already know where he is.
Dire
He
are
scans as
Uh-oh.
well.
They're line. Oh, good scan there. Look at this. These guys, they know each other, huh?
They know.
Okay, he's going to send. I would send forward only one of the monkeys, personally. That's always my
Yeah,
favorite
same.
play, trying to get them to commit. Oh, what the heck?
It's I would say it's a good play. It is a good play.
They gonna,
The Beast Hawk's coming down too.
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
Lewis does TP out. Did the Beast walk to the right side just to send the Hawk through the tree line? That's really good though. Now they know Monkey has no TP and they can just sweep to the left side of the map. Or top side of the map.
Yeah, now he's away. They did commit the kisses, but they stopped the monkey from farming. They prevent the wave from being cut. And now it seems like bot lane is going to be the lane of choice here for YG. Monkey is going to be forced back. He's without TP scroll, so doesn't really get to do much split pushing whatsoever before his buildings start getting siege. Lotus Orb dispelling the silence as 2 KSH showing off his brand new Ag Shard.
Dire's bottom
They
tower
go now.
Sorrow.
Tier 3 tower destroyed. They have, of course, another Fortify ready to use. It's about using it here at the right time to actually get the outcome you're looking for.
Where's the...
Walrus punch. Was that for a hawk?
I don't think so.
Guy. In trouble. Here's KSH. Mystic Flare on top. Ooh, cookie mechanism. And he gets
Oh,
the
no
time walk
way.
away.
on Dire
That's slightly stinging. They're going to have another Mystic Flare in another 35 seconds, but no longer have a bottom lane of barracks. The YG will not give them another opportunity to potentially turn the fight.
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
Healing up. MOM and the offering. The Titan Sliver coming into play too.
Смотрим дальше.
Status resist. Keeping him alive there.
Oh, there they go, hunting again. Global silence preventing the snowball, even with the blink dagger not in time. Jewel, BKBs, Solar Guardian's not going to be enough. Tusk trying to escape. Choti pops BKB to shrug off another Mystic Flare as down goes Grims. And it's been an impossible game. I mean, win lane, lose game, unfortunately for Monkey King. It's just been a miserable experience for him. And careful, time walk in a
Yes,
second.
he
Dial
wants
for grouping
this.
up. Chronosphere yet can be thrown. KSH saving it for a different day.
Dire's
The day to fight is coming soon. The bashes, but getting the remnant out in time here. Ember Spirit back to safety in the fountain, but GG is called. That's it. YG, they've taken over this game, Adam. Sky Esports is gonna have to play game number 2.
Смотрим дальше.
And Sky Sports, they went for this pretty lane heavy draft and they just couldn't keep their advantage. I guess you could say some item choices, some decision making issues. They lost their lead. YG, they get the Roche and the team wipe, and from there it just felt like their draft came into play.
Seriously, yeah, YG absolutely dominated in game 1. It's after that performance, Adam, especially, it's no surprise to hear why you thought this team was going to be in top 3. The way that they recovered from that difficult lane and the way that they calculated those fights early, I have to really give them credit. I don't even think Sky Encore took bad fights. There was this team fight top especially where they scouted the smoke using a really good ward, and they even initiated onto the silencer quite properly, but still end up losing the fight because YG just are executing a bit better at that stage.
Yeah, when you play these drafts where you need to snowball off the laning phase, you need to use your net worth advantage to convert into something. But Sky Sports, they couldn't really get anything. We saw the diffuser on the monkey and the Deso on the Dawn doing quite a lot for a while. And then they just didn't transition into the team fight part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, even at this stage, is this the first duel victory? It is, right?
Yeah,
15 minutes
it is.
in with Blink Dagger, LC finally is able to strike gold. But it's really, for me, the game changer,
The chronos.
genuinely, it's these chronos. Look at all of these chronos in these fights.
Yeah, KSH. I thought he could have gone to the left or down here.
Yeah.
Kind of isolated himself.
One of his mistakes in the game, right? Did get caught a couple times farming by Mystic Flares and the Ancient Seals especially.
Man, this fight, the Lewis survived on like 20 HP and got a boundless off. It was so close. Look at that. Oh,
And why, by the way, oh, I thought actually LC lived. There's another fight where I think it's this one, right? Where both of these heroes actually end up making it out alive,
yeah, it was
including young PH here
very
somehow.
Big play. Just don't have the knockdown, I guess. He used the diffusal while the LC wasn't running away and just didn't have it after. Then Abad gets caught here. Let's try to get LC, pass the attack off cooldown, survives on 10 HP again.
And then from here, game is just looking a little bit too difficult. And I think there's another great Chronosphere in this fight incoming onto the Monkey King. I think he chronos half of his team with this one, doesn't he?
It don't matter.
It's still a good chrono.
I am
isn't
the
it?
team.
And Ember just not able to really offer much. And from here, it just felt like there was no looking back from YG, KSH, especially with this DD rune. This one was tough. There's the chrono, top right of your screens. Solar Guardian, maybe at this stage of the game, still good enough, but with the DD rune online, no way.
No way.
It's just KSH highlight reel. They fought so well.
Probably didn't see the DD as well, the chrono. Big blue, camouflage.
Big blue, that's right. He was wearing the right skin to not have been scouted there.
The fights felt so hard. YG, they felt so buffed up. The mech, the Bisora. Some saves here and there.
I mean, and we can talk about this Monkey King build just a little bit, right? Because I think it is going to be a big point of contention to look back towards. But do you think would this game have looked much different if it wasn't, that Manta style? Maybe if it wasn't this Diffusal Monkey? Like, where do you think a Monkey
I think the
could-
Diffusal was fine. I think Echo was fine too. I think he just needed to scale. He didn't need to put himself in this position where he needs to Manta dodge some roar. He's gonna lose the game. It was kind of YOLO, I guess. It feels very unnecessary. Like you can just scale, take
Right.
good fights, but kind of went for a more fight now build, and they started losing fights, so it hurt them a lot. Actually, it did hurt them a lot.
Yeah. So we're gonna see here what Sky Encore Esports are going to give us here for game number 2, as it's YG, who on a very successful Faceless Void, and I think, Adam, the first very successful Faceless Void we've seen all tournament, win game 1. We're going to go to a short break, guys, but when we return, we'll be back for game number 2 between YG and Sky Encore Esports. We'll catch you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SCA closed qualifiers for the 2023 DPC Winter Tour. I am Sequence Dragon. Joining me here is still 343, of course, as we're going to be bringing you game number 2 of our series here very, very shortly, Adam. We just saw basically YG not too long ago, of course, take the first game, and it was all about team fight. It's all about team fight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did feel that way. Sky and Core had more of a lane-heavy draft, but couldn't really keep up their lead. Few small mistakes. As a draft that like focus more on lanes, like I said just now, you need to keep your net worth advantage, otherwise you kind of just lose out. You use your items and your lead to build on like things you like team fight, like catch. That's what laning drafts are meant to do. And YG, they had a team fight draft. I would say their lanes were a bit weaker and kind of suffered a bit in the early game, but definitely finding the right pickoffs and some big chronos by KSH helped them to turn the game around.
Yeah, definitely. I think the ultis were also... I think the silencer did exactly what they were hoping for, basically, right? Global silence every time. I don't think we saw a single snowball save, and it wasn't really, the fault of the Tusk. It was a lot of these globals were just way too good.
Yeah, I'm glad I finally see a silencer where the team picks like heroes that use the global,
Right.
It looks really nice to me, Someone goes in, there's a duel, there's a roar, and the global silence on top, it's like fight me or die, That's kind of what you want as a silencer. I think a lot of teams fail to do that recently with the silencer, so good to see YG with a good understanding of the hero.
Well, exactly. Do you expect any big draft adjustments from either side as we prepare for our second draft?
I think Sky and Core kind of trapped themselves, made them a bit more uncomfortable. I don't think Abad at least didn't look like very comfortable on the Ember to me.
Mm-hmm.
And tried to flex around their picks a bit. And I guess the Monkey King, it looked good on paper, but Luis had a good start in the lane, but after it didn't really look like too comfortable on the Monkey King either. So I'd like them to go back to what they're more comfortable with, I think.
Have you heard of the Amar test?
The hero levels.
Yes, the hero levels.
Yeah.
He's level 5 here on the Ember Spirit. I'm just saying that because you bring up the maybe the questions about how comfortable he is on the hero.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying, Amar wouldn't have let him pick the hero. I don't know if that's ever got anything to do with it, but it's only game 1 on a best of 3 series, of course, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. There was a world where they put the Monkey safe lane and the Ember mid, and the Ember just loses his lane to the lineup with more team fight, and the game's still equally hard,
Yeah.
I think they did a good job of adapting in the draft to have a win condition. They just failed to execute it.
Well, they've given themselves now game number 2 at the very least here, but are going to have to win if they want to stay in that upper bracket for at least one more series. Our second draft now between Sky Encore Esports, and YG. Just get underway now. It's YG that lead 1-0 as we head into draft number 2. We can see that draft now live on your screens. Eager to see what we're going to get going.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Okay, just another Nyx ban. Nothing too crazy, I think. No cheese picks last time around. I think it was just some pretty solid Dota, and like I said, a good execution on fights. I just could not believe the amount of times that these YG heroes were getting out of fights on almost no HP.
Yeah, it felt like they always were
10
missing a
seconds
bit of
remaining.
lockdown. I guess they didn't really have lockdowns.
5
Monkey King
seconds
started,
remaining.
but playing the carry wasn't really always there. Low level in chains. Press the attack and the cookie coming into play as well most of the time.
Yeah, and even that mechanism, right? Making that little bit more of a difference potentially between life and death in a lot of these fights.
Stab had the cookie talent heal as well, so it's very small things, but they did add up in the end. It's banned by YG. Was banned by Sky Encore last game, so Sky Encore have a free ban here. Kind of wondering what YG will go for. I would think YG wants the Lina, hence the next ban. It's one of the heroes they have opened with before. Curious to see what Sky Encore do here.
Yeah, using a lot of their reserve time as well. Usually you've got, your first 2 kind of bans more or less settled unless enemies ban something very unorthodox, which is going to unsettle you. But I don't know. Nyx doesn't seem too crazy to me of a first ban from YG.
I think it's kind of normal. A lot of these Lina Lash teams, especially, they kind of put priority on the Nyx. I think also, especially the... I would say players that have been around in Dota longer, they know how to play
Dire
against these
team
like
ban.
V heroes. Like we saw R just now like play against the Jotun Nyx, and the Nyx had like so low impact because the sentries and wards are just in the right place. And I think it's quite it's an experience thing because not every patch has these like invisible heroes. You know, back in the day we used to play against these like Ricky Bounty first picks
10
all the time.
seconds
It's
remaining.
kind of something you like learn to deal with, I guess.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
Encore will dip into the reserve time quite deep. 55 seconds for the rest of the draft.
Radiant team
But do
pick.
decide to actually remove that
Dire
silencer. It was a big
team
problem for them. Definitely broke a lot of their team fight.
Wow.
They'll also, what I suspect is a slight deny pick here, as they'll pick up the Beastmaster first overall.
That is very manly.
Vanley hero as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's actually a very, very manly hero. He's
10
look at how
seconds
buff he
remaining.
is. He's jacked.
Sure. He is. Yeah, he's huge. He's got 2 axes,
5
man. That's how
seconds
you know.
He
remaining.
does, man. It's the weights on his waist as well.
You know, he was going to the. You know, you go to pubs now and you can throw axes and stuff. He's been doing that for years.
Dire team pick.
A Lich. Now that's not a hero you see all the time. But one of his strengths, in addition, of course, to Frost Shield in the later game, well, as it scales really nicely, right? That 70% damage block, is he kicks butt in the lane. Like, he is super powerful, especially against these offlaners that like to
10
try and take
seconds
over games.
remaining.
And it's really, really good way to, I believe, try and
5
counter this
seconds
Beastmaster.
remaining.
Yeah, it's nice to have the shield. You get roared, you just shield your carry, whatever you want to pick here. I'd be very surprised if YG just don't draft in a way where they shut Master completely. We've seen this hero get shut down. Drinkwater, I think, just
Radiant
now they did a
team
really good
pick.
job. This beast just could never come online. Lich tiny, not revealing too much. What's Sky Encore gonna pick here? Probably just the Skyraft
10
again, right?
seconds
Knowing them.
remaining.
Not too bad with the Lich in the pool as well,
5
because he
seconds
kind of ignores
remaining.
the Frost Armor.
Very
Radiant
true.
team ban.
And it will be
Skywrath.
indeed
Right.
the Skywrath for Sky Encore. So it's the Skywrath Mage Encore for Sky Encore Esports.
The Lost Guys.
A lot of skies. And I'm sure, as with last game, we're going to get a lot of from the
10
Ghastly Eerie
seconds
voice
remaining.
lines. So prepare yourself for that one as well, Adam. Now, if you
5
are
seconds
YG, how do you
remaining.
prepare for the Skywrath Mage pick? Because the silence, we saw the build last game, maxing the Ancient Seal was a serious issue early on for KSH.
I think just having a save or like a force staff in general is really good against Sky. I guess the natural force staff would be the Snapfire again, but they can definitely put the tiny
Dire
mid if they
team
want
ban.
to. YG. Young PH definitely a tiny player.
Radiant team ban.
I think they have to address the beast a bit more though. I feel like the beast is the one that you're not allowed to pick the hero like this. You're not allowed for sure. It's not that strong. It's a hero
Right.
that if you shut him down and he doesn't take your tower, the bot tower,
10 seconds
he
remaining.
has no game.
I like how you say that. It's not allowed. Can't
5
be done.
seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
It requires punishment. You can do it. You can jaywalk, but you should get fined. You know.
Ладно. Ладно. Смотрим дальше.
Doom ban. I like that by Sky Encore.
10 seconds remaining.
Doom classic combo. Saw the Doom against the Beast as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Do like the Doom. I like the Doom a lot against the Beast. So that's the problem, right? Is you do have to kind of ban a lot to protect it. Whereas if you get like an 18th or even 17th pick Beast, there are fewer opportunities, fewer heroes that you have to be concerned about.
Yeah, I mean they could have just lost last game and feel like the Beast did too much, even though they did shut him down. And to be fair to them, they committed very hard to shut down the Beastmaster last game, but
Radiant
they lost
team
anyway.
ban.
The Beastmaster had what they felt was a huge impact, so they end up like deciding to first pick his hero.
Dire team ban.
Punka ban. Wow, that's old school.
Old school. In what way? Just because boat
think
being a good
Kunkka's
damage
good
reduction
against-
against all this damage they're hoping to dish out quickly?
It was when Beast was played for the boar more than the Axis. Kunkka just naturally
10
kills the
seconds
boar
remaining.
with Tidebringer. So people see Beast and just pick Kunkka, and then
Dire
it'd be
team pick.
near impossible.
I see.
Radiant team pick.
This was before the
Radiant
Wild
team
Axis
pick.
build existed.
Right. Wild Axis has really changed a lot. Do you remember that terrible week of Dota
Lean.
where everyone would pick first pick Beastmaster with mid, buy Ags, and then just win the game?
I remember. Was not fun.
That was not fun. You had people running like mid Rubik in an attempt to try and stop
Just-
them.
just
10
be
seconds
Beastmaster.
remaining.
Yeah, just be better Beastmaster, and it still wouldn't
5
work.
seconds
Man would
remaining.
run into the Roche pit at like minute 16 and
Yeah, that's
solo Roche in like
ridiculous.
30 seconds.
That was ridiculous.
What a time! What a time to be alive.
Alright, YG, what's their response here? Choosing to show the Ember, interesting. I feel like a lot of teams do this. Like you pick this Ember now, and in your head you tell yourself like, you can flex it. Like this, just the shoes on their foot, right? Sky picked this Lina Trian. The mid Lina is just really strong against the Ember, and now you're stuck with this Ember.
Yeah, funnily enough, I feel like this is what Sky Esports did to themselves last time.
Yeah, exactly. YG. Wonder what they're gonna respond with. here.
Radiant team ban.
Okay, so they're just
Dude,
swapping drafts.
The draft same, yeah. but why though? Like why? I don't really understand. Like Dawn is
Dire
not
team
Solar
back.
Guardian is not really great against these heroes. The Lina and Skyroth damage, they come out so quickly. Your heal
Radiant
doesn't even
team
matter.
back.
When you come down, your whatever you Solar Guardian is probably dead.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, the Dawnbreaker, is a hero that can close the gap, and with a Deso especially, pretty much one-shot Skywrath Mage, and maybe Lina.
Dire team
Maybe
back.
Lina. But
Man.
I don't know. It does seem like you're going to be ulting in on a corpse at that stage with what Sky Esports is proposing.
Phantom Assassin banned by Sky Encore.
Another
Radiant
old school
team
counter to
Another
Beastmaster, speaking of
hero.
old school.
Yeah, it's good against the Lina as well, I guess. Yeah, could see it. Good with the Leech. It's a warranted ban. Just heroes that kind of get on top of the Lina and can bully
Dire
the Beast
team
in lane.
pick.
Whoa.
Puck, ooh, it's a carry Lina. Okay, this is weird to me, but I won't say anything till YG picks.
I like a Lich against a Puck, though. Sinister Gaze, not perfect, not ideal, and the cast range is bad
10
until you have at
seconds
least
remaining.
3 points in it, is the problems with it. But it is an instant cast animation, which can
5
set up for a
seconds
potential
remaining.
Puck kill. So that is at least one thing. YG with, not the greatest Puck catch, but with some deceptive catch here. That can
We
certainly
have
turn things on its
Avalanche
head.
as well. I don't think this is a great Puck game. I'm also very curious as to why the Lina's going to the safe lane.
Safe lane.
Yeah, like, isn't he just good against Ember? His Puck against Ember matchup is not good for the Puck, from what I recall. I mean,
Is
it's
this
slightly
a-
Ember favorite.
Is this a matchup where maybe you want to run Ember, carry Tiny Mid, Dawn offlaner, and pick a support? Is that worth doing here?
No.
Okay.
Just bigger carriers, YG. What's nice here? Droll is kind of nice. Yeah, another hero to get on top of Lina is nice.
Templar
to tier.
assassins your
I'm cool
hero.
with that.
You know what's kind of funny as well is that Sky Encore Esports, they still had 40 seconds left of reserve time. They used a minute and 15 seconds of reserve time for the banning phase, and then used only 10 more seconds of reserve time for the rest of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, bans are usually where you decide what you want to pick, right? That's where the bans come in. So
I guess what I mean is they weren't really phased by any of these YG pick heroes.
just
They didn't use any
expected
reserve
this.
time.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe they just have a plan with their draft, like they kind of know what they want.
Exactly.
They want this super carry Lina with the Beast Aura, and other heroes just enable him. TA, interesting pick. I wouldn't say it's a great TA game, but yes,
10 seconds
also not the
remaining.
best Frost armor user, I would think, but I guess Shoti and Yang
5
PH can be the ones
seconds
to use it
remaining.
instead. Yeah, used to be a really good matchup against Lina just because Lina does not buy armor, and TA, well, naturally just Deso buy high physical damage. Lina hates playing against that, especially heroes that jump on you. Let's have the Overgrowth Coil and Roar for protection this game, so see how Abad does. I don't think top lane's easy as well. Toss back into the Starbreaker sounds really scary. Trin unable to do anything to help there, I think.
Yeah, that's true. I think the living armor is not going to be enough. We also saw a Dream Protector yesterday, and I'm curious what the skill build is going to be, right? A little bit of a lane bully and potentially a really big boss if you get the right kind of lane with like maybe 2-3 points in your Leech Seed, second ability. But then that leaves you without many points in your Overgrowth, which is useful for when you start delaying the push. It leaves you without points in your Living Armor, which is, you know, gives you that global presence. So I think it's a fine song and dance right now for Dream Protector right now, as far as what Grims is going to build.
The full helm on the beast. My turn to ask you. Any drafts you like here?
Yes, I like the YG draft again.
YG.
I like the Lich. I like the Lich. The Lich makes sense. I'm a little bit more doubtful about this Stormbreaker, but I am hopeful because of what you say. That toss back into Starbreaker combo I think is very deadly, and I don't know how much Tree is going to do here. If it is going to be a Tree bottom.
It should be. Makes sense to lane it with the arena over the sky.
6 feet down.
So how bad is it if you do the trick, you know, but the enemies smoke to that cliff? Then you die, and then you don't have regen, and you're stuck with the boots in lane.
I think like what happened? What just happened? Like he got hit, so he can't sell his boots anymore.
Oh, really?
I'm not
you
sure.
get hit,
I'm not
you
sure
can't
if that's
sell your
the
boots.
interaction actually, but I need to try it actually. Because
Okay.
he didn't sell his boots in the end, but
No,
30
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he
seconds
just wants the boots, you know, because he's a tiny. So
true. It's I would also want to stick in this lane, but I don't know. I'd also want tangos as well. But he's going to be rotating around from the side here. We see 3 Sky Encore Esports in the dire triangle right now, trying to set themselves up here, maybe for a bit of a cheeky first blood. Zarain's still going to be able to set up there his own observer. Grims, maybe not the target you want, but only one that presents itself. Man, you're using a tree to beat a tree. That just seems kind of messed up, isn't it?
oh, Shorty gonna take the line. Just walk away. That
Yeah.
one leech seed. This normal. Do I ever play Trin in so long? Yeah, it's kind of not normal, but
I think I'm seeing more of this now, especially into a tiny, right, low armor hero. He does have boots, which is, of course, going to be the difficulty. Oh, no. Don't you kill my trees.
yeah, I mean he has the no tree line for the grasp as well.
Yep. That's also always really annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, just gonna bully Shodi and Zorain here.
But I guess it makes sense if you're going to be operating with the Train Protector, right? You want that Orb of Venom with his starting items.
Definitely strong here. They do manage to get the full time he gets the range speed as well. Nicely done. Zorain probably wants to pull the next wave. Okay, can Grim stop this? Looks like he can. How the other lanes doing here? Level 1 melt. Honestly, not a fan of the level 1 melt.
No? What
Feel
would
like
you rather see? The Side Blade still?
Either spell,
Radiant's
either
courier
spell.
has been killed.
Usually refraction. I think.
Yeah, I miss the days when you'd have... well, actually, I didn't see. Maybe he was trying to sit in lane, you know, and hit him with double meld or something like that. Because right now he's just using it to secure CS and dodge a couple of spells.
Yeah, usually you do that. But the thing is, like, I don't know. I feel like you just wanna come.
Oh,
I say
Eris.
that, but
Radiant's courier
Think they might
the
catch him here.
melt.
There's a meld strike, and even less armor for him now. So an easy first blood there for KSH. Aggressive shot, not enough to slow him down.
Clearly not.
Make it out alive.
all right, that was all the melt.
That was
I
all the
regret
melt.
what I said. It's weird they're bullying the sky. The beast has low armor too. I just thought this lane they would really be able to like, bully people out, but it's
Yeah.
kind of strong.
I guess in a way you're right, yeah, because like it's... Well, I guess they both come back with more mana, and then they just start annoying you even more. Is this a bottle refill already? 2 minutes in, Lewis giving him the refilled bottle.
Never too early.
Yeah, I guess not, right?
I mean, you click top lane and the creep waves here, right? The Beastmaster, it's good to give him the solo EXP as well. So
Good point.
just being efficient, very fast hero, experienced Skyrock mage player.
On bottom, in trouble, and dead is going to be the Lina. They will connect on that combo. Looks like it was a successful, not even a toss, just the avalanche, and they close the gap and get the kill. Lun already is starting some stacks in the in the jungle. So, well, for some reason, the other one missed. I would be asking for a refund there, but is already having some nice stacks going for the TA, or maybe even the Ember Spirit, whoever needs them.
Bot lane. It's not an easy lane for the Lina. I mean, he definitely does get to delay them high damage, high attack speed, but if they go on him before the raindrops, chooses not to go for the fluffy head as well, so it's susceptible to dying.
You're a fluffy hat enjoyer, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I think it really makes a difference, the 250 HP.
Not for you.
Like
Especially for the value.
Yeah, this Lina, he looks... I mean, people buy Falcon Blade now, right? So you naturally buy the head anyway. It's not like a useless head.
Wow, TA is kicking some butt up here, by the way. They may have a kill onto Eris with the Melt Strike. I think they just need another auto attack. Gets under tower, and that'll save his life along with his big charges. Jewel, careful, buddy.
Oh.
A lot of damage you're going to be taking. Sinister Gaze. I think they were not really communicating too close. The Lich right click? Really?
Oh, Jewel.
Oh my god.
Oh my... Oh, this thing's
Radiant
disaster right
structures
now.
are fortified.
SH popping off.
A prize.
Down bottom, Zarain should end up dying here. 5 stick charges. He has brown boots, and there's no more mana on the tree, actually, so I reckon he's going to kill a courier that had boots. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's pain.
That is real bad. And they're going to get the trees courier.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
That's quite a lot of gold for the team. I was going to say, it's here with boots and frost armor, is just running down the beast. He doesn't want to buy boots on beast. Pretty normal, but... SH.
Man, that's going too hot. Mid lane, slightly Ember favored right now. Not too crazy as we see more stacks getting made now. I think those two camps are easier to stack anyway. And maybe they catch Jewel? No, not quite. He has got Helm of the Iron Will now, so that 6 armor is going to go a long way against the value pointed Melt Strike.
Yeah.
Does not have negative armor. Doesn't die to right clicks from a Lich.
The thing about the TA winning this lane is he gets to set up traps here and constantly push out the wave. Something Beast doesn't wanna play against, but oh man, it's a bit rough. It affects the Sky as well. Level 2 on Ares.
Oof.
Gonna be hard to play with his team later.
Yeah, you're right. I did just notice that. It's not super fun. I mean, you got to get Jewel his experience, right? He needs to get these wars and axes up to a higher level so he can actually start pushing and threatening the tower with his Helm of the Dom.
A rolling stone.
Rotation's coming mid now for the 6-minute runes. YG position bottom where they did see the runes
the
spawn,
coil
but
mid.
they're committing the coil mid. Where young PH is just going to heal this off. He'll be fine, and he'll go ahead and receive as well the bottle refill courtesy of the Invis rune. Oh, but Lewis is going to scout stacks down bottom to kill this time actually onto the Dawnbreaker. That's going to be a good one. So Lewis scouts the stacks. They have a ward as well. That's all I'm here. KSH is away.
They can't really do anything about the stacks. All their heroes don't clear stacks too well. Only Beast, but a bit too early for him to go in. KSH will enjoy Mr. Point's hard work here.
Yes, he will. The fruits of someone else's labor are always the sweetest, aren't they?
They are.
Behold.
I'd like to see him return to top lane, yeah, just
Dire's top
jungle
tower
Yeah.
is under
back
attack.
in. Efficiency.
Yeah, I like it too. Lun as well, he'll go a long way with this extra gold and now experience that he's receiving. But this is a whole wave that he's willing to sacrifice. Slightly surprising. Okay, only half a wave. That's fine.
Pretty high level. TA almost level 7 actually. Holy shit. Lich level 5.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
H-
Sky level 2 and Beast just turned 6. They don't really have a hero that can help the Beastmaster kill the TA right now, especially with
Yeah.
their traps in the lane. It's gonna be kind of awkward for a while.
Although I do want to bring something up. Was it me and you? We were casting a game where it was a Lina versus TA matchup, and the
Yeah,
Lina,
yeah, it was.
right? So we should bring that up, right? Because that's a really big shift on what was a super fundamental mid matchup from the old days. That is now all of a sudden a carry versus carry matchup, but it's still relevant, isn't it?
I think it matters less in the carry matchup because Lina's good against laning, good against the lane against TA.
That's fair.
But in the mid game, TA is definitely good against you. I think Lina has a way of playing. It's more like if you get stunned, the TA will kill you. You definitely have the Linas. They buy these like Shadow Blades. They hang around in fights. Like it's not easy for a TA to stick onto you, right? That's like kind of the power of Lina.
Right.
Super
right.
mobile hero, super fast.
Uh-oh.
But once she does get stuck on like dreams,
Trant
probably die.
probably dead here, unfortunately. Another kill for young PH. Full Orb of Corrosion already. He is coming along very nicely. As far as CS, just trailing only his TA, who has had really the dream start.
Yeah, he bought it even before the boots, just trying to bully out the Puck with Fire Fist. I feel like Puck's normal response to this is to buy the chainmail for the Witch Blade early, but Lewis instead opts for the power trait, so
It's a good point. It's a good point, right?
kind of weird to me. I'm not sure if this is the norm now. Maybe wants a bit more damage for the
Yeah, I guess so. I can't imagine it makes too big of a difference as far as how efficiently Puck clears waves, because I imagine that's another way of dodging this matchup. Then again, as we did just see, he does have Living Armor level 2, which is not quite the chainmail, but is pretty close as far as neutralizing the effect of the Orb of Corrosion. So maybe that's why he's decided for the power treads first.
Yeah, that's fair. I'd like to see more stacks on the Dire, considering they have a TA. It's a real big deal. Accelerate him as much as you can.
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
It's like there's a couple more stacks made already for KSH. I think we're going to be, let's see, that's 3 camps, and that's looks like just 2 camps, Satyrs and Centaurs. So, oh yeah, even in the Ancients. Wow, that's a big. They have been stacking overtime. Are you seeing this?
The right side? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a huge.
stack.
Zorian has just been going
Смотрим
to a
дальше.
rune, and every time he goes to a rune, he's dead.
Unfortunately, a
Ладно,
little bit
смотрим
of
дальше.
electricity problems, it seems like, for YG. I'm not sure if they are boot camping together yet, but that might be a little bit of a lengthy disconnect. Hopefully we can get going shortly, and it's not too long of a delay.
Take my electricity.
Take my electricity. Oh, jeez. Take another look here at the early laning action. This is going to be the double kill, right? Going the way. I think they get Lich, but it's just not worth it here.
Yeah, the beast kind of walked too far forward. Pretty kill. I guess he kind of wanted to die from the lane with HP as well.
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
Oh,
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
YG, quite a nice lead for them. This TA beast matchup, probably the most skewed. This Ember too. He's so far ahead of the Puck actually. How many kills is he at? Just the one on the Trian. Kind of bullying the Puck a bit. It's weird to me because they picked this way, right? Like they saw the Ember, they picked the Puck. We chose to put this Lina in the safe lane. Lina kind of died once, but still doing okay down here.
On my VMix window. That's not how that works. Yeah, and Beast has the helm now finally finished up. Again, these traps are going to be the biggest problem, I think, for him, as far as actually getting this tower down. TA, going for the blink first. TA is so far. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, would like to see the Deso come on first, but I guess Dagger helps you farm more aggressively. Not sure if they really need that. They're a bit of a slower lineup. The Tiny is gonna take a while to get his Dagger. Don't have the most catch on their team. Oh, they're back.
It's very good. Very happy to hear that. As we've been plagued with a couple pauses here. IG just making sure everything is good to go with the internet on their end. I think we'll be...
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
It
That's never good.
happens.
I think they must be on the same network then if two of them are disconnecting like that, synced up.
Yeah, probably. But why aren't they 5 disconnecting?
Where's the teamwork at YG?
Yeah.
You need to all go. First big item here for the puck will be that Witchblade, but doesn't have enough money for any of the components yet. Has fallen a bit behind this Ember even. 1,200 gold is not an insignificant amount here 9 minutes in. Where's this gold coming from? Just kills?
Sicko.
Oh, it's just yes, I think.
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
Fuck, getting bullied a bit. About.
Big gold difference though. It's 52 CS
Yeah,
for
I
puck,
mean-
57 for Ember, and yet it's that big of a difference? Was there a lot of regen ferried out? How does this happen?
It can't be that much, right?
Yeah.
Where's your Iams puck? Where you hiding it?
It's just, I don't know, it's just really surprising. I thought the net worth would be a bit closer. It's like a
Yeah, it
difference of
does
like
feel like it
25% this
should
early
be
on,
like
you know?
that.
Kind of a big deal.
Don't believe the Trian kill was that big either.
That's what I mean. Where does this money come from?
It could just be jungle creeps on the puck.
Jungle creeps, sure. Couple bounties perhaps to YG's advantage. But it seems pretty major here. I'd hate to see YG have to take a death loss here, though. Hopefully they can get reconnected and re-going again.
Yeah, I hope so. In a good spot. Oh,
Oof, that's
alright,
not a good
you,
sign,
You
though.
gotta stop cursing them.
I'm so sorry. I hope they all disconnect, Adam.
I hope they. Yeah.
Maybe that'll fix it.
I don't want to
but
say
no.
anything worse than that. I hope they disconnect too. Hope their electricity never comes back. Ever.
Get ready to get clipped out of context there. Yeah, but lots of red arrows on the map is not where we want to see YG here. That's very apt. Well, the honk not so much, but the violent stabs sure are.
They'll be back. They'll be back.
They'll be back. They
Just
will.
waiting for Zorin to join them in the. Everyone's just looking at him, just like, how are you on?
What do you? Hopefully they can set up. What's the SCA? The strat here, right? When you disconnect, just use your mobile. Get your network there.
Yeah, that's what I used to do.
Huh?
Mobile data it up, but I'm not sure if it's doable in like every country. I know in Malaysia it's kind of easy to play data.
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
What was the most unfortunate disconnect you've ever had in an official? Is there one moment that sticks out in your mind where you're like, man, right at the start of a fight, or right when you were about to cast an
I
ability?
definitely hung in a team fight before.
You've hung in a team fight?
Yeah, like just PC hang, you know. The thing is, like, you stop moving and like DC, and then the Discord DCs too, you know, so you can't tell your team that you're like help, pause, you know, help.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's real tough.
I think in my younger days, I remember I was playing this Tinker game and I had hex, I think, and I was about to hex this brew that blinked in, and then there was a pause. And then after a pause, I hexed him, and then the opponent started flaming me or something.
Can't kill the dead.
Well, honestly, that you deserve
my
to be
team.
flamed because, of course, you were playing Tinker.
That's true, but Tinker was the cool hero back then.
Oh, I'm sure he was. You play some surprisingly toxic heroes. That's to say, you ever get into the Viper 5?
No, I don't like it. I did try to play it, but I was so bad at it.
Never
The Viper 5 is not toxic to anyone but your team.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Here we go, though. We
Dire's
are getting
top
good to
tower
go
is under
yet
attack.
again. As all the players, pardon me, have reconnected. We can see Jewel now getting to work with this siege shop, trying to get through this top tower.
Dire's middle tower is
See
under attack.
what'll happen here if he'll be Oh, you know what? I got another pun ready. but it's going to be for Lina here.
For
Dire's
Lina.
top tower is under attack.
Locked and loaded. Next time he pops off, just you wait at him. Giving you a warning.
Is it some insanity joke?
Not quite.
Not quite.
It's even better than that.
Wait.
Or badder than that. Haha.
No,
Okay, anyway.
no.
Oh, it's a big rune there for the puck. Arcane is now picked up, having this chainmail as well. Maybe it's time to look to make a rotation and drop a coil with this ultimate.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'd like to see someone come up here and just help Joel take the tower. Lune defending all by his lonesome for a bit too long. Lich does have the chain frost now, 10 minutes in.
Not bad.
Bite me.
Ooh, only level 3 on this Skywrath Mage. I really hope that's his courier. Yes, with a Tome of Knowledge, at least it's making its way over towards him. Because he needs to get some levels on this guy. Desperately.
Bear have a lot of knowledge. Ooh, Ares gets the deal. Very nice. Yankee setting up top. Bear
Yeah,
gonna
and
go
that
down.
ought to be a fairly easy kill here,
Dire's top
honestly.
tower is
Yeah,
under
and
attack.
is. Couldn't even get the Tome of Knowledge in time. It was
That's
real
a
bad. Did
Pretty
he?
good death, I think. He did get it, but he didn't pop it, so it worked
That's
out nicely.
wise. Otherwise, your death timer's longer. That extra point would have done anything else there.
Radiant's
Good
middle
passage.
tower is under
Carrying
attack.
all the stacks. Has the dagger now.
Oh.
200 gold, sorry.
Lewis being a bit cheeky here, using the Arcane Rune to farm a little bit in the enemy jungle. Not too fast without Witchblade, unfortunately, for him. And he's going to be scouted when he walks over that trap. They're
Ooh,
going
this
top lane
looks-
now for Jewel. They stop the roar from coming out. Solar Guardian as well. He still commits the roar.
Lewis
And
is
Lich
here.
is just, frankly, full HP.
Can
And I
they
don't
do
think Lewis can
anything?
do much about it. They're trying, though. Overgrowth committed does catch 3. They're really trying for this kill, but Lewis just doesn't have enough mana. And now Young PH is going to go diving here, bolstered now by the frost shield. He will cut down Grimes, and in trouble, Puck. I don't think he's making it out of here alive. There's going to be the zap, though, out from the Lina, looking for the
Where
kill.
is the silence?
We'll be able to find it, and is it the double? It is.
Oh man, Young PH, that was... I commended this team, not going too far, but that was too far.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Barely
attack.
making it out.
Of
Radiant
that, Adam here, he is
structures are fortified.
unabated.
Oh
Two kills.
my. That was a hard one. Sorry, TP stop with the invi runes. He wants to set up here.
Radiant's
Okay,
bottom
sh-
tower is under
Probably gonna
attack.
TP up here.
Oh, maybe thinking about. Oh, they see him. The Radiant Sentry here that's going to scout. In a very appropriate voice line.
A rolling stone.
Kind of close to his dagger actually, doing pretty
Radiant's
well.
bottom tower is under
0-1.
attack.
He's like my lane now.
Yeah, wants the blink. Lich, you can stand here and frost shield the tower and me if they go on me, but don't take any more CS.
They're still kind of looking here. They have a roar in 4, 3, 2, Zorian.
Thinking about it. Level 6. They can go. They don't need vision, but they're scared of what they don't see, and that's Heroes TPing to the tower. They're now onto the Skywrath Mage. Has no silence. Doesn't need it though. The roar, and from range, will cast the Mystic Flare in order to cut down the
Dire's
Lich.
top tower
1-for-1
is under
trade there.
attack.
Tough being a Beastmaster player, man. He just wants the
Dire's
tower.
middle tower is under attack.
He really needs his
Dire's
team here, but they
structures
are
are
kind of not
fortified.
ready yet.
Radiant's
Sorry,
bottom
just
tower
the
is
dagger
under
now.
attack.
Who gets no? Is he in trouble? Has no avalanche.
Comes to Insanity. Misses the LSA, but they have more than enough damage anyway.
Alright, got his damage.
He's happy with that.
To nature.
Ребята, I got this.
Witchblade completed as well.
So items are coming online. Grim's looking for Blink Dagger. Is a bit further from it,
Dire's top tower
but is
under
annoying
attack.
this TA down bottom.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Power finally goes down top of the very
Oh,
least.
Grims?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Catch by Sholi.
A bittersweet sunset.
Zorin. Trying to set up here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We're going mid.
Too early.
Okay.
Still had the orb out, managed to jaunt away.
Yep. There's Might be chased down here. There's going to be the tree volley, and that's plenty of damage. LSA is going to whiff. Young PH, Flame Guard does save his life here a little bit to follow up. The Avalanche clips 3, but not good enough to see Ember Spirit out of danger.
Ember going down again. More of a space-making role for his team, I guess. YG still looking in the mid lane. He's pretty damn strong here. Chain Frost up as well.
And there's the jump in, the Blink Dagger out from KSH. Ooh, they don't quite burst the puck, but very little HP, and KSH has it immediately after. Without a Blink Dagger, very hard for the puck to escape there.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I
attack.
talked about how TA was good against Lina because of no armor. Puck's the same. The Shard as well. TA at some point was a very popular hero against Puck. You guys just getting the Shard early on TA. Oh, they get
Tower,
green.
tree, killed, cut down, axed through.
But sitting down here. They really want to defend these towers with
Radiant
the Treant
structures
Protector.
are
But
fortified.
he's dead.
Radiant's
He's
middle
trying
tower is under
their
attack.
best to keep the tower alive. But sure they can. No Solar Guardian. Shori is showing bottom. Young is showing top as well. So they know there's only 3 heroes here.
Yep.
That's
And
it.
you can see them move with a bit of confidence.
Oh,
There's going to be
this
the
is
Avatar.
kind of-
Really
the
nice
Chain
job into
Frost.
the Chain Frost. How many great move bounces can they get? Plenty is the answer, but how many kills is going to lead to?
KSH
So far,
goes
the answer,
down.
none. As YG will lose 2 to pick up the tower. In comes Young PH, however. The TP on over LSA. Keeps him alive for a couple crucial right clicks, and he does live long enough at least to see the Ember die. But now, YG retreating out of this one with very heavy losses. Set to lose the Tiny as well. Beautiful initiation, but not enough damage in time, and
Radiant's
YG
middle
will lose
tower is
heavily
under
here.
attack.
When KSH, his dagger was on cooldown, he tried to walk back in, gets roared, and Sky Ultra just goes down. Pretty painful death for him. Bit of a miscommunication from YG going in with the Tiny and Leech, but TA was unavailable, no Solar Guardian in there. Let's get punished, guys, boys. Can't lose their Lina, but are somewhat back in the game, Jewel, with the Helm of Overlord 2 now. Can threaten Roche soon. Other items from that, not really. Fuck, it's close to the dagger. BKB completed on the Dawnbreaker, Shogi.
Items are, like you say, starting to come online a bit faster and faster. Duel really going to be able to push a bit faster. The split push potential could be a bit more dangerous here as YG will smoke up. Smoke breaks instantly on the Tiny though. Don't think they're going to be able to find anything. In fact, they're scared of what they don't see. Dropping a couple of wards in their wake.
Warranted. I'm surprised Lun is going for this Glimmer instead of for stuff. I guess there is Coil. It's a good card.
Did you see what Eris built, by the way? Rare item.
Cool medallion. Yeah, they want the Roche with the beast. They really need the Aegis for the Lina. Probably just waiting for a BKB.
There's an Arcane Rune, could be a good opening. Eris thinking about it. Grab it. Oh, down bottom. Solar Guardian. It's for the puck. They've killed it. Have it tossed. And they immediately reinforced 2 cores rather. Killing of the puck.
Very nicely done, Zorin. Timing is done just enough for Dawn to come down.
Fuse gold given.
Lane though is squarely in control of Sky Encore as they will actually let loose here the Chain Frost. Good damage. They just need another bounce, maybe one more, and they'll find it. Overgrowth was used.
Fire.
Maybe trying to get through the Lich with the Glimmer Cape. We'll see him out of here safely. As they may even turn, and in fact they will kill this Ancient Black Dragon. Beastmaster TPing away. He gave away the gold, didn't want to grab a creep to give it away, and was also maybe trying to set up for a kill onto the TA, who will not push him with that tier 2 tower.
Yeah, that was quite an ambitious TP down. No dagger or anything. Okay. Backs off, doesn't hit the tower. Good lane, Lewis. Just messing around.
Has Shard already here on the Beastmaster. This gives some more Hawks. A little bit more mobility on those bad boys.
Ulun was trying to go for the pull in the mid lane. Luckily he doesn't get it as Sky for a smoke behind.
And it looks like they're going to be set on taking this tower here with the puck harassing on the side. Shoti,
Dyer's
throw
middle
just forward,
tower has
throw
fallen.
forward the hammer, pardon me, but doesn't offer much else in the form of resistance.
But BKB complete now. Probably walk into Roshan if they feel confident. YG, they want to fight this though. BKB complete on the Ember as well. 5 men. Will they get there in time? It looks like it. Minus armor from the medallion. Used on the boar actually. He's kind of messing up a bit there.
Okay, Avatos in, Solar Guardian. It's going to be some good damage here. Train Protector, they're trying to kill him off, but Insanity, has picked up the Aegis. Over to him, Roar onto the tiny Mystic Flare with the 4 staffs. Sees him away safely. Chain Frost now bouncing around in the river, in the fight. Won't bounce any further, but neither will Insanity.
No
He will lose his
BKB.
life. Laguna for the Tiny. He'll die, but it's cost him Aegis, and there's no BKB here on the Lina when she responds. Pretty nice LSA right on top of herself, but she's trying to right-click down the target with the Frost Shield applied. No chance there. Lewis is going to give it a shot now with the magic damage, but he's caught by Sinister Gaze. Does jaunt away to the orb still. Lewis died to Young PH, who now jumps onto the puck, trying to time it perfectly here on the face shift. Will not be able to do so. Still trying to take down this hard tanky Dawnbreaker. She refuses to die here, Adam.
Yeah,
As it's Sky Encore who lose 2 on the Roche fight.
Смотрим дальше.
Super annoying. I like this a lot from KSH. He knows he needed a fight, didn't have enough money for the BKB, picks up the Hurricane Pike, ends up saving his Tiny or buying time for his Tiny, more like it. Very good for staff game.
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
Let's TP out. The stage now going to the Singing Kaya. Game's not looking that great for Sky now. They do lose the Aegis immediately after getting it by GTA. Purchases the shard, recognizes that the puck is a problem.
I like that. This little silence is pretty darn good. Plus you get a little bit more traps and bonus trap vision. I did not know that. All just nice to haves, not essential.
Visibility.
Let's see where they will move now as under cover of smoke. They'll try maybe for a wraparound play here. Tempting target as
Radiant's top
TA,
tower
leaving
is
traps
under
behind her, trying to escape. Has no TP for 21 seconds here. Make that 50 seconds. Blinks away. Does still get caught by the silence. 4 staff will snap the coil. Just needs to get away from the Skywrath Mage. Gets the refraction up in time. Dust it up, and they're through the refraction charges. Lewis giving chase. No one TPing for YG. There's finally the Solar Guardian on in, but the silence, not like there was refraction already anyway, is going to cut down the TA. So without the TA, in go YG, trying to clean up what they can. The toss in place there for Jewel as he's in trouble. Lich as well, caught and killed behind the lines. They will at least get through the Beastmaster. In trouble and without BKB is going to be this Dawnbreaker, but taking away in time as it's going to be Zarain, likely the last to fall here to Densanity. A really wild fight there, but BG taking one that's probably not well calculated in the end.
Yeah, I think no one expected the TA to survive for that long. No one really tried to TP in to stay for it, but they were smoking over cross armor from the Witcher. The Glimmer might have changed that a bit.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, Glimmer offers what, like 40% magic resist, right? 50% magic resist. The Frost Shield as well at this stage, offering 70. Yeah, I really think they probably could have saved your life there. At least I would have given it a shot, and instead, just continued the smoke, maybe trying to catch some other heroes lingering behind, you know, farming in the wake of the smoke, but that wasn't the case. Everyone there for that kill attempt on Sky Encore. I think that's probably the last time YG don't bring numbers to a fight like that.
Yeah, definitely were a bit caught off guard here in No Man's Land without a TP. I like this from the supports on Sky Encore. We see a medallion on Ares, and Mac picked up on Grims instead of the dagger. So we talked about this TA Lina matchup where the Lina and both the Lina and Puck have like no armor against TA. And these items they help deal with it a lot. I wouldn't be surprised to see if we go for like Greaves, Rift Pack offering these kind of items later on in the game. Help you deal with all these big physical damage that comes out from this TA.
Seen now with a full
Was most
Gleipnir. There's the
welcome.
Kaya and Sanj finished for Puck. As they are trying to maybe skirmish here. Hawk is scouted and killed.
Dire
Send
are
YG
scanning.
scattering.
YG kind of just chilling. Don't really want to take a big fight
Dire's
before
bottom
the
tower
TA
is
BKB
under
as well.
attack.
This is the one weird thing about TA. Like, I play a lot of TA, right? And I feel when you go this build, this Pike and this Shard, it's very hard to go for a BKB because you feel like you're damaged to this Shard.
Oh, careful here. Onto the tiny force staff, and the roar caught him all, but he's on the high ground, still alive. Glimmer is going to come through.
Man.
That actually keeps Tiny topped up. He'll be back in the fight shortly, actually, because he's got these Tranquil Boots. Lich, maybe not as lucky here, as he is going to be Laguna Bladed and killed. Got at least off the Chain Frost, which is some decent damage here, but mostly bounces to the summons.
Oh, the Shard.
Zantamak, the root, the force staff away, triggers the BKB. Denzanity going in. He wants to fight this Lanaya.
It's kind
She
of
doesn't feel the same way about her. Because now Shoti is in. Oh, the damage on the Starbreaker. They've caught the puck as well. Silenced up here. They
Oh,
can't
no
quite
BKB
finish her
on
off
Lina.
though. And now Denzanity, BKB expired. BTA back in, counter initiated. And only the puck making it out alive here. Ember taken down in the fray. But it's a fight win there for YG.
And
One fight. A little bit of back and forth.
Young PH going in, so much damage he did. Almost took 3 rounds down by himself. The Sword Guardian coming in and the Dawnbreaker as well to help. This Lina actually, once the BKB ends, kind of just dies.
Radiant's top tower
Meanwhile,
is under
surviving
attack.
again, pretty hard to deal with, but not ready to contribute that much yet. Dorian also dodged the corner at the start of Tyrese Blue Dagger, so there's no corner fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
The
has
tier 1
fallen.
tower taken here, still just outside of the Roche window, but YG might look to set up some wards and maybe try and get into the enemy triangle to set up their positioning in time for the next Roche fight. See what their decision is. For now, they're content to just keep farming up the items. This BKB almost finished for KSH. You were talking about how it can be a difficult transition, right? Maybe even feels like a lack of damage or something, but for now, BKB, I think, is going to help him stay alive a lot longer in these fights.
Yeah, it's weird. Because if he didn't buy the Shard and the Hurricane Pike, if he just had Dragonlance, he have BKB plus 1.
BKB, speaking of, Insanity, they're focusing on to one, but Shoti is in, really trying to get through this Tiny, and he will die to that last auto attack. The roar in the meantime on the Shoti. Celestial Hammer trying to get out of here alive, and that's some significant slow there on the TA trap. As well as the Celestial Hammer slow, so they are not going anywhere. Only losing the Tiny there, not so bad. Did cost a couple of BKB charges. Now the biggest concern is going to be, how will this affect the upcoming Roche fight?
Wonder if... Oh, he's choosing to go for Butterfly. Okay, I like this from KSH. Changes his up. Doesn't want the BKB. I think he feels the same. It's kind of hard to buy it right now. I feel like you're not scaling in damage. Lina close to the AC as well. Pretty farmed on Abad actually. Keeping up with the TA. Pretty impressed. I didn't say he's having a really great game team fight wise, but levels wise he's doing really, really well.
What, they've caught Ember? What is he doing over here? He's got BKB, so I don't think he dies, but they're going to force it out of him because this Remnant's going to expire. You need to get out of here, and he will. Okay. Really even made me doubt that for a second.
Oh, they come in though. Setting up, buying time for his team. They
There we go.
still green.
3 is scouted, and
Yeah,
they are
he's
going to
as
kill
well.
him. They catch the Sky Rat, too. Not bad, but they're hunting. They want Shoti. Coil is committed. No BKB here for this Dawnbreaker for 5 more seconds. LSA connects Laguna. Ooh, just enough damage here. Can KSH get anyone else on the way out, though? Doesn't look super likely. The TA trap not in time. And so Sky Encore will trade 2 for 1. A couple BKBs all around. Hard to say who that favors here, especially as Roche responding in 35 is maybe going to be the next thing they start fighting over here.
Yeah, it's pretty nice for YG because they get to ward and deward here, but I say that, but they will lose their area right now as they TP'd bot. Trying to make a beeline back to the top side, but it's too late. Out in the lane. Oh, gets pulled. Doesn't last long enough.
Not enough, though.
Ладно, смотрим
So
дальше.
Sanj coming in handy.
who you think has the advantage now?
Dude, it's hard to say, right?
Behold!
I feel like Sky Encore can work their way into the jungle and kind of get on that dire high ground. And then with Reeves, BKB Gleipnir AC now on Lina, so she's got some armor, providing that for the team. The little Vlads as well,
Radiant's
armor buff
middle
as
tower is
well.
under attack.
Close to Octarine on Puck too.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of hard for YG now. They might have like, it's hard to say burst issues, but no, man, this 12 damage, the
Radiant
Deso on
are
TA.
scanning.
Do they have any more minus armor? No, right? It's just that. I guess
I
the
feel
over
like
corrosion.
the TA is getting to a point where the Adam Bills
Ooh. But they spooked the BKB out of Lina.
Feet down.
And they saw it with, I think they saw it with maybe a TA trap or something.
Yeah, he put the TA trap on the ancient TA. Lina was there and just popped BKB.
Okay, well then I have to say favor to YG. I think it's a fairly easy answer now.
We bash her on Shodi now. If he ever stuns the Lina in BKB, it's going to be really huge. I think the biggest concern for me on Sky Encore side is that the supports are dying so fast, and Young PH almost has this Aghanim Scepter. Will be way stronger. There is the Grease on the trio to kind of protect himself now though. Both teams posturing up. YG in the Roche. Sky Encore though. They do see everything with a hawk. Lewis
We'll try.
comes in kinda early, his team not around.
Yeah, and now BKB for Lina, still on cooldown for a while longer, another 20 seconds. We'll see if this fight goes very long, and it just may, because YG have lost the Lich.
No buyback.
Long range kill there in favor of Sky Encore. Now maybe advantage swings over for them, especially as BKB off cooldown here in just 6 more seconds. That'll give Denzanity plenty of a confidence to move on in.
So fast. So much damage. AC has the talent, has the Beast Aura now.
I think this is Roche then. Aegis and
He's
Shard.
really scary.
Zarian maybe thinking about making a play. He'll just throw the tree in. That's all he gets to do before he's silenced. Link Dagger put on cooldown as Puck jumping on in. Good damage here on the Tiny now. Forced out himself away to safety, but it only sets for a 2-man coil. TA breaks voluntarily now. Plenty of heroes trapped now, running up to the high ground, but no one's falling through on the damage. And Zanity on the killing spree there.
Смотрим дальше.
This game's starting to look real hard for YG. It feels like they just can't find the initiation that they want. And they need to run in, but this Lina and Puck are at a point where they're super strong. Young PH going in. He's still Lina TP top.
Trying to get the overgrowth out, but won't force anything. Swift kill there. Will delay things a little bit. Now, ooh, he's going more. That's Ag Scepter already here for the Ember Spirit. As BKB.
Lina, though.
Oh, and couldn't speed uphill to the Lina. He's going to burst him. Shoti jumps in, but as we predicted in the draft, not enough healing here on that Solar Guardian to see him to safety.
Surprise!
Just melted. Bit too far. They knew the Lina was at top. They saw the TP. And losing a bit of focus here, Young PH. Not the first time we've seen in this game. Going a bit too deep. PSH almost has a Hex. Pug is becoming super tanky though. 2.7k HP as the plate mill building the Shiva's guard. Ooh, it's been a real menace this game. Silver as well on top of the Kaya stage. Very much the resist.
Смотрим дальше.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Butterfly into Sheep Tick nearly already.
Yeah.
Lina hits 25. I don't know, man. This game is starting to get really wild. It's still fairly close.
I feel like YG is in a very tough position right now. The heroes don't match up well against this Lina Puck. They're so farmed.
Do you think this TA still, kind of falls off as you hit late game?
I think he's already fallen off because of his item build. Like he doesn't have. I mean, I understand why he doesn't have BKB, but I feel like the Pike the Shard is just kind of. He's feeling what I felt, where you like damage now.
Right.
You can't blink in and kill someone. You like playing this small sniper fight, which is. Can't say the same for Lina, right? Abbas just manning up and it looks like he's killing everything.
He's changed the build. It's going to be a Daedalus now. As bottom, they are catching this tiny. Oh my goodness, the damage from this Lina. She's MKB now, so that butterfly will be able to leave TA in a safe position for much longer.
Ладно, смотрим
I like the
дальше.
Daedalus. I feel like if this Lina doesn't die, there's no way they win the fight. Lina must die. He's doing way too much damage right now, especially with this MKB coming out.
Dire's
I wouldn't mind
bottom
seeing some
tower is
Hellbirds
under
as well
attack.
against this Lina. It's really
Dire's
valuable
structures are fortified.
Yeah, I agree.
for BKB.
Radiant's top tower
This
is
is
under
a
attack.
tower that falls very quickly. You can see the difference that makes. Ember Spirit caught here. He'll be fine though. Not really too concerned with much. Just continuing to farm waves.
He's close to 25. Has the Shiva strength being queued up now? Oh, it's gonna be so annoying, especially for Luna and Zoran. They're gonna lose faster.
This Lina's so scary, man. She's still holding on to this Brigand's Blade, actually. I guess doesn't really want any of these other ones. Titan Sliver, sure. Mindbreaker, okay.
Well, it's just the most damage, I think.
I guess so for her, right? With her attack speed.
Yeah. Lewis has a DD.
Silence. Puck out.
Do something here. Joti just off in the trees, just pondering life. What is he going to do after he retires from, being a Dota 2 hero? Thinking about, oh, maybe I'll become a forester.
They want to look at
arborist.
the Lina here. 30 seconds on the Aegis. YG.
Not a lot of vision, though. You can see YG trying to hold their
Lane
wards.
again.
There we go. Oh, and the
the
Sinister Gaze. But they're not attacking the puck. Now they are. The first couple auto attacks were onto creeps. The backlines, though, murdered by young PH, who will BKB for that. But they're onto the base now. Lina trying to take down this tier 3 tower. A little bit of ratting in action. As Puck with the DD rune is cutting wave after wave. DPs now to the bottom lane. As Aegis is now reclaimed. IG still not completely safe as Puck jumps back on in for Staff. And the Witchblade just barely lacking damage to get through the Tiny.
Melina has a satanic flying out. But so far, feeling stronger than ever right now. Lewis as well, feeling so unkillable. The TA hit him like 3 times and, well, he wasn't even close to dying.
Seriously, the first auto attack was onto a creep though, I will say. I don't know if that was the Meld Strike creep. Either way, with all the armor that Puck has now, with between the Shivas and still Witchblade, right? It's a hard kill, for sure. It's a tanky Puck.
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
14 stacks of this Desolator, man. Still just doesn't feel like enough damage.
Yeah, it really doesn't. Sky Esports itemizing well. Love armor on
Dire's
all
courier
of their
has been
heroes.
killed.
Tons of armor, right? I think you even got, look at this Treant Protector. He's got the Guardian Greaves, which of course, if you don't build that item much, and not many people do these days, has a buckler in it. And he's bought another
Dire are
buckler.
scanning.
Probably just going for the Wraith Pack.
Yeah, Wraithback doesn't have buckler in it, does it?
Silence.
In Vlad's,
It
perhaps?
has in Bloods. So it has in
Yeah,
Bloods.
very true, very true. Yeah, okay, good eye.
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
Does have a buckler in it. I was incorrect. Here they go. YG once again. They really like this high ground here. Good vision. They see Densanity broken. He got broken by the creeps. I don't know if that'll make a difference because the initiation is flawless from YG. Lina deleted for 100 seconds, and now their support's on the run. You can immediately see Puck and Beastmaster doing the next best thing. If they try and at least move across the map, do some split pushing, the fight here is lost.
Dire's middle tower
And
is
that was
under
from
attack.
some interesting place. His Puck and his Beast nowhere near. Walks up to the high ground, breaks smoke, and then continues walking up. Doesn't press
Dire's
BKB.
middle tower is under attack.
Feeling a bit too strong, a bit too overconfident there. Will get punished. This is a big window for YG. Lina, no buybacks. But Puck, well, will continue to be a very annoying hero to play against.
Here I am. Silence.
Amateur sight now on the Tiny, but this guy on Core Esports forced across the other side of the map. Just roaming as 3. I just think it's like such a pub thing, but I just feel like, guys, can we just stick together and fight as 5, you know?
I feel like they need to play for hexes. This pug is way too strong right now. YG, they need to look for opportunities. The TA shard has not paid off. Not a single death on the pug since the purchase. He was just. We kind of see why they picked the part. Why they picked the pug.
Rune of regeneration.
Just feeling very unkillable. DD rune top. So
Okay.
see something with this run.
Yeah, they're giving it to the TA. Maybe now she'll get a little bit more damage in, as she will bottle this one up. Has enough money now for the Iascandi. Still the richest hero in the game, and has taken the 25 talent for the refraction instances. Giving her a bit more survivability, but it's a long Roche here at him. And this rune is going to time out in less than 90 seconds. This could be an opening, though. They see at least one. Gem of True Sight scouts. I guess doesn't scout the courier. Doesn't give you... It reveals hidden units, actually. And that's not going to be enough damage there on the one. Creep in goes Young PH, though. Wants the Screen Protector. They've got the Sinister Gaze onto the Brood. In trouble, though, is going to be Lich. Tree still alive, finally taken down. Over the TA, dishing out the damage with the DD rune. Cuts through the Beastmaster. Skywrath Mage with a good 4-step up to the high ground, but it's Dead Sanity, who's completely isolated and alone. Cut down now. Dead for another 100 seconds without buy. Lewis, completely full HP here after that fight. Is not going to be able to 1v5 here. KSH continues to cut through people. Triple kill here on the DD rune. Young PH,
back.
he wants the die back here. He's got more remnants too. And he's got support. The roar onto Tiny, but the avalanche, it comes through. Ooh, he's trying to escape all the bonus moves. He even pop the drums. Blink kept on cooldown here. And I think this is all that they wrote here for Jewel. He will drop.
Radiant structures are
2
fortified.
diebacks here in this engagement.
Radiant's middle
Puck
tower
is a
under
problem,
attack.
continuing to cut waves. But YG have just blown this game wide open there
Dire's
after
top
that
tower
fight.
is under
And
attack.
Jewel, he blinked in, then immediately the Lotus on the TA and the pull from Lin. Very nicely done. Manages to get away, but tracing a bit too far again. Does not have a Hurricane Pike or anything. Kinda hard to stick onto units if he wants to chase too far. But it
Dire's
does
top
put
tower
Young
is under
PH
attack.
very much closer to his Hex. He closer to Swiftling, AC done on Dawn as well, so his fights there a lot of influxes of gold.
What have we here?
Everyone's got so much money. And Roche still isn't up, by the way. It's a long Roche timer, nearly the longest. As there's a coil
Dire's
top onto
bottom
Young
barracks
PH.
are under attack.
Second coil, was that a second coil or was it just the first coil missed?
It was the first coil
Okay,
bottom.
Solar Guardian on over. They're hunting for the puck. I can barely keep up with this puck. My goodness, what a hero.
Ладно,
He
смотрим
has
дальше.
the Revenant's Boots thing too if he chooses to go for it.
I'm not sure. This puck, he's kind of reaching critical mass. The Lina as well. Don't really have item slots anymore. Meanwhile, YG, all these hexes, stranglings coming out. Worth advantages. Beastmaster choosing to go for the aura build is not really scaling that hard anymore. Swiftling on the TA as well. Pressure shard for the Ember team is so huge. It looks like Skyoncore is in a very dominant position for a while, but right now it looks like Lewis against the world.
Honestly, it feels like all of a sudden, well, I don't know, was that just the DD rune, or do you think now it's finally TA with this Daedalus and Swiftblink has she's probably, and Scotty, she's probably dealt with her damage issues, I'd imagine, right?
I mean, the DD rune definitely helped a lot, but just kind of melted KSH. Only got hit like 4 or 5 times that fight, but it was enough to get a triple kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's have the Deso instead of the Daedalus. Let's do the efficient hitting power. It has room for the Moon Shard.
Radiant's top tower has
Yeah,
fallen.
we're getting ready to go up to high ground here.
This Hex on
Just
Ember.
in
Setting
hand.
up
Dire's
bottom.
bottom barracks are under attack.
But look at the ratting taking place here. 2-3 towers have already been dropped from an earlier
Oh, they're
siege.
tipping
back when
top.
Scion
There's a
had big
remnant
lead in
though.
the
Oh,
game,
they
but
get
careful. They found themselves a Lich. Oh, yikes. He did not get out in time.
Well,
Team looking to
Abado.
counter initiate. They're onto the Lina. Big avalanche onto 3. Look at the Dawnbreaker. The damage is insane. Young PH as well following through. But Lilina trying her best to fight. Cheese is consumed as Laguna. Not enough damage here. KSH caught by the coil, trying to take him down. Mystic Flare, not enough damage as Lewis trying to get through this Dawnbreaker now, but is going to be forced back with the roots. Young PH on the ultra kill.
He has a
trying to
hex
get this
too
game
for the
by
puck.
himself, but KSH is going to secure the rampage for him. No, thank you. Not today.
He has a hex. He has a hex.
The puck caught by the hex. The Dawnbreaker buys back. The stun.
is he
Can they
alive?
actually get her? Blinking one. No, she is dead.
Nice movement. That was just TA with Aegis and without Daedalus in her items,
Radiant's
by the
top
way.
tower is
Seriously, she's got damage now. But this puck has bought back. This Lina, I think, didn't buy back. Still doesn't have buyback. No, did buy back.
Did
Pardon
buy
me in
back,
that
did buy
engagement.
back. Full press on the tiny on as well. Is he attacking so fast by the Surely did use his buyback, use some cheeses, some refresher orbs. And PH doing so hard to play against this Ember as a support again. Glimmer's really the only item that can kind of protect you or buy more time.
Смотрим дальше.
And it's tough. I mean, now the game's squarely in control of YG after that one, but it's still not going to be a comfortable push up to high ground. You bought back on your Dawnbreaker. Still have the Aegis.
Ладно,
Let's use back
смотрим
up.
дальше.
This puck's still very clearly a problem. You did catch her once, but through this Lincoln Sphere, I don't know if she'll let that happen again.
Oh, that's true. What did he change? Witchblade? Wait, where's the Witchblade? He sold it?
I guess so, yeah, he must have. Didn't
That's
want to go for the,
interesting.
what's the upgrade called? I can't even remember.
Revenant's Brooch.
Revenant's
Radiant's bottom
Brooch.
tower.
Has committed coil there for a tiny illusion. Not the biggest deal, have it back in 40 seconds.
Radiant's
That's
bottom
very
tower
interesting.
is
I really think he needed these Lincolns, but I don't know about selling the Witchblade because now... Well, I mean, you will sell your trades eventually for another item.
Down to the bottom lane here. SH from range, my goodness. Starting to really take down this tower. Living Armor doing a bit of work here. Trying to take him down. F-toss. Not much. There's a ward there. There's going to be the Roar. Mystic Flare trying their best to heal her up. Really good itemization here from the Lich and the 4-staff away. Now the double. We'll see TA to safety as Refraction back up.
Lewis is still in the top lane. Like a bit
he's
of pressure
pushing.
here.
Lane will shove in, but right now YG with creeps bottom and mid, so backdoor is not going to be broken. Refraction is about to end. There's that Glimmer Cape, which even if she breaks instantly, still gives you that magic resist. One-shotting these boars.
No roar. They will have to go back though, I think. I guess on the
Seems like
see,
Lewis
we'll
cuts a
see.
wave mid now. This TA on the high ground just blinks away, still has Refraction up. 12 more stacks of Refraction, but they're going to burst through this relatively quickly. That's just Aegis, but they did commit Lotus. They don't have a Lotus here, and there is no Refraction. The double 4-staff now tripled. I think they whiffed the coil there. The 4-staff's in time.
Yeah, nicely done. Young PH not even returning to his team. Still pushing out top lane. They do use the Aegis, but they do get a tier 3. Not the worst.
Bounty.
9k goal on the TA. I don't know what he's gonna go for. He should go for the Aghanim's. Okay, I like that.
Gives you potential some setup, some catch actually onto this puck when she's split pushing around the map. Mobility and fight super annoying.
Never refuse gold given.
This game is just a bloodbath now, back and forth. We're already at this stage of the game, I feel, Adam, where... Ooh, hold that thought. Roots. Top lane. No, okay, I mean, it's still just way too evasive. We're at this stage of the game where it's a 23k net worth lead, and I'm not going to lie and say that doesn't... You know, it's not that big of a deal, but it's not really too big of a deal this late in the game, is it? I feel like heroes are pretty much starting to cap out. Oh, hello! Dead Sanity, stop playing the TA.
Oh, yes,
Going hunting
the-
after the Lina. Ember Spirit as well. They don't have bashes though, so the BKB will see her to safety, and she's got too much armor there. In the meantime, Sky Encore Esports, they've
They
seen
can
two
go
top
back
lanes, so
bottom
they're gonna
pretty
go diving
fast,
down bottom.
be
Shorty
careful.
canceled his TP. He canceled his TP on accident, and now Grims is gonna spot him, but they need way more backup here because Grims is just gonna die. Young PH is here, he's there. KSH is bottom now too with the TA trap bags. What?
Yeah, I don't think it was an accident. Probably his team telling them that they could come. And PHTP has the Remnant and KSH just has the eggs.
All right. You're right. It wasn't an accident.
Oh,
He's
he sees the
everywhere.
Skyrock. Young PH going
Now
in.
into the high ground. They know that the Selena does not have BKB, so the Hex is going to connect, and they've
Hex.
taken her down. 2 minutes without buyback. What the Lena after that kill. YG already leading 1-0. Diving Fountain trying to close out the game, trying to continue on to the upper bracket. Ember Spirit nearly dead as he will
breaks
be
the
tossed. They've
coil.
broken coil for that, but the BKB keeps him alive as Puck chasing after him. Bottom barracks have been destroyed, but KSH is trying to get through the tier 4 towers all by himself now at this stage. Ember Spirit sent scattering. He's going to probably TP home and Remnant back to the mid lane, but Lewis diving backlines has found himself the Lich.
TA though. What can they do about the TA? Trying their best.
TA focusing thrones. No
the
Lena here
bash.
for a while longer. Jules tossed on in, but they're just still focusing throne. Now Jules dead, but that's it. GG. No more can be done as the puck is caught and killed. YG will burst through high ground and will finally close out game number 2. It takes 50 minutes here, Adam. Barn burner of a game, but it's YG who's going to continue the 2-0 streak here today.
Still a big win, you know, we take those. YG looking kind of dominant, a bit sloppy in game 2, I would say. A bit more sloppy than game 1 at least. Young PH kind of overextending here and there. The TA item build also kind of slowed down their game, but they recognized it, didn't force anything. KSH 18-2, didn't like force fights, didn't feel bad, you know, they just played for what they needed, which was Young PH's Hex, which came out later on, the Dawnbreaker 25. Like, we see how all these small things build up and like impact the game. It's what a goal lead kind of gets you, what a map advantage gets you in Dota, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've done well here as well to get through that game. It was really difficult for a while where the TA just felt like she didn't have any damage, but will eventually get on through and starts to take over that game again. It's the problem with Puck, right? Where you are this annoying, kind of nigh uncatchable hero for like a solid 20 minutes, and then eventually it's just like, what are you delaying for, right? Lena unable to out carry the TA this game, and it's YG who will close it out 2-0.
Yeah, it felt that way. The Puck was really strong at some point, but he had to itemize a bit defensively. The Shiva and stuff, no E-Blade, no Revenant's Booch, wasn't able to use his net worth to like apply a lot of pressure. Just the Glimmer from the Leech itself was like super annoying as well.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And from the get-go, you know, it was all a TA game. It felt like so long ago and kind of was with the pauses that we've had in this game, but just so much action for the Templar Assassin throughout. And this is what felt like, I think this Lena loses Aegis basically right away, right?
Yeah, was chasing a bit too deep here. You see him running in without his BKB.
Yeah.
Overzealous.
And this kind of felt like where Sky Encore could have had a much better control in this game should they hold on to Aegis here. They don't. They even lose Alina. And things get pretty difficult from here with the TA and a good lead in this game.
Yeah, it definitely hurt them a lot. The Aegis was a big deal. Ares even buys the medal too. I mean, the Lina just playing without Aegis, it's a totally different game, you know. It's sometimes just a mentality, you know, you have 2 lives. Only use it. This fight looks kind of scary for YG. The Puck causing so much chaos, but Young PH in the back. Look
Seriously.
at that. Had the refresher shard as well.
He's
my
crazy, and of course is denied the rampage. Kind of a BM move.
God. We will get the victory, which is what matters. 2-0. Breaking my predictions.
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought we'd see a couple of 2-0s here because you got some nice back and forth games like this that are eventually going to, you know, close out one way or the other. And in this time around, it is going to be YG who take the 2-0 over Sky Encore Esports, which is going to take us here, Adam, to another pretty long break. Not too bad, though. It's only going to be about 35 minutes until we are back with our next match, which will be Neon Esports versus Spawn Team. We're going to have a new crew of casters take over as well for you guys. Adam and I are going to be done for the day here. We'll return, I think, more tomorrow, Adam, for the lower bracket elimination matches. That'll be exciting. But for now, we have 2 more upper bracket matches, Neon Esports versus Spawn Team and RZ Esports versus Lil Gun, which are going to be casted by DK Truman and Winter. So stick around, guys, because that action in just about 30 minutes or so. Until then.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Southeast Asian DPC close qualifiers. Myself, DK Truman, and Winter covering these next two matches for you. And they're looking like very interesting matches at that. We've already had two matches previously today that we'll quickly check in the bracket to see how it's currently going. As we've already seen, two teams drop down to the lower bracket. Drinkwater has beaten Atomic Esports 2-0, and YG taken down Sky and Core Esports 2-0. It's a pretty predictable results, wouldn't you agree, Winter?
Yeah, I think so far Drinkwater has been the team that impressed me the most. Even from the Open Qualifier stages, I felt like they looked like one of the better teams, like overall, despite only forming, I would say, like 2.5, maybe close to 3 weeks ago. Not getting too much practice in, but they look very, very solid as a team.
Yeah, definitely a scary team. And YG has always been the team that they never really played DPC, but it was always kind of surprising that they actually didn't play DPC, because they have been playing everything else in the region as much as they were able to. But as you can see, the next two matches are first Neon Esports versus Spawn Team Now, and then afterwards RZ Esports versus Lil Gun, which we'll have a little bit later in the day. But we'll be heading towards Neon Esports versus Spawn Team, because that game currently is in the drafting stage, because all the players are very antsy to get on the way with the match. So hopefully we'll be able to jump into that soon enough. Quickly did look up these two teams' statistics, and they do love playing a lot of Tusk and Mirana in the region right now. I mean, everyone loves the Mirana picks after what was it? The TI? Snaking played a little bit too much of it.
What's 5 Mirana?
Yeah, Starstorm first spell, and then, you know, no leaps, no arrows. Still feels weird to me, but okay, everyone does it, so it has to be the correct way.
I mean, not only just that, you know, like, sure, her lane's very strong, like as a pos 5. But later in the game, you're perfect for the dead lane role, you know, as a pos 5, because it's so difficult to kill you. You can kill and you can clear creep waves quickly. And on top of that, you kind of have a smoke, a built-in smoke for your team with the ultimate. So the hero does provide a lot for the team in general.
Also, the level 15 talent, I think it's 20% evasion while you're Mirana ulted. I think all the little things do stack up. Still, it's weird to see it as a plus 5, but there's the other hero that has been really heavily picked, especially in Southeast Asia. The Tusk, either a 5, a 4, or sometimes still as a mid. In this case, they have an Ember, so it's slightly more doubtful. I have seen some Ember safe lanes creep up lately. Some EE fans still out there.
The Tusk, probably will see the Tusk. And maybe it's an off lane, I don't know, but most likely pos 4, since Ember's gonna be the mid laner most of the time. I mean, back in the day, we used to see a lot of pos 4 Embers in Southeast Asia. I don't think many people want to do that anymore.
I know Xingqiu played it a decent amount when with LGD. He really loved the pos 4 Ember Spirit, but yeah, it's hard to pull off. It's a meme, and you don't really want to do that in qualifiers. Maybe one wild game during the DPC, but you first need to make it there, and you're up against one of the biggest teams in the closed qualifiers, of course. The Neon, especially as an org stands, it would be the biggest in the closed qualifiers.
Yeah, and I definitely like the Lycan pick here against the Silencer and the Ember. Those two heroes are not very good at dealing with the Lycan early on, and they are looking to build their lineup into like a very, very early game timing, like early timing. You see, they have Snapfire and Mars, so they have the team fight around the Lycan. And the moment they have their Blink on the Mars and Lycan has the Aura items, the game is going to be very, very quick. And the pace of the game is going to be very quick for them. And Spawn team has to pick some heroes to deal with that, you know. Because at the moment, Tusk, Silencer, Ember, they're not very good at defending towers until they have a lot of items.
Yeah, for me, it looks a little bit problematic as well in terms of damage for Spawn team. Considering you're up against the Lycan, Snapfire, Mars, 3 strength heroes. Also very tanky strength heroes, and hard to catch because Snapfire, Cookie, Mirana, Leap, Lycan with the Shapeshift. This silencer feels like he's dead 90% of the game.
You gotta buy 4-star. Okay, maybe 4
Radiant
stars not even
team
enough.
back.
You need Ghost Scepter.
Bloodseeker.
You definitely need Ghost Scepter. Otherwise, the Lycan is just gonna kill you every single time. Or you could just like hide 2 screens away from the actual fight and wait for the time to click your R button, and your job is done. That's what you can do.
I just scream to Tusk, take me in the snowball every
10
single time.
seconds remaining.
Just please help me.
And he brings you into
5
the arena
seconds
with the
remaining.
Snapfire out on top of your head. GG.
Oh yeah, no. Hey, at least your silencer, so you pop your ulti and then you interrupt the Snapfire ult. So you got 1 counter. For
Yeah,
the rest,
I think that's your primary job. Interrupt the combo, the arena with the Mortimer's Case combo. But apart from that, I just feel like I wouldn't want to play silencer in this game. It's not fun, you know, when there's a Lycan around.
yeah. Luckily
Dire
enough, they
team
do
back.
have a little bit of a tool to deal with the Lycan with that Bloodseeker, but on the other side, it's, you know, you rupture the Lycan and then his minions will still kill the silencer. So
Yeah, the black dragon and the wolves.
yeah, the black dragon or the what's it called? The frost thingy
10
that throws
seconds
the
remaining.
400 damage orb.
5 seconds remaining.
I actually don't know the name of that. Let me see.
I always find it sad that they still like the other like his minions in the ancient camp. They have that 10% cooldown reduction aura. No one ever picks that one.
I think just the dragon overall has a lot. It's
Radiant
probably the
team ban.
That's the one
Yeah.
they want to go to most of the time. If you don't get it, the first one you have to go for something else. But
You can easily cut creep waves with the dragon the entire time and
yeah,
just be a
sometimes
nuisance.
it's okay to get the granite golem too. The aura is very
10
nice.
seconds remaining. Dire team back.
Just bring back ancient Prowler Shaman.
That one's the one with the clap. Which creep
Yeah,
is that?
the one that kills you if you try to take a stack.
The clap, right?
Yeah,
The clap.
the clap, whatever.
10
it-
seconds
root
remaining.
thing. I just
Oh, the root. Okay, the root one I know.
5
Okay, the
seconds
root one is the
remaining.
one that made it so that you can't clear the stack
Radiant
with
team
BB early
picked.
game.
yeah, the one that really made it hard to you know, someone went to make a 3-stack and you're standing there, get clapped once, and then you just get killed. That's the good old days. I miss those days when ancients were hard to clear and you had so much RNG.
And you can
10
you have a
seconds
chance to get
remaining.
the same camp. You know,
Yeah.
nowadays
Dire
no.
team picked.
Double clap,
Nowadays,
double root. No.
So Neon finishes up their draft with a Chaos Knight. So overall, just a very fast draft. You know, they're looking to stop you in the lanes, group up, kill all your buildings, take control of the map, get Roche, and end the game. For Spawn team, they have to figure
10
out how they can
seconds
just
remaining.
defend the towers right now to slow the game down. So far, they
5
still need like
seconds
a
remaining.
frontliner, you know, some underlord, some tight hero to stand and defend the towers, or Stand King, you know. So far, their current 4 heroes are not going to be able to frontline for them against this lineup.
Yeah, especially with the CK's burst coming in. Later down the line, you could even get the Lycan Aghanim Scepter onto the CK, which is terrifying. Yeah, and Spawn's team is just really squishy, and Neon Esports team is really tanky. One plus is the fact that Bloodseeker, if he gets the shard and gets reasonably tanky, he does stand toe-to-toe against pretty much any strength hero out there, which is an advantage. But reaching that point is going to be pretty tough, as you've mentioned.
Getting to that point is going to be the problem. Sure, he has the shot that's amazing. It's all these tanky heroes, but if you don't do on the lane and you get you lose all your towers, because against this kind of lineup, it's actually pretty normal to lose all your tier 1 towers, say around 12, 13, 14 minutes, you know, and then they're going to go to get Roshan 15, 16 minutes. And they come for your tier 2s, then you're going to lose all your tier 2s. You might not have
Choose your
time
hero.
to get to that stage of the game.
Well, there you have it. The hero you just mentioned, the Underlord, the best defender you could possibly want for high ground and towers. And it's always nice to see him being picked up. I still love his new ags. It's sorry, not ags, but his ulti that not really new. It's been there for quite a while, but it does make for a lot of very interesting plays that you could go for. Very mobile team on spawn team because of it.
Very interesting or very questionable?
Oh yeah, no, it can kill your entire game with one bad move, but it always has like that backdoor potential, which is so nice in the later portions. Not that spawn team have any backdoor potential with their lineup whatsoever, or Roche, or buildings. Honestly, they don't really have much currently, except for trying to take the game to late and hope that Underlord builds up enough, like
Crimson,
Wraith Pact possibly. Yeah, Wraith Pact, you know, it still does the physical damage reduction, but who still gets a Wraith Pact?
It's good against physical. I feel it might be good here against the Lycan and the CK. It's definitely decent against their heroes. But I'm not sure which sequence do you go for first. Do you go for the Crimson first, or do you go for the Wraith Pact first? Or do you even go both, or you just choose one of them?
I would probably go Crimson, because Crimson feels a little bit strong. I mean, Wraith Pact feels a little bit weak, especially because you're up against Snapfire Mirana. They leap or whatever in once, and then it kills off your Wraith Pact instantly. And
so
Crimson is pretty good against Lycan.
You get a... Do you want to get
Run like the dogs you are.
For the Snapfire? I'm not sure about that, because it's just Snapfire and... I mean, kind of Mirana and Snapfire, they do deal a lot of magic damage. But
yeah,
the main idea is... Yeah, but the main idea of the Pit Lord is he has to be able to frontline. If he cannot frontline, this lineup cannot work.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit more on the armor side of things. Oh, high ground ward placed. They know. But yeah, you're just going to have to build up bulky on the Underlord, or you just build Rod of Atos like every Underlord ever does.
No, don't do that this game. You do that this game, you're just going to lose. He can't do that this game. He can't go for that build. That's the fun build.
30 seconds to battle.
It's kind of risky. I do still hope to see...
he has it queue up. He has it queue up. No.
I do hope to see that, one of these days I'll see an Underlord actually upgraded to the Gleipnir, just because I want to see that AoE route. No one ever upgrades it to a Gleipnir. It would be great against Lycan.
Gleipnir, BKB, AC running in, rooting them, hitting people, right? That sounds fun.
Yeah, Underlord used to have a talent that gave him like 200 attack speed, right?
I don't remember actually.
I think it did, and I saw a lot of people build like Basher on Underlord a while back.
25? Is it 25 talent?
Oh, 25. Yeah.
I don't know what's it.
I thought it was 20. I'm not 100% sure, but I know that they built a lot of like Bashers on Underlords, and then they removed that talent, and I still saw people build Bashers on Underlord, and his attack speed's absolutely horrible. What lane do you think most of the action's coming in?
Level 20, 60 attack speed. Yeah, you're right.
Ah, yeah.
Which lane I would look at? Probably the Underlord cross against the CK Snap. I think both sides have a decent kill potential on the other team. And they're actually not gonna do some lane pulling shenanigans here. I thought they're gonna do that, but let's see how they're gonna play this lane. I mean, as soon as the Underlord reaches level 3, this lane is I don't think they can lose the lane.
Has been killed.
It's luckily enough for 2 strength heroes versus 2 strength heroes, so tanky more than anything here in that bottom lane. In mid, it's going to be a Mars mid. Normally, I'm not the biggest fan of Mars mid, but in this case, it definitely can work. It's pretty good against the Ember Spirit, of course, because you can just yeet him away if he gets annoying. Oh, bottom lane. They're going in on the Underlord, who's dropping very low. And it is first blood secured on red right there. So yeah, before the Underlord hits level 3, they do take him down, which is definitely going to help if CK gets the XP advantage.
That was what I was surprised about, that they didn't try to pull and manipulate the creep equilibrium, because the Underlord is weak the first 2 levels. You need to help him get to his level 3 by dragging the wave back to the tower, And if the wave is near the CK's tower, he always has a chance to be aggressive on you.
lot of damage, of course. Percentage-based damage from the Firestorm, one of the best high ground defending tools in the game. And Roche defending as well, which is a big plus because they do have a pretty good Roche lineup here on the Neon side.
It's all going to be about this laning phase, you know. Like if Neon is going to run away with the lanes, the game is going to, I feel like the game is going to end very, very quickly. The Roche is going to go very quickly and everything is going to be too fast. Yeah. This Underlord, so far after feeding the first blood, he's managed to get the creep wave back to his tower. So he's going to have a couple of waves here being in his safety zone, so he won't have to worry about dying. And as long as he can reach level 3, then the lane should be okay for him.
Yeah, top lane, not really much shenanigans going on. Unless you get hit a superb arrow from the Mirana, Lycan should not be able to kill off the Bloodseeker. And Bloodseeker, without his level 6 and without stuns in the lane, shouldn't even be able to touch the Lycan either.
Yeah, this is the boring, I farm, you farm lane, you know, nobody gets to do much. Maybe the Mirana can try to kill the Silencer with the wolves. I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so mid maybe with a rotation we could get some kills, but Valky is just having a really good time in that mid lane matchup, so doesn't fear the Ember too much. Ember also no points in Searing Change it, so it doesn't look to be more of a killing Ember spirits, more farming. So I guess that's going to be the name of the game for both these scenes at this stage.
It's just better for the lane to get more points in your flight and the shield, the fire shield, the flame guard first. And the matchup is already not that great for him, you know. Ember against Mars. Mars is always gonna have an advantage in getting more CS because of the God's Rebuild. And bot lane, you see the spawn team trying to drag and, you know, make sure that the Underlord doesn't get bullied under the tower. So,
oh, hello. Doesn't have Snowball. He can level it up though, and now he does. Nice ice charge block as well. Quickly run away. Does he have the damage? Yeah, Underlord should be able to kill him with Mango. Good enough damage. Close, but it does give Bloodseeker at least a buff in the top lane.
Yeah, that was actually fine for the Tusk. Now the Underlord, he is gonna be able to farm pretty comfortably. CK has no, I don't think they have any more salves. Yeah, they don't have a salve unless they stand a new one. So the lane should be fairly easy for the Underlord from now on. And the Bloodseeker is also farming pretty well at top. Lycan is close behind in terms of CS, but Lycan, he has 9 denies. Bloodseeker has 0 or 1 now. So he has the XP advantage as of now.
Oh. And Bloodseeker's chasing for the Mirana, who is getting his last leap off, but won't dive the tier 2 tower because that tends to be very suicidal, especially if Mars or something TP's in the middle of that engagement. So won't be able to get the kill just yet. But the moment Bloodseeker gets level 6 top lane, you kind of need to abandon it.
Lycan's probably gonna jungle at that point, unless the Mars is gonna make a rotation towards. I think what might happen is when the Lycan is maybe 5-ish, 5.5-ish, and Bloodseeker might be 6 soon, the Mars is gonna rotate to the Lycan's lane. So when you're traveling over, the Lycan's probably gonna secure his 6, and then you try to jump the Bloodseeker in the lane to prevent the Bloodseeker from rupturing the Lycan, and also to secure the tower for the Lycan.
Quick question. Looking at, of course, the Mars mid, what item build would he go for? Is it just the Blink Dagger initiation?
Blink. His job here is just to initiate. Yeah, I don't think you can afford to be too greedy on the Mars here. Maybe you finish your Facebook, I'm not sure if you even get braces. Oh, he's going for Falcon Blade. That's pretty greedy, but he does have a very good start to the game. I think his laning phase is very, very nice. So as long as the dagger comes out at a decent time, you know, you don't want to drag it too long.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Falcon Blade's like one of the most picked items for orcs these days.
Yeah, it's not that expensive, so it's not that greedy. And you want it to have for your mana.
Missed arena there, missed spear in the arena, so that's a lot of wasted mana. And they're going back in. Amangdaya has double damage. They're trying to kill a Valky. Nice arrow keeps him at bay, and he should be just fine. He is so freaking tanky already. Autumn, red, in trouble.
Radiant's bottom
Underlord
tower is under attack.
does get saved because the Ember TP comes through, but he doesn't have Searing Chains, so he has no way of actually controlling the enemy. And Underlord doesn't have the Pit of Malice either, so they're really lacking lockdown.
Yeah, but they're trying to play with the catapult wave here. I think it's a pretty decent move, even they're not killing. They're gonna deal a significant amount of damage towards the tower. Tower lost like around 400 HP, I think. Overall, and he saved the Underlord. So I think overall it wasn't a waste, even though he didn't kill anyone.
Radiant's bottom tower
And
is
the Tusk
under
was
attack.
able to use the time when the Ember is going bot to get some levels in mid. So I think all things considered, the Underlord's happy, the Tusk is happy. And sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself as a mid player. You need to help your team, you know. You can't be so greedy on focusing on, oh, I have to get my XP, I have to get my farm, you know. You need to help your team at the same time.
Especially if you're playing a Mars, you know, that's kind of your role. Your initiation, no matter what your role is, your position on the map during the laning stage. Because Lycan is going to steal a lot of farm. That's just what a Lycan does, and same with the CK. Because CK is a hero that is super good, but does have that very dangerous point of just falling off significantly if he doesn't get the chance to right-click. And Bloodseeker can be really scary if he gets to late game. Bloodseeker's already got the Javelin, so he's looking to get aggressive, or at least to farm pretty quickly with a very early Javelin, considering he hasn't even finished his boots yet. He's actually rushing the Maelstrom here.
Yeah, they need to be able to push, and because the enemy team is going to be grouping up a lot, so you have to get your items to push out waves quickly. Any amount of time you can buy to delay the enemies to push, their timings, that's going to be very, very valuable. And for the CK here, you know, I feel like CK is not that expensive of a hero. Like, you don't really take that much farm, even though you have, like, I agree that Lycan is considered like a more greedy offlaner. He's going to take a lot more space than your usual, like, let's say a Tide or Mars offlane, etc. But I think overall they have the right balance, because Mars mid and CK safe lane, they don't really farm a lot. I mean, they can farm, but they don't have to. And they're going to have to focus on hitting the right timing with their 3 heroes. Like the Lycan's going to have this helm timing, the Mars is going to have his blink timing, the CK is going to have armlet into maybe you can get an Echo Saber and then a Dagger. I feel like those are reasonable. And you want to kind of sync your timings together, you know, like maybe at minute 20, you're going to have these 3 items and the other person is also going to have their items at the same time. So when you ball up together, the team is really strong.
Yeah, that 20-minute mark, 15 to 20-minute mark should be pretty much Neon's go time. Hopefully they can get it done before Bloodseeker gets his Gleipnir, because that's what I assume he's trying to build as soon as possible with the Maelstrom, to just get that Gleipnir, which is amazing against the CK, amazing against the Lycan, and always good against the Mirana to have the extra route available on your team. And in combination, as mentioned, with the Underlord, Pit of Malice, it becomes pretty good in controlling your opponents.
And he's gonna need a BKB as well, like to be able to stand and fight. He's gonna need BKB. They have too much disables and magic damage.
Yeah, pretty long stuns as well with the CK, Chaos Bolt, and the arrow.
Like maybe you go Maelstrom, then you get your BKB first, then you finish your Grape. Consider finishing your Gleipnir. I don't feel like you can afford to finish your Gleipnir first before BKB.
Yeah, that would probably be a little bit too greedy. It depends, I guess, on exactly how aggressive Neon are in their pushing. Because if Neon just, you know, sit back and try and outfarm you the entire game, there's no need to get a BKB just yet. That really is, it's all dependent. As Jacob is marked up, goes. He wants to go Mjolnir, it seems. That's a little bit disappointing. Oh, hated in mid, in a lot of trouble. That will be Mamangdai getting himself a kill with that arcane.
Here comes the Lycan form with the Mars rotation.
No TPs? No TPs.
That's
a very good move, actually.
He's gonna die. Oh, he has Underlord.
First service. In comes red. This is the damage. Gets the kill secured onto Falky. That's the mid lane taken down Jalil. Take the TP. I should have taken the Fiend's Gate.
Yeah, I think so too. You should have ran. You should have ran to bot lane. Where's the location? Oh, it's in the base actually, not bot lane. That would have even been fine for you.
They did manage to at least take care of the Mars, but as you mentioned, he's more of a glorified off lane, I guess. And dying for a safe laner is pretty okay.
Yeah, I think you can consider a Mars kind of like a pseudo off laner this game. It's all about the Lycan's timing here, you know. He has his helm. He's going to go for, I think, the Helm of the Overlord soon next. And let's see the CK. CK finished his armlet.
Dire's middle tower is
I think maybe he rushes BKB also. I think he's gonna need like a dagger BKB. He has to go behind enemy lines and focus the supports, the silencer, the Tusk, kill them first.
Yeah, the silencer should be easy money every single time. Tusk, as you can see in that fight, a little bit tough to kill with the snowball. You can just wait out a very lengthy duration of the fight.
Yeah, that's why they have to stun him with CK and then follow up with either the Snapfire Cookie or the arrow. If you don't go on the Tusk first, then it's gonna be very annoying, right? So, because no matter who you go on, the Tusk has the snowball to save the other person. That's why you have to kill the Tusk first.
And Tusk is rushing that Blink Dagger, so you will have the Blink save most of the time available. Currently it is looking pretty good in terms of everyone's net worth being kind of
even.
Equal. Yeah.
Nobody has, I would say, like a significant advantage. And I think that's I would say that's more beneficial for the Dire team because they have this more late game centric lineup with the Underlord hoping that the Underlord can hold the early game and the Berserker can get to that point of the game where he can just carry the game with the Ember. And Neon, on the other hand, because they have a much faster paced lineup. And I would say that when, I think it was a moment ago when the Mars rotated top with the Lycan's first ulti, that point when the Underlord decided to TP to defend, I think that was pretty crucial. If they didn't defend the tower, they lost that section of the map, then the game would be a lot faster and a lot more comfortable for Neon, you know. Because they defended the tower and they killed the Mars in the process, the whole game feels... I feel like the Dire team is in the lead now, even though they're behind slightly in network.
Yeah, they survived the laning stage pretty nicely. Currently, Jikroy has marked up that he wants to go for a Mjolnir instead of the Gleipnir. That would very much disappoint me.
If he finishes the Mjolnir first, I feel it could be a very risky move though, not having the BKB at the right time.
Or, you know, finishing with boots. That could also be useful.
Bot lane.
Oh, that's very sad. Missing the ice shards.
Yeah, they need to send the Ember down. Or Ember has haste rune. That's why they're playing so aggressive at bot lane. Ember has haste. He can rotate to bot quickly. He's killing his lane's catapult, so he managed to destroy the Radiant's catapult in mid. And now he's gonna look to rotate. Bot
Silence is almost level 6 as well. That's good to go then.
Oh, bot lane. The tower is low. Where's the Ember? Is he rotating? No, not yet. He's still mid. They're taking both towers at the same time. Oh, this is great. This is actually so good for a spawn now.
Radiant's middle tower.
Taking that mid tower, especially. Wow. Mamangdai just charging forward with that haste. Being a very big nuisance in the mid lane, while Jikroy has free farm in the top lane. In the meantime, Enryu is pretty much done with his Vlads. And that's when it's go time normally for the Lycan. So you still have to be very careful of Rupture every time.
Yeah, that's why he needs the Mars to rotate to his lane, but they're gonna smoke and go bot actually. They want to defend this tower instead. Because the timing, I think this is the right move because they're already slow. They can't go for top lane anymore to trade. They have to be able to defend either bot lane or try to go for a pick off somewhere. They're quite confused about what they have to do because they didn't clear the wave before they did the smoke. So now they have to go back and deal with the wave here. You always have to make sure you clear the next wave coming in before you start the smoke. Now, Snap is currently moving top. They pop the glyph. Bot lane's they're gonna dive bot.
On the ulti, Silencer ult, Fortune Soul, they still have vision over him, he dropped it low, and just gets smacked down. Tier 1 should fall. In trade, the Lycan will at least find the Tier 1 top, but yeah, that is looking pretty good for Spawn right now.
This tower feels like, okay, there's no way they can defend this tower already, so they're gonna have to trade the top. They're gonna get the top tier 1, but this trade doesn't feel good because of how the draft is positioned, you know. The left draft, the neon draft, has to be in a driver's position, a driver's seat position. They have to be leading the game, dictating the game, you know. When the game, oh, they are pushing our board, we have to go for a trade. That doesn't feel good if you're on the Radiant lineup.
Yeah, it's Spawn that is 1 tower ahead, will be still 1 tower ahead once these 2 side lanes will fall, but they're not a lineup that has any tower push at all. I mean, no, 0. It's just really terrible tower push on their part. But still, they do manage to get that control with the Underlord being so incredibly tanky. He's also level 9 right now. The Rod of Atos is pretty much done.
Very good.
It's pretty scary.
Just a very good overall last pick. Honestly, that was probably the only pick I felt like it would have gave them a chance, you know. They really needed to remove this hero, you know. I felt like it was kind of Neon Sport that didn't realize that this was actually the only hero that would have given the Dire team at least a chance in the game, you know.
Yeah, especially because he is percentage-based damage as well. Firestorm against 4-strength heroes. And it's good against Lycan.
Good against
CK. And you specifically mentioned in the draft that their last pick should be something like an Underlord.
Yeah, because that was the only. I mean, I think I said another hero. I can't remember what, but that was the only. I felt like that was the only hero given the situation. Anything else would have been like maybe like subpar. Or you don't really feel like, okay, sure, we don't have a choice. We have to pick the hero. We have to pick the hero because you don't have a choice, you know. But Underlord is definitely the go-to hero, the best hero for that junction of the draft.
And currently it is the Underlord top net worth. Jacroy is second. He doesn't really want to join his teammates whatsoever. It looks like he really does want that Mjolnir. Okay, so then maybe Red eventually will get himself a Gleipnir on the Underlord. He is going for the BKB after his Rod of Atos.
Yeah, look at how confident he feels, you know. He doesn't even want to go for the Crimson Guard or tank yet. Tank? What is tank? I want to run in and kill people, you know. If I can kill them, I don't have the tank. So he's going for this carry build, the Atos into BKB. Maybe you can consider getting the shard later. I think the shard is also very, very good. Or even the axe. I think all of those items are very, very good for, especially after your BKB. I think you can consider all those items. Maybe you get an AC first. You probably need some armor. But apart from that, because he's having such a good game, I feel like he can do anything.
He needs to get armor, he says. Bro, the only reason he is getting an AC is just to get the attack speed. He wants to right-click them fools.
Yeah, I mean, it's greedy, but I can understand coming from his perspective right now because of the state of the game. I feel like I can accept it. But if the game isn't going this well for them, say the game, they lost one of their lanes, or, you know, or the top or the bot lane didn't go so well, and he's doing this build, I would feel that it's gonna be the other build would be better for him, you know, going for the aura. But because the game has been going so well, I think I give him a pass. You know, he's going for this more carry-centric build.
Currently, it's definitely paying off. I do wonder, what are your thoughts about the Underlord Aghanim Scepter? Not necessarily in this game, but in general.
I think it's great. You know, I feel like even in this game, I feel like I could consider it. I like the Pit of Malice on the Fiend's Gate. You know, I feel like that adds a lot of a dynamic of catch on the hero, you know, because Underlord is a hero that, okay, sure, you play the map, you farm, you defend our towers, but you cannot catch people. That's why people like to get Atos, you know. But having the Fiend's Gate on top of having the Pit of Malice on top of that, it gives you a lot more catch and area control in the team fights. So I mean, the slow on the Pit of Malice is nice also. You know, the 40% slow. Everything is nice about the item. It gives you some stats, some armor. some HP, like just overall very very solid item on the hero. But there's a lot of things that you have. I would say that you need to buy first. You know, in this case you would need the BKB first, maybe an armor item, and then you get the Acceptor.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times in previous games. It can be pretty nasty, but you need to hit those Fiend Gauge skill shots, because those are still hard to muster, considering they do have channel time.
They have Ember Spirit, they have Tusk. I feel they have some setup. You know, it's not that difficult for him to hit it on the enemy here. I mean, Ember is, I feel like, one of the best initiating setup heroes for Underlord. If I have to choose one mid laner when I'm playing Underlord, I would choose Ember most of the time. He just provides you with the perfect setup, you know, long range setup for your Firestorm, for your Pit of Melees. He doesn't need Blink. It's different, you know, compared to, let's say you have a mid lane like a Puck. You know, Puck the call is not as good compared to the Searing Chains to set up for Underlord.
Yeah, but you know, every mid laner that you ever have that plays Ember always misses their Searing Chains for some reason, and then your entire setup does not work anymore.
No, they don't miss it all the time, but they miss it on the time that you need them to land it.
Yeah, they hit it randomly when they're just trying to harass, and then the time that they need to get that kill, someone's TPing in the tree line, slide a fist, Searing Chains miss. Oops.
Well, I tried.
Well, oh well, next time better. Though they do have, of course, the Snapfire with the Mortimer's Kisses available right now. Like, they need Mars and Snap to kind of group together and make a play.
Yeah, this is why I felt like he needs to get the dagger ASAP, you know. I mean, sure, you need a mana item, but when you're going mid, you have bottle. So I feel like he could have actually afforded face boots, bottle, stick, and just rush dagger, you know. Like going for a Falcon Blade is like, oh, you have bottle, you're buying another Soul Ring, you know. And Falcon Blade is also even more expensive, slightly more expensive than the Soul Ring, you know. And right now he's 1,200 gold away from his Blink, you know.
Tusk is done with the Blink. Like, that's the big difference here. Tusk already has his Blink.
The Lycan can't do so much in the game, you know. You're not enabling the Lycan when you go for this greedy build, you know. Sometimes players, right, they don't really understand about the synergy in the strategy, you know. It's not just about, oh, I'm having a good game, I want to go greedy, you know, but it's also about how well can I enable my teammates, you know. This hero on the offlane, he needs me to have a blink ASAP, you know, for his hero to function. Otherwise, then his hero feels like just a creep. That's how Lycan feels right now. He's, without the dagger on the Mars, he feels like he can't do so much in the game.
Well, he does have himself the Helm of the Overlord, so the big Ancient Granite Golem coming in, extra HP, 15% increase from the aura. Always a nice addition.
Smoke. Are they smoking? Yeah, they're smoking without the blink. I mean, what can you do, you know? They have to try and fight now with this Helm of the Overlord. They have the Granite Golem, so that's nice. Not the Dragon, but it's probably the second best creep you can get.
We're going all the way around.
And there's the Underlord.
That's not the one that you want to see, because you just see easy money. Yep, doesn't care. 200 bucks. Thank you.
Okay,
250, sorry.
GG, Helm of the Overlord.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
That's not the best usage of the first one.
Tower denied. I mean, that's the thing, you know, because they can't initiate. They don't have a blink on the Mars. So what can you do, you know? And if you look at your supports, you have a Snapfire and a Mirana. Who's gonna initiate? Everybody is like waiting for the other person. Everybody is like essentially the black pieces, you know. Nobody can take the first move.
Mirana also has the Tumbler's Toy instead of the Mars. Mars has a Cult Bracelet.
They want to get the CK. CK, they want a CK. They don't want this Snapfire, but here comes the wolf.
Oh, well, he does get rooted, and we have another Snapfire DC.
Oh, they
does get rooted by the Ember in the meantime.
Wait, they don't have pause time, right? They ran out of pause time? I think they ran out of pause time.
Oh, they're
asking the enemy to pause for them. Ah! Oh, he just said okay and sorry.
Oh, Mangaya! Oh, this might just be revenge because they get a double kill.
Is that karma?
Yeah, that's 100% karma, Mangaya. 100% karma. He kills the AFK player, and now his team dies.
So at least if he said like, no, sorry, you know, I would have been more understanding. You know, it's like, okay, and then he unpauses.
Oh, that's your little toxic trait right there.
That's what you get, you know, when you play in C too much.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, they are looking to possibly kill Mamang, or at least there's a Mars nearby. He's just farming. Definitely saw the fire remnant. Ryu's also lying in wait.
You know what? Against drink water, they're definitely gonna pause for you.
Oh yeah. Oh, Mamangaya tries to get the catch, but he already got the blink done on Valky, so he gets himself away. Also has a double damage, which is pretty scary with God's Rebuke. And there, yeah, someone is multitasking the Snapfire. All you have to do is just use Mortimer's Kisses until Silence ulti comes in, and then you just do nothing. Well, Jikroy, he's done with the BKB on the Bloodseeker, so this is finally a moment that the Bloodseeker can actually join the fight.
Can they catch him with the blink here? They have to get a kill, you know. For Neon are desperate to get a kill here.
Oh.
Oh, they don't see him?
Oh no.
Okay, they see him.
He just got the BKB
Oh, nice
now.
Grover. Nice Grover. The Grover actually saved his ass.
And he heals up quickly. There's the good old Bloodseeker lifesteal.
Are they gonna pit out ulti somewhere? Go top? Yeah, they're going top. Just defend the wave and then go back bot. Oh, this shit is hilarious.
I really like the that Axe. So much better than the old one.
I think the old one's pretty damn useless, to be honest.
I mean, it had its niche plays, but this
like
one's so much better.
Late game, you know, like in late game, then you get it, you know, like I would say like 5th, 6th item. You know, you never want to get the item early. But now you do want to get the item at a decent time in the game. You know? Oh, nice route.
Nice two-man route. And the damage coming in. Valky doesn't have a BKB yet either. He's in trouble. Jikroy looking for blood. Hated, he came back into the game just to die. And Spawn, with the Bloodseeker now having BKB and joining the fights, it starts to become way scarier for Neon.
Yeah, they're thinking about Rosh, I think. I mean, if the Dire team gets the Rosh, if Spawn gets this Rosh and they take it away from the Leica, I think it's pretty much going to secure them in the game. They should be able to get into the point where their lineup just beats the Radiant lineup. Like, it's not so much about if you get the first Aegis as the Dire team that you can end the game. It's more about you are ruining the Radiant's lineup's timing.
And they're the ones that are actually pushing at the moment. They're going for the first for the tier 2 tower bottom.
Wait, do they know?
Oh,
They know there's a ward there. I'm not sure if they saw it though. I think maybe they know. They're moving away. Let's go.
Taking some time in mid. Valky, he's playing distraction.
Yeah, they know. I think they know. They are just running over with the rest of the team. Wait.
Yeah,
okay, no, they don't know.
Gone.
No, they don't know. Okay, never mind. I thought they knew. Because they were moving rather strangely, you know, like the Analog was like running to the jungle, like it looks like he was heading to the Rosh pit and then he decides to turn back. Maybe they knew, but felt like they didn't have to contest it.
If they knew, he could just Fiendscape though.
Yeah, that's strange. Yeah, that's true. But they don't have.
So I guess they just dodged the high ground ward the entire time.
Maybe. It might be a better move here in hindsight because they are almost getting a BKB on the Underlord. So probably not the best time to fight. And if you click on the Ember, yeah, they have 2 BKBs coming up. So I think overall, I feel like it was the right choice.
And they should not throw their advantage away at this stage. Silencer does have his ulti, and as you mentioned, the Ghost Scepter has been finished on the Silencer, so he should be very solid to just distract the Lycan Shapeshift for a while in those engagements.
The fact that he has the luxury to finish Arcane Boots before the Ghost Scepter tells you how good of a game he's having.
Only has 6 in stolen though, so that's a little bit disappointing, but
He's rich.
he is rich. He is pretty well farmed. I mean, Snapfire, I understand if he gets decent farm because it's a Snapfire. He used 2 spells, kills creep wave, but Silencer does not have any luxury in terms of farming.
Yeah, and when Snapfire gets the shot, that's a little unfair, you know. 1 spell clears the whole creep wave, and here comes the smoke. They have their... Do they have the double BKBs? Oh no, but Lycan's popping his farm. Underlord has BKB. Oh, they can't see him! They didn't see him! Oh, nice jig spot there.
Oh, the root comes out, Mirana gets blown up. In comes the CK though. Silencer ulti, he does have an Aegis on the CK, so doesn't mind losing a first life.
Oh, he dies to the clap.
Looking for more, and Ryu gets caught inside the root, upon the root, and then he is just absolutely destroyed. Jikro doesn't fight against Fortune Soul. Nice Walrus punch, Snowball dodge, the kill comes in. In comes the kisses in return. Red will drop low. CK is back alive, and they kind of need to back off on the side of Spawn. That Aegis is a little bit annoying, but that team fight is definitely a victory.
Yeah, 3 kills for Spawn. 1 was the Aegis, and they only lost 2. So overall, I think it was a pretty decent trip. Ember's coming back.
Not done yet. Going in, nice shot quad, Fortune Soul dropping low, nice 2-man stun. Amandaido with the BKB, look at the damage from the Ember Spirit Beast coming up alive. Maelstrom procs all over the place, and Jikro's got the full Gleipnir as well. They just split that damage evenly.
Actually, Bundesliga did more than... Bundesliga did... I guess this team fight recap is probably the whole thing. You know? Oh, the last one is... Oh, okay, never mind. The last one is 5.5k damage from the Ember. And Bundesliga did 2.6k.
Procs.
GG.
And I think he had the Gleipnir as well on him. So, you know, Maelstrom, Gleipnir.
Yeah. And DD, so GG. Okay, I think the... okay, that was the Aegis, so... I mean, they have... I feel like the Radiant team has one more chance only when they can try to finish their PKBs and try to fight. If that fight doesn't work out, I think they can go GG. Their lineup is not meant to get to this stage without a significant advantage.
Yeah, this is painful.
They can try to finish the 2 BKBs on CK and on Mars and try to fight. And if that doesn't work, go next. I feel like that's their last timing. If that timing does not work, or they can't secure a team fight into a big objective, then I feel like it's very, very slim for them to win the game.
Yeah, Bloodseeker now has the Basher done as well. So, Jikro is pretty big. Still needs the shard. High ground. Tsukimoto does manage to just get himself away. Has the Yule Scepter as well in case he does get jumped. Another tool to delay an engagement a little bit longer.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
But yeah, this is kind of what I always fear with the CK is if you do not just destroy the early game, the hero feels incredibly weak.
I mean, I wouldn't even blame him, you know. They picked the CK and didn't ban the Underlord. I mean, against Underlord, there's not so much you can do, you know. Like, say, even if he gets a better laning phase, you know, just in a hypothetical situation, Underlord is still gonna be very annoying for CK in a team fight. The aura is just gonna limit his damage output so much. And the Firestorm clears your illusions.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
No, he didn't even... I mean, to be fair, he didn't even have to build the Crimson Guard. That's how ballsy he was. He felt he didn't need it, and he was definitely 100% right in that regard. We're going for the AC next, though, on the Under. Ooh, they've got the shard on the Tusk, the long-range ice shards. I like that one.
Yeah, more damage, slow, just more utility for the hero. All he needs to do is keep them in the pit, you know, block the terrain, snowball.
Arena, Silence ulti was used, but Valky doesn't get the TP away. Jikro doesn't want to pop the BKB and go for a random bash.
Rapture? Region?
CK.
Oh, that is
fine.
Not good. He has to pop BKB. That is not good. That's his first BKB charge. That
Radiant's
sucks for him.
is under attack.
Very, very good play there by Spawn, you know, knowing the limits of their lineup, knowing when to initiate in and out, poke the enemy, force them to use their spells, be happy with what we gain and just back off, you know. It shows good discipline.
Well, Jikroy is going for the Skadi next. Still doesn't want to, I guess he's waiting for the next Roche to get a free shard. Which, you know, every safe laner / mid laner ever does. I could buy the shard for 1,400 bucks, which is a really good shard this game. Or I could wait for Roshan to give it to me for free.
Why not, you know? Everybody loves free stuff.
I do really think that, like, that second Roshan is such a big... That's honestly, of course, free Ag Roshan is amazing, but normally when you get that second Roshan, that can change the game completely. Oh, Snapfire will be caught.
Do you like the old Roshan setup more? You just get Aegis and you get something later instead of like getting so much right now, the shard, the axe. And meanwhile, Ember's grinding in. He pops his BKB, Lycan's ulti, trying to kill the supports first.
Noble dodge. Ember gets himself away. They're continuing the fight. Jikroy pops the BKBs going in. They have the damage. Fortune Soul tries to go for TP. Will not be able to get out. Yeah, that's the Uber service from the Underlord on the back line. And you're never at an advantageous fight if you're playing against Underlord.
Not if the game is going like this, you know. Definitely not. Okay, I actually feel like there's not much they can do right now. There's literally nothing they can do anymore. Their lineup has expired.
Luckily enough, Roach is 3 minutes respawn. Oh, Valky, no BKB. That should be a kill sign.
Nice cover.
Yep, interrupts the Snapfire. However, Jikroy is still going to die to the Lycan minions. They don't have any BKBs themselves, and he does get rooted up. No shapeshift for 35 will drop lower and lower.
This Underlord hurts. This Underlord hurts, man.
If he gets the right clicks, then yeah, he does 300 auto attack damage right now. That's a big boy.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Mangdaya, you know, of course, we noted the fact, you know, that little bit of toxicity coming in, but he's playing a really good game.
He definitely deserves either a communication report or, you know, matchmaking abuse.
Oh, yeah. Killing spree for the Silencer. He's only died twice against the Lycan. On's playing really good Dota.
Yeah, I think all of this is due to the fact that I felt like, I mean, I'm not trying to point fingers, but the fact that the Mask, he went a little too greedy and he didn't get his blink on the right time. I mean, I'm sure there are other mistakes, you know, if we review back the replay in the game, you know, but as of right now, I felt like the slight delay in the blink actually interrupted their timing a lot. And obviously the other thing is the lane as well, you know, the laning phase didn't go so well for the side lanes, especially for the CK's lane, because the Underlord, even though they actually first blooded the Underlord, but the Underlord was still so freaking fat, you know.
Yeah, the moment he got level 3, as you mentioned, the lane was pretty much in control. They even got to be the more aggressive team during the laning stage, and CK just got bullied out at a certain point, even though the CK was top net worth for the most of the early game.
Yeah, that's why when you're going for this kind of draft, you know, it's very, very important at the last junction, your last 2 bans, you have to identify what you have to ban, you know.
What did they actually ban?
I can't remember, because we were talking about something else. I didn't see the last 2 bans, and then I was like, oh, Underlord's good here. Okay, GG.
Yeah, because I know that Spawn banned Sniper and Drow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think I remember the Sniper.
But I don't remember what Neon banned. I mean, if they managed to get a Sniper instead of a CK this game, that could have been pretty interesting. Just pop shots to someone's face the entire time. Well, look at that Underlord's next item, by the way. Oof! Oof!
Oh, so cocky, this guy. So cocky. Yeah, but understandable, you know. They are so far ahead. He can do whatever he wants, whatever he pleases.
Another
Mangaya.
And the guy who paused, resumed the game is killing the person who disconnected it.
Yeah, I think he's killed him like 3-4 times this game.
Yep, definitely deserves at least every shot.
If only karma really worked in Dota. Toxicity.
I mean, they lost that fight, you know. When he resumed the game, they actually lost that fight, you know. So karma did actually work.
And then he came back, and then they lost a lot more. Lycan is going for a nullifier. Okay, that's good to kill the silencer at the very least. He ruptures the ancient Thunderhide. Really? Really?
Why not, you know? 60-second cooldown or 70-second cooldown.
Oh, easy money, 250. Oh, big catch coming in. They're gonna go for Jigroy. Nice catch on this Bloodseeker. Silence ulti is gonna be enough. The Bloodseeker, does he get away? Aegis is gonna get popped, but the Lycan, can he get himself out of there? Cookie does get him out of dodge. On this time, Mangdai is going for the fight against Fortune Soul, but in comes the snowball from the Lil. TP, Fortune Soul gets out of their arena. Does not connect onto Mangdaya. He does have, by the way, the Gleipnir finished up on the Ember Spirit. So finally we get a Gleipnir this game.
Oh, you can't with them, yeah? You're like, you buy that item a lot, yeah? In your game.
I'm a position 5 player, so no, don't really get to buy anything.
Yeah, but that item makes your game nice. Somebody's gonna set up some...
Unless there's an
kills for
Arc
you.
Warden on the enemy team that has it, and then nothing is gonna make my game nice.
Radiant are scanning.
He gets the 30% cooldown reduction at level 25 for his Arc Warden double. And root. Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under
Fun stuff.
attack.
But I do really like the item in general. Ryu has a shapeshift available again.
Oh, that's walking down towards the Underlord. He's putting his Fiend's Gate to his team.
Oh, in comes that Ogre Steel. Go! Look at the damage he does! My god!
Who's the carry now?
Oh lord, that's so cool. Underlords are just terrifying in late game. With the AC as well, so the armor reduction, nice attack speed, the gain.
Okay, he needs to finish his Radiance for the memes. No.
It's gonna take a while to finish it though. Just go for Chrysalis. You're almost finished with
Radiant's
that.
middle tower is under attack.
Just need to be a little bit careful. Doesn't have a beak, an Aegis anymore.
Yeah, Big Brother Underlord is standing next to me. I have no fear.
No fear, Underlord is here. Yeah.
And then
especially
you
with
click,
that
and then you
Ogre
click
Steel
on-
Totem. You just
No,
see
no,
him
then,
like...
then you click on the Underlord. Oh, he's not the Underlord that has Mac Crimson Guard pipe, you know. He's the carry Underlord. So maybe I don't feel safe.
Underlord's gonna at least get revenge for when they kill me. Ogre Steel Totem's such a cool item as well. Just wallop right through.
You imagine if you have two neutral item slots, you have this Ogre Steel Totem and you have the Giant's Ring and you're jumping around.
God, yeah, with BKB, old school Ogre Bloodlust on you. Massive. I always like the DKs that have like Ags, BKB and whatnot, and then just go completely ham with the Giant's Ring. Well, currently it is hated, that is rooted, and the Snapfire is deaded again. Does at least get a nice ward placement. Well, they counter ward
plus
it
2.
is the...
He TP'd there all the way just for that +2, man.
He's a smart boy. Plus, you know, if you need to go back, you've got the Underlord. You've got your Uber at the ready. Oh, he actually did go for the Atrophy Aura attack damage reduction talent on the Underlord. So not even going for the extra damage. Such a good support offlane.
That's good against the CK Lycan. It's just I feel like this game that it's just more value to get that talent over the 1% burn damage.
But that 1% means more damage, means more core.
That is why you're pos 5. You don't get to you don't get to play off lane.
That is very true. Otherwise, it's Gleipnir on everyone. Tusk actually has Wraith Pack built up. So they have a lot of damage reduction between the Underlord with the AC and Aura and that Tusk. Speaking of the Underlord, oh my god! That CK does still hurt. Oh, it's a lot of damage.
How did he die so quickly? CK did 2.7k then. Okay, this is why when you die, when you don't have all the defensive to build the armor.
Crimson right there, he just walked away.
But he had AC though. He actually should be pretty tanky. I guess DK just out damages that right now with the arrow. Stun into arrow.
Okay, going for the Orchid next. See, Arcane Rune from Among Daya. He's got the Ags pretty much done to be delivered. And Ember's going to be everywhere. Jikroy, what does the Blood see? He has Refresher, so double Rupture. Actually, he has quadruple Ruptures available now.
What way?
Jikroy gets 3 seconds done. Arrow is going to miss. Does he get away? He does pop the BKB off. Because of that spear, the arrow missed onto the Bloodseeker. He's dropping low. He does get the Ruptures off. Will die. And will not be able to respond. Snowball back in. Incoming from Among Daya for the backline jump. Look at that damage from the Ember coming out. He's jumping all over the place.
Is this a throw?
As well. He continues going for more. Among Daya going for the triple. And should possibly get the quadruple. Arrow's gonna get tanked with the Tusk. Oh, big play coming out. Among Daya doesn't get the rampage here. Looking for the last one. Tsukimoto gun and Tusk hit Among Daya shuts it down.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The trash talker got the last laugh.
This is all. If this happens in your pubs, you get pissed. Like he did 10k damage in that 3 fight. Purple's Ags is kind of busted on Ember sometimes.
Wait, how can you do 10k damage? How is that even possible? Just the Aghanim fire random with the slide just like hit 10k damage. That doesn't sound fair, man.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Yeah, that's exactly what Neil said. They finally got that the Bloodseeker dead, and then Among Daya comes in and just completely destroys the team fight. This is... Stay away. Don't take my buildings.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I mean, their pushing power is pretty okay with the Underlord right now.
Radiant's middle
Turns into
tower has fallen.
a bit of a tiny.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
And he's got the heart. Underlord realized, I died pretty quickly to CK last time. I'll just buy a full heart. That works.
Where's the Radiance? Where's the Radiance?
That will join soon. Penta Edge Sword. Right at this stage, Among Daya is doing all the heavy lifting anyway.
So the Bloodseeker and the Underlord, they are basically the meat shields, yeah?
Yeah, they are supposed to distract them, take all the damage, and then Mamang just finishes off the game pretty quickly. He's also going for a Refresh Orb. I mean, he already has like infinite Fire Remnants with that shard. He does get stunned up. Snowball does not actually save him right now, but he is way too tanky. He's 3.5k HP on the Ember as well. And they should be able to get themselves 2 kills. Jumping in for the backline. Mamang is chasing for more while they will finish off Valkyrie soon enough for the 2 in. Still Enryu on the Lycan will be found out, and yeah, this game is I would say finished.
It was finished like I think it was finished 10 minutes ago at least. They're just playing it out, trying to hope for a mistake, I mean, I'm not advocating for you to give up early, but yeah, I mean, you try to stay in the game, hoping for the enemy to make a mistake, but
yeah, found enemy dive here or there.
But enemy just didn't do that, and then you lose,
And Underlord pushing power.
Galana just couldn't play the game anymore.
Oh, they're going in. With the buyback, do they have a chance? He doesn't have shapeshift for 15 seconds. They're just going for throne. Everyone except for Mamangdaya. He's looking for blood. The ruptures come out. Jacroy. Walrus kick. Oh, the combo is there. Ags tusked with the rupture, and they're looking for more fountain diving all the way through. GG has been called, and Winter. It is Spawn that take game number 1.
Yeah, just basically Underlord got them through the whole game, and then Ember was able to, do the rest after that. Early game I felt like the lanes should have got better for Neon. Just looking at the heroes, but overall I felt like after the lanes, the crucial thing I see is the Mars not rushing the dagger. He went for this. He went to bottle Facebook, and he even got a Falcon Blade. I felt like that was way too greedy, and that delayed the blink and eventually delayed the Lycan's game as a result.
Yeah, and it does show you, of course, that some Southeast Asian toxicity during your games can still secure you the game, right, Mamangdaya? You don't always have to pause and be the good neighbor. But this was a pretty good game. Looking at the draft initially, I would have expected Neon to look better, to be fair. But that Underlord last pick, as you mentioned, really was a big difference maker. And, well, a superb Ember performance coming in to play all regardless. Nonetheless, really impressive performance altogether. And we will be going over towards some highlights of the game, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. Well, there we have a random hated kill. I think this was the fight up top. Yeah, this was where the Underlord TP came in that you mentioned. That was very big. They did manage to get a kill, but losing the Mars here, which delayed his Falcon Blade timing before he could get the Blink Dagger, that was pretty painful. And there we have the
thing is,
Underlord.
he should have realized, after this move failed, right? There's no way he could have afforded to delay his dagger. I think this move is like, I felt like the most important move in the early game. I think I even mentioned to you, like the Master rotate, the Lycan flame, and the Lycan has health, and the first out to get a power. That did not work out. That means that you're already behind the face on lineup.
This was a pretty wild fight from Mamangdaya. Of course, he was out of fire remnants, but with the shard, if anyone dies near you, or you pretty much just get a free remnant. Again, look at that. It just keeps coming back. It's like you have a free refresher. And he just jumps, gets that kill, and then gets another fire remnant charge, goes back in for more, and the rampage was a really good performance on his part, and looking pretty interesting to see what Neon can bring in game number 2, because they just got schlacked in game number 1.
They have to figure out what they have to ban here. The bans need to be accordingly to planning to go for a similar timing push to the game lineup, but they have to figure out what they have to remove in the last pick. I felt like the overall strategy was fine, when I look at the first 4 heroes that they open up, I felt like up to that point, I felt like Neon's lineup is definitely going to win the game. There's a higher percentage of their lineup winning. And then at the last junction, they just didn't remove. That was actually the only pick I felt like that could have saved Spawn, and they didn't ban that hero.
It was a pretty obvious, but still solid pick coming in with the Underlord. It's always a scary hero, and it's kind of one of those heroes that no matter the patch, it's always going to be there in case of illusion or other creep summoning heroes out there. But we'll be going towards a short little break to get ready for game number 2. We'll be right back after these messages. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Southeast Asian DPC Game 1 has already been played. It was Spawn taking down Neon with a very solid performance coming out from among Daya on that Ember Spirit. But game number 2 will be starting momentarily. What do they need to really address Winter after that first game? I do not hear you currently.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I muted my mic. Oh, they just have to try to fix the bans. I felt like if they are going for a similar timing lineup, they need to pay attention to what they have to remove out of the pool. But apart from that, I felt like the whole game was just down to the draft and the first couple of rotations. After that, I don't think that they can do so much with the lineup.
Okay. Yeah, it looked a little bit even for a while, but we did mention, those lineups can't really be even after the laning stage, otherwise it gets very deadly for the Radiant side. And the Bloodseeker got pretty scary, but he wasn't the one that was really the terrifying one. Again, that Ember Spirit looked disastrous. Looking forward to seeing what they can bring in game number 2. I'm expecting, another Tusk plus Mirana pickup, because both these two teams, both those heroes are in their top 4 most picked heroes in general in the last month. So they really love their Tusk/Mirana picks the entire time.
Fighting heroes, good lane, easy to gank. It's like a pub, kind of like a pubish, like heroes that you like to use in pubs a lot. You get kills, take towers. Yeah, very flexible in the game.
It's kind of interesting to see if you put the two lineups like their most picked and banned heroes from both these teams. They both just play a lot of Silencer, Disruptor, Beastmaster, Mirana, Tusk. They both have you can really see the meta at that point just being almost exactly equal for them. The only difference is no one team likes Lifestealer more than the other one Shadow Fiend, but for the most part they're very equal in terms of drafting. So they should know how they counter their own draft, and hopefully we'll be able to see that in game number 2. And to take us to game number 3, because Neon, of course, we initially expected Neon to be one of the stronger teams in the closed qualifiers. So hopefully we can at least get a game 3 out of this series, because this was a very action-packed game number 1, and I'm looking forward to some more excellent Dota between these two teams. However, I have just been informed that the draft is starting right now. We are in the early stages, but we'll head right in to see the heroes that are being chosen and banned, most importantly. And there we have her. Mirana comes into play. So who's going for the Tusk?
Probably Neon. They banned out the Primal Beast and Naga. Naga is like a really interesting ban. I felt like teams did it particularly just against Drinkwater, but now I feel like a lot of teams feel that this hero is actually very, very powerful at the moment.
Yeah, the Naga Siren is also top 5 most played heroes for Spawn. They have an 81% win rate with the Naga Siren. That's actually insane how high that is.
5 seconds remaining.
It is kind of a scary hero, because you really need to put in a lot of effort to counter it. Normally you go for Leshrac, for instance, to deal with it.
Yeah, but
it costs a lot of resources.
At the same time, I feel like, is it deserving a first phase ban?
Radiant team
I feel like there's a lot of things that can deal with the Naga. Sure, when they are on the first pick junction,
Dire team ban.
the 8 Naga can be a very problematic pick, because you go into the second ban phase and then you remove all the counters, the Lash, the Zeus and whatever. But there are also other offlane heroes that are very good against Naga. I'm not so sure if the hero is that strong yet. And Neon goes for their Brute. NU is he's a very, very disgusting offlane player. He plays the Brute, he plays the Lyca, he plays all those very annoying heroes in the game. So last game the Lyca didn't work, so now this game he's trying to go for the Brute. Even picking, he's that confident that he even picked it right away. Doesn't care about like the counters coming out.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's it's definitely annoying to play against those heroes. We saw it, of course, at TI with 33 spamming a lot of the Brood Beastmasters and whatnot. And if they're really talented at it, which Enryu obviously is, he can drag all the creep waves behind and be a nuisance, siege your towers wherever it's needed. As we see, of course, the Lishrak also getting banned out. Bloodstone is kind of at an insane junction in the game, so removing those heroes is not too surprising. Razor doesn't get picked up that much, though, which is kind of surprising, considering the Razor Bloodstone, of course, is one of the pub's most loved/hate combinations.
Hate.
10 seconds.
I'm voting hate.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I can say that I agree with that. The hate part definitely seems to be a little bit more on that side. But, you know, offlaners, at least, they feel like they can bring out the ATF Razor shenanigans of turning into a safe laner. They don't mind.
Dire team ban.
I mean, this brood is like gonna be like some aura hero this game for them, and they're gonna need like some Razor like carry, you know, in this game to be able to end the game. And they do have the overall last pick here, so I think their last pick is going to be probably gonna be like their carry, and they're gonna have a lot of their draft. The first 4 heroes are gonna be tailored, you know, for that last pick here.
Radiant.
I'm just wondering to see what Freak is going to pick up as his offlaner. Is it going to be the Dawn offlane? And if he's going for the Dawn, you know, he played the Underlord last game, is he going to go for the Deso Dawn or the Echo Dawn?
How about the carry Dawn, you know, against the Brood?
Yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see, you know, Shard, level 25 talent with like 2 star breakers, and then pure damage. And 3 smacks, takes down anyone he encounters. It's a good Rubik game, though. Nice spell steals. Of course, you can steal Dawn's ulti every single time. Mirana arrow steal is always nice. Even the leap just to stay alive.
It's good at cancelling the Starbreaker before he has shot. I mean, Dawnbreaker doesn't like playing against all these like mini interrupt spells, you know, the instant mini interrupt spells.
Team pick.
Morphling.
Wow, that's very, very early. I would say it's pretty early morphing pick here. So I guess the morphing is going. Could this morphing be a mid laner for them? Maybe. I'm not sure. I've seen a couple of mid morphings last couple of days. Some of the games are good, some not so.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Morphling always tends to be very scary with the possible Aghanim Scepter build. That's why with the Morphling coming up, you have to be really careful of the safe laners matchup, because you can't give a hero that, you know, you steal a bunch of stats from and just destroy him in terms of
Dire team
the yoink. I'm so happy that they don't have the old Aghanim Scepter on Morphling anymore with the double cow.
So I guess so the Dawnbreaker is more or less going to be the
Radiant team
offlane. Offlane is going to be carry / mid. Okay, this is one of the better heroes against Morphling, and now I guess that doesn't allow the Morphling to go mid anymore.
Is that a mid or a safe lane Lina? Because I've also seen safe lane Linas.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not so much of a fan of the safe lane Lina, because I feel like at the end of the day,
remaining.
I think Lina is gonna need the secondary. I mean, maybe you can pick a secondary core in the mid lane, you know, like some TA. But I feel like personally, I feel Lina mid is a lot more fluid in the game, you know, compared to
Dire
the carry
team
Lina.
ban. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, but then at least you'd have the sisters laning together.
Sure. CM Lina lane. Let's go. Dawnbreaker, Spiritbreaker against 2 squishy heroes.
Yeah, would it? Actually, I don't even know if this is a Spiritbreaker support or offlane, or Dawnbreaker support or offlane.
5 seconds
How
remaining.
about mid Spiritbreaker? Like 9.
Oh, that's terrifying. That is going to kill off the Brood Mother at the very least every time, until Brood gets his Ags, and then you can't do anything on a Spiritbreaker anymore.
Radiant team pick.
I mean, we'll find out soon enough. You know, what's the roles of the hero? I think they're probably just gonna pick a mid hero to lane against the potential Lina mid, and try to secure the Morphling's farm. I think Morphling is gonna have a decent laning phase now because the Brute only pressures you at level 6. Mirana should be able to protect the Morph long enough for that. This pick is actually what they need. They need some initiation. There's the X mark into arrow. There's some team fight with the ghost ship. I would say that you lane decently against the Lina as well. So all in all, I think this is a very solid pick to finish their draft up.
They've got a very survivable lineup as well. Mirana can dodge a lot. Spirit Breaker's got his status resistance. Kunkka with the run buff, Dawn ulti, and Morphling being a Morphling. So it's going to be hard for Neon to break right through that pretty defensive lineup. Though Rubik has another hero that he can get good steals from, at the very least.
Rubik has he has a very, very huge menu of spells to steal this game. There's so many things you want to have.
Yeah, easily the attribute shift. Full strength.
For their last pick, Doom carry. That's actually nice. They went for like 2 semi carry build with the Lina and the Doom. And Doom is overall, I think, a pretty decent counter matchup against the Morphling. I mean, sure, Morphling can get the Lincolns to sort of deal with the Doom, but you can get a Halberd, you can get a creep that can break the Lincoln. There's a lot of ways for Doom to deal with, or even better, get the Axe, so it's an AoE Doom. You just run next to the Morphling. Guess what? You can't do shit, you know?
Yeah, the AoE Doom, I've seen that being picked up a lot of the times, and then the enemy has a 4-staff, and then, okay. That was my Aghanim Scepter, completely gone and useless. Which, currently with Neon's lineup, they have pretty decent control, but it's not like superb long control. It's all slightly shorter control stuns. Whereas Spawn, they've got, as you mentioned, the Axe Ghost Ship, Torrent, Spear Breaker, even the Mirana Arrow coming into play are pretty lengthy and dangerous stuns. Morphling turning into... Honestly, I don't even know who it is. Would you turn into a Doom this game to get the status resistance if you would buy an Ags?
I think so. I think it definitely has some value because they have a lot of heavy disables with the if you get lifted into, let's say, a Lina stun, then there's the CM Frostbite. There's a lot of things there. I guess I would say maybe. But on the other hand, I feel like you also need to... Maybe it's better just to rush BKB, get BKB and Lincolns and just go in.
Monk Die at level 30 Kunkka. Okay, big flex. That's a lot of games on Kunkka. You had like 2k games on Kunkka. Oof.
So according to Ama, you can't pick the hero unless you're level 30. So that's what they have it right now. Level 30 Kunkka. Don't even suggest
30 more.
Don't even suggest the hero if you're not level 30.
There's only 2 level 30s in this game though. Both
Really?
On the Spawn side.
Oh, the Brute's not... Because this guy's a Brute spammer. Oh, he's not level 30 on the hero.
He's very low on that hero.
Yeah, but this guy is a Brute spammer. I can confirm it to you.
Yeah, I definitely would agree. I've seen the pubs. I've seen, in general, his previous games. Because, of course, Enryu is probably the most well-known player on the Neon roster. And Fortune Soul, Okay, so explain to me exactly why Strength Heroes always go for the Wraith Band's level 1 rush.
30 seconds to battle.
X mark. I can explain later after the arrow.
Oh, that is the combination already very early. Nice LSA by Valky.
No, he has X mark and they didn't get the kill. The mid Kunkka has X mark. He has X mark at level 1. Now what is he gonna do in the lane? Oh shit.
He's gonna try and keep Selena away from the lane by X-marking one of the longest range attack heroes in the game.
Oh, so you were saying about the Wraith Band, yeah, on Strength Heroes? Just the armor. The armor is nice, especially on a hero like Doom, you know. I think people always get it on what are the heroes I see it on. If I remember correctly, I think it was like some Centaur I saw. Yeah, tight. Maybe not tight. Wasn't tight. I think Doom and Centaur I've seen it a couple of times.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
I mean, it's just more value, you know, like a hero with high HP, low armor. But Doom is not actually low armor anymore.
Yeah, especially if he stands underneath the tower with that Wraith Band. He has a ton of armor, and they are actually playing with an aggressive Morphling off lane here for the spawn side to lane against the Doom.
They don't want the Morphling to lane against the Brood, I guess. But is this lane even so much better? I'm not sure. Maybe initially the Doom can't really do so much to you. But then again, once he gets more levels on the Scorched Earth, then it could be very annoying. Because he's on the strafe lane, right? The short lane. So the Morphling is always constantly farming very far up. And he's going to get harassed down a lot. So I don't like the chances of this Morphling here in the lane, you know. I feel like he's going to get pressured a lot.
I think it probably feels that way as well, but the other lane is definitely more favorable for the Dawn. As well, it's a Dawn plus Spear Breaker against a Rubik plus Brood Mother. That feels like a very advantageous lane for spawn.
Yeah, maybe they should have had the Spear Breaker here with the Morphling, you know, instead of the Mirana. I feel like if the Spear Breaker is here, the Morphling could feel more comfortable.
Bottom.
Bash.
Oh, bash. Always. Oh, no. Just off the mark for the kill. I mean, you gotta believe in the 17% RNGesus. Oh, there we go. So much fun if you get luck.
I don't actually believe that the number is 17. Personally.
Ooh.
Charge. Tsukimoto.
Come on, bash.
Some games it feels like 5%, some games it feels like 35%. I gotta tell you that.
There's just a Valve employee that just turns up the nod every single time. Like, now he needs to bash, now he doesn't need to bash. That's why support never tends to help you in time. They're just busy rigging the games. Way worse in pub games though. But this Doom is having a really good time top.
Oh, Midas Rush. He's gonna have a very quick Midas at this rate. 17 last hit so far. Morphling is struggling, man.
Yeah, he's got his second healing salve already sent out. Not really what you want to do as a safe laner. Spams healing salves towards yourself. And the mid lane matchup is very much favored in Valky's favor as well. As you mentioned previously, X-Mark not the best tool to have at the early stages.
Yeah, you know, Lina is just gonna eventually out-harass you against any melee hero. I mean, Kunkka has the X-Mark to go back to the base, you know, to refill.
First blood for Mirana. Got himself a solo kill on the crystal while the Brood dies in the bottom lane because bashes are always fun. And 2 kills for Spawn, even though Doom is still looking pretty good in the laning stage.
So far, Kunkka is still doing okay. Morphling is definitely struggling. I mean, he managed to catch up a little bit, you know. He has 17 to 5 FPS right now. The way he's pushing towards his tower, so he's gonna get a couple more. I thought Dawnbreaker is gonna have a much better time than this, you know, 16 against the 17 last hits of the Brood. Felt like it should be more for the Dawn.
Insatiable Hunger, of course, keeps the Brood pretty much in the lane. He also has Orb of Corrosion, so you gotta be a little bit careful, considering Dawn and Spearbreaker don't have very much armor themselves. Hello? Goes in with the aggressive charge action.
While he's running in?
That's
what the hell?
That's kind of suicidal. And now Enryu with the nasty slow from the corrosion as well. A lot of damage dealt to Red. He does have the Starbreaker and Celestial Hammer in the second, but he has no regen with him. Ooh, X mark into arrow, it seems, in mid.
Yeah, very, very potent combo. Like one of the best combos early game, you know. That's a huge pickup for the Conquer. Despite getting X mark at level 1, he still seems to be okay now in the lane. So don't think he's gonna that matter too much for him. But right now, it's more about how they can actually help this morphing, you know. I feel like he's bought another staff. So I guess that's what 3 staffs so far for him.
Rude taking some damage. The bash is coming in bottom lane, and Ryu does get taken down while top lane Fortune Soul is being chased by Jikroy. Does have Adaptive Strike. Does he find the target? No, he does not. Fortune Soul gets away, while in mid. Meantime, mid, there was also a deep dive going in onto Valky. The Mungdaya will be able to walk it off. So a lot of fights in a lot of different lanes here for Spawn.
Yeah, I feel this Doom going for Midas Rush is actually very detrimental for him right now because he has to stay out a lot of gold. He's not buying items for the lane. And remember how this morphing was struggling so much before? And because the Doom is not buying items and he's greedy, then the morphing can play in the lane. You know? Imagine if the Doom actually went for like an Arcane Boot rush and he can spam whatever skill he has with the creep. There's no way the morphing can lane like this.
And Ryu getting caught out in the bottom lane. The Brood Mother's not level 6, so he can't really lane solo because he can't pull the creep waves behind.
My god.
Moto was forced to help out mid. All 3 lanes going really poorly for, well, not necessarily the top lane, but considering Jikroy is fame net worth and a level ahead of the Doom, I would say they've lost all 3 lanes.
Yes, they're losing this lane. Doesn't matter, the net worth is the same, you know. Doom is not supposed to be the same net worth.
Valky not again. Arrow does not connect though. In mid, Laguna Blade comes out. The Lil needs the bash. Ghost Ship comes in. No, and a double for Mungdaya. Yeah, they're getting absolutely slapped at this stage.
They're tilted for sure. This might be quick at this rate.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
The Brood is not even reached. The Brood so far has died 3 times. Doom is not ahead. Lina is struggling. You have Rubik and CM support duo. I mean, they don't have much options, you know, if the lanes are going this badly.
And now Dawn's level 6 as well, so you got that global tool with the Solar Guardian. And then later down the line, you're going to have Mirana with the Moonlight Shadow global, and then you're going to have the Spirit Breaker that's going to charge globally and give vision. A lot of very aggressive tools. Bottom lane, Enryu is going to be the target again. Do they manage to get the damage? There is a Starbreaker available. Red tries to finish him off. And the smack. Ooh, heal bomb. It does get taken down right on time. And the Lil will look for more. He does have a charge in a second, but won't have the damage to kill off the Rubik. While in the meantime, Crystal Maiden died in the mid.
Yeah, just a very simple pick up there. X-Mark into arrow once again. And now the tower is going to go down. That is huge problems, man, for Neon right now. They're losing control of the map. And another X-Mark into both. Perfect combo. Torrent, arrow. Oh! And here comes the XP.
Laguna won't be able to do much more. The little charging
drive-by, just a
random creep.
Just a drive-by.
If you've ever played the Mario Kart, the new one where Luigi just looks back at you, seeing you dead, and then just continues on like nothing ever happened.
I'm just here to pick up my coffee. And I think Doom is dead.
Yep, that's a pretty deep charge. Chase for more. He does have Doom available. Of course, the TP's come in return. Nice torrent dodge. Doom thrown out onto Jikroy. That Morphling is not going to die anytime soon because he did get the attribute shift on time. Saw the animation. And even with the X mark, they'll be able to get the full recharge. Mirana coming in to the lane. So very well done with the tier 1 tower top falling. And also taking on the top net worth of the game.
Yeah, and even refills the bottle for the Conquer and everything perfectly done on spawn side. Alright, this game is just getting out of hand right now. Something needs to be done to stem the bleeding, you know. If Neon continues to bleed kills like this, you're gonna lose the game very quickly.
Breaker charging to bottom lane. Hasta luego! Even throws out the spray right there.
Do you know what it means? Do you know what it means?
I have no idea. I don't know Spanish. I assume.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, another X
That's
mark.
a song.
Oh, he dodged. He dodged with the illusion rune. Okay, that a tip. You need to give that guy a tip, man.
Step lively now.
You know, your team's 6k behind in 10 minutes, but at least he dodged it with an illusion rune. I mean, it's still pretty impressive, but they are getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, look at how low level they are. Doom
Brood's
is
not
just-
level 6 yet.
Yeah, Brood's not level 6. Doom is just level 6. Oh, this is bad.
With the
man.
Midas. With a very reasonably timed Midas as well. He is
That's
still
why
level
you
6.
don't rush Midas. You get your arcane boots first, then you buy the Midas later. Don't be that greedy, you know.
Morphling rushing the Lincolns
Dire's
because
middle
he knows
tower
that the
is
only
under
real
attack.
tools that can kill him this game are Doom and Laguna.
You would have never expected the morphing to be this farm after you look at the start of the game, the late, the first couple of waves.
Yeah, no, this Morphling is getting out of... I mean, to be fair, they have two level 30s, so they should win. That's just math.
All right, you know, you have a fair point there. Can't argue with the math.
Math always wins. More levels equals more wins. Mamang Daya 4-0-4. 2 games so far, hasn't died a single time yet. Gotta quickly throw at that Caster's Curse so that, you know, he eventually does die. He is playing a really good series.
Yeah, that's smoked up
Especially
again.
with the X marks the spot start of the laning
Lina.
stage.
Alright, he decides to cancel the charge, and the two smoke heroes are still going to decide to invade the jungle.
Double damage.
Can they get
Lina.
the X mark arrow?
Oh,
the creep!
Oof.
Ghost ship, Torrent, Wombo combo, Rubik
Oh, buy
not
one,
where
free
he
one.
wants to be. Stole the ghost ship at the very least, but still dies. Crystal made an ulti, Nether Strike in return, and there's the heal bomb on top. Dominating streak for the Spear Breaker. And just again, they find the catches they need, and they just shut it down without any trouble. Rubik TP was very sad.
That was actually a buy one free two. That's 2 extra kills there for spawn. The boat was just so conveniently placing on top of all the heroes there.
Calculated, as they say.
Yeah, everything is calculated. Like this bash, you know, this bash is calculated. The next bash is also calculated.
Oh, he gets doomed.
Bash
Might actually die. Oh, Mirana ulti. Oh no. He's going back in as well, because no fear. Spear Breaker is here. Should he will survive the doom. Calculated. It's all calculated. They're just that good on spawn.
Yeah, if you ask
He at
every
least has the spiders.
if you ask every mid TA player, you know, oh, how do you know you're not gonna die? You know why you're blinking in with for like 100 HP? Calculated. Every TA player tells you that.
They're just that much better than you. That's just the way the game works. If you ever lose, they're just so much more better than you. And Ryu, he's being chased by a Morphling as a spider. That's also fun. Going in. Nice Laguna Blade. Quick kill coming in. And Red is a little bit too deep, and Ryu does eventually get taken down. But this might have been a bit more off than they could chew. There's going Mamangai coming in with the Ghost Ship. Arrow connects on the Valky.
Nice.
And again, it's the moment Mamangai joins the fun that it becomes a runaway. Yeah, this Mamangai is playing superbly.
Yeah, he's been the star for sure. Last game and this game as well. Who knew, you know, starting with X mark.
Your admiral is
No
on board.
worries. Level 1 X mark.
Yeah, that was just a bait so that the Lina thought he'd be advantageous in the lane. But definitely seems to be the opposite. Also, this Spear Breaker and Mirana are really farmed compared to their supporting counterparts. Also, very dangerous supports to combinate. If you've got the Mirana ulti plus charge crossing all over the map, you can pretty much destroy anyone. Morph Lincoln's done. Manta next.
The Morph had his Lincolns done faster than a Doom's Dagger.
Oh, this. But to be fair, Morphling scores 0-1-2, so from the 4 deaths that this team has, it's been 1. Mamangdai going in with the Ghost Ship. Stolen Ghost Ship in return though, Rum Buff always adds up nicely, and some random play somewhere else, Crystal Maiden died. Dawn, he's going Deso Dawn, by the way. So he is going for that core build. Mamangdaya does get doomed up, but he is still pretty survivable for the time being. Trying to disengage, Laguna Blade drops red, so the heal bomb will not be enough to turn it around. And they're actually TPing in the Morph to the bottom lane as well. They're looking for a fight. Nether Strike comes up onto the Doom. They're trying to finish him off. The arrow does connect as well. Fortune Soul is going to drop. And the Morphling is being held in place. Do they have the damage? They don't have Laguna Blade to burst in. It's pretty scary. He actually wants to go back in. He's going to get rooted up. Crystal Maiden ulti on top. Roy, wait for back just in the nick of time. They're still chasing for more, but the charge from Dalil, he's trying to go big. Valky does get the kill. Morphling does fall. And Mamangdaya now with the BKB popped is going to be able to sprint out to the side. But there's a little bit of a glimmer of hope here for Neon. Yes, they lose the Doom, but that Lina is starting to become a little bit on a scarier angle with the Maelstrom now done.
Yeah, they didn't really initiate properly. You know, Concord got Doom right away, so they have they don't have the boat in the team fights. One less component in their huge team fight. That's how Neon actually was able to take the victory in that fight. They're gonna claim the tower here. So Lina is rushing. I guess you rush the BKB next. You need to be able to stand and deliver in the fights. Oh, this Doom is actually I think he's just tilted, man. This guy.
Yeah, he's not playing against an easy lineup either, because if you want to split push anywhere, it's kind of like last game with Spawn having the Underlord Uber servers. This time they have the Spirit Breaker, Dawnbreaker combination that can catch you anywhere.
Spirit Breaker, Dawnbreaker, everything's broken.
Oh, actually they're going Roche. They're trying to break that one. And they should be able to secure it. Morphling is a pretty good Roche taker.
Doom is still on cooldown. Can't really fight for the Dire team.
I do really like this choice, by the way, from Fortune Soul. So he went for the Hellbear Smasher, so that when he dies, at least his teammates get a buff.
Okay. Does he want to die though?
I mean, he is dying the entire time now, so... At least he helps his teammates from beyond the grave.
Pick Wraith King instead then. Get your eggs.
The prize is mine.
Wraith King Ags is still one of the most beautiful things. But it never gets built. Mainly because it's also not that good. Unless you would play it as a support, but that's even worse. Well, Dawn is farming bottom.
Is it too OP if it's the shard instead?
If it's the shard, it's way too OP.
Change the number, change the numbers, you know, like change something, but put it in the shard.
I still think you should just make it like a talent, 20 talent or something. Tsukimoto, charge coming in, they control him up. The Rubik is very quickly dead, and the tier 2 tower top will be sieged in the meantime. I mean, that's the beauty of having a Dawn on your team. He defends one lane and then global DPs to your team if need be.
Yeah, it allows the map to be used in a very efficient way. Like all these NP, Dawnbreaker, Tinker heroes, they just give you a lot more control of the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And NP is also a hero that heavily gets picked up in the Southeast Asian region. Lanes, off lanes, sometimes mid lanes. The level 20 talent is still annoying as hell. with the Sprout route. That one destroys so many heroes. Ember Spirit, for instance, is one of those heroes who just gets annihilated by the Sprout route.
Yeah, and I don't understand why it pierces magic immunity.
I mean, to be fair, don't all leashes do? It's not root, it's a leash. So, Soulbind, Slarkhounds. Fuck, no, not all leashes do. Yeah, then it doesn't really make sense. Also, Brood went for a Wraithback Rush.
Damage mitigation against the... I guess it works for the physical from the Morph. Some damage from the Kanka. Dawnbreaker does physical damage. I mean, I feel like no matter what the Brood builds, it's not gonna influence the game too much. His role isn't impactful anymore.
Yeah, that's mainly because the Dawn is blocking you from cutting the entire time. And Ryu, Heal Bomb comes up, the Brood's in trouble, but he's staying alive for quite a decent amount of time with that Wraithback totem. Dawnbreaker dropping very quickly. Fortune Soul gets the Doom off onto the Kunkka. They get the kill secured. Charge in deep from Dalil. And that means the Spirit Breaker needs to try and juke his way through. He is very close to finishing up that Ags on the Spirit, by the way. That is pretty scary. The Spirit Breaker will be spotted out, and they will find a second kill. So 2 kills secured. Morphling, of course, not there with the Aegis, so they didn't really have a good shot at that fight, but a very worthwhile trade in favor of Neon. They need every little bit that they can gain, and again, it's that Lina that even though the items she has are, I mean, she has a Maelstrom, but the Linken's plus the Falcon is reasonably defensive, does still hurt significantly with the Fiery Soul attack speed. In mid, though, Fortune Soul forced to pop his first BKB.
Yeah, having the Brigand's Blade is one of the better items for her to deal damage at this stage of the game. I think once she gets the BKB, it's gonna be even better for her to just stand and do damage in the team fights. This Doom and Brood are just doing mid-shield duties right now. They're just tanks. But I felt like the last couple of engagements, the Doom is doing a good job. You know, he's getting his ulti on the Kanka. I feel like Kanka is a pretty important hero for the Radiant lineup during the team fights. If the Kanka can't cast the bolt and the X-Mark and initiate, the rest of the heroes don't feel that scary.
It's a bulky Kunkka though. It's hard to kill him. He now has the AC finished up as well. The extra armor. So it's not looking too bad for Neon. It's still 7k behind, but most of that net worth difference is between the supports.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, the SB and Mirana, they're both just having a much better game. But there are supports that when they have network in the team fights, they are doing a lot of damage in the team fights, especially the Spirit Breaker when he gets like a 2-3 man charge in, gets all his spells off.
Yeah, he's got Ags now.
Like every time he charges in and he doesn't die, and the next charge is probably gonna end the team fight.
It's 4-position Spirit Breaker's dream to be able to get an Ags at such a pretty swift pace. Linken's onto Valky. Arrow is not going to connect. Try to go for the combo, but they're just delaying it this game, which of course favors the Morphling most of the time. So it does give some recovery for the Lina and the Doom, who, I mean, combined they have more than 10. They have 10 deaths. Their lane was absolutely horrid. But now they're actually creeping back up. I mean, Valky's almost next to Mamang Daya in terms of network.
They've been stabilizing the last, like, I would say 5 minutes or so. Everybody is just being able to soak up some farm, especially the Lina. And it's going to come down, I feel like, to the next rush. Next rush is going to be up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. It could be up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's going to be a very important objective next. I feel like both teams are just going to chill now. Farm some items, and the fight is going to begin at Roche.
Broodmother's going for a second item, Scythe.
Scythe?
So, yeah, Scythe of Ice. So that's going to be a really big pickup if he can manage to get it.
It's mostly to deal with the morphling.
8 knots and full ahead.
Yeah. Always having extra lockdown would be very beneficial. The Ags later down the line will also be really good against the Spirit Breaker. If you can manage to get it. Oh, very nice ward placement there by the Crystal Maiden. Did cost her its life, but nonetheless, it's good vision. Something that does not really get counter-warded most of the time. Also, Crystal Maiden going for an Aether Lens rush. Spirit Breaker being a nuisance. He's level 14 on the Spirit Breaker. Jeez. So what does Neil need to do at this stage, Winter, to try and turn this game in their favor?
Deciding how they have to take the team fights, how they have to plan the next fight at Roche. Roche is gonna be up soon. How are they gonna take the team fight? What items do they need still? I feel like nobody's gonna be able to finish any significant enough items in the next couple of minutes. Maybe the hacks on Brute, but yeah, the other two cores are not gonna be able to get anything up. The axe on the Doom is great, if they can actually get that up.
Ooh, this is a 1 minute Roche respawn time. A Morphling has a double damage bottled and his Scotty just finished up. So this Morphling is pretty much raring to go.
800 gold. If they could wait for the Doom to get axed before the Roche fight, that's gonna be big for me. But right now, STM is charged. She's probably gonna get those. Oh no!
Oh no!
No! Okay, she didn't die. If she died there, it's like, that sucks so much.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The
attack.
stolen X-Mark, it's not the greatest, but it's still very nice to have X-Mark stolen. Ooh, they didn't cut the creep wave in mid before they smoked. I think they saw the smoke. So
Radiant's middle
maybe
tower
they
has
didn't?
fallen.
Oh, Lip, I don't think they saw the smoke.
Oh, catch on to the Mirana arrow in return
arrow.
onto the Lina. No BKB popping, he's dead. And Morphling from the side with the double damage coming in. Hades is going to get blown up. 3 kills secured. Buyback from the Rubik. Fortune Soul dooms himself, jumps in onto the Morphling he's trying to go. Does he manage to get the damage? No, he got the Morphling attribute shift just in the nick of time. And Ryu doesn't even have mana on the Broodmother. Morphling gets himself back. And this is the problem with the Doom agsing himself. They just run away from him.
Don't have enough like the lockdown to keep them in place, Yeah, I mean, I can see what you mean when you feel like you get this axe and you don't have like say like a coil from Park or some tight ravage. Everybody just runs away from you. They only have 1 4-star, but it also felt like that was already enough.
And now they get themselves Roshan as well. Lina bought back for that. Rubik bought back for that. Significantly behind now on the side of Neil. 4.2k net worth spent on the... I'd rather probably have like Refresher on a Doom for the double BKB, double Doom than an Ags most of the time, to be fair. Unless, as you mentioned, you've got like an Underlord or a Puck.
I think the axe does have its value. I feel like this game, maybe because the early game didn't go so well for them, then there could be a lot of things. I still feel like the axe definitely feels like an item
Dire's
that
top tower is under attack.
can be good in most of the situations.
Yeah, Lina just needs to upgrade to the Gleipnir.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah,
Again,
sure.
it's the Gleipnir. Get the
Radiant's
Gleipnir, you win the
bottom
game.
tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Last game we had a Gleipnir, right? Oh yeah, on Ember.
Do you check your stats in your own games? Do you win most of the time when your teammate is getting Gleipnir?
No one builds Gleipnir.
Then what is this Gleipnir hype all about?
I just really like the item. AoE root, what is there not to love?
AoE Doom?
Yeah, that's not to love. But with combination, it does work-ish. And they're explosieging it. X mark, X mark. Actually, Rubik
Step lively now.
finally gets himself the attribute shift steal, so now he's walking around with 2.4k HP, which is great. The only downside is that you have no armor, so then if Morphling actually right-clicks you, you die very quickly. You know, Rubik should try and steal X mark so that he can cancel the X mark on Morphling.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But Morphling
You got this.
has Aegis.
Step lively now. Your admiral is
At
on
least you get rid of the Aegis, because now you're just slowly losing your tier 3 tower top. Going in onto Valky, a lot of damage being dealt. BKB popped by Valky, actually. Doom on the Mangdaya, or onto Fortune Soul on the back, and they pop the Aegis, looking for a continuation. Jikroy is going to get rooted up. He's dropping very low. There's the Doom. It's coming in from Fortune Soul. It's doing its job.
Got the ram buff.
Be enough. Fortune Soul keeping them at bay. Nice arrow. It lands onto the Crystal Maiden on the back end, but they just don't die. Ram buff is too much, and the Morphling will be able to get himself back. Also turns into the Brood, so he can easily lifesteal if need be with the Unsatiable Hunger.
The Rumble might have actually just saved the Morphling's life there. It's very nice for Kunkka to understand. I just need to give the buff to the Morph. And yeah, then the Morph is gonna live through all of that.
They just killed off the Spear Breaker bottom lane because Rubik stole charge and he gave vision on the Spear Breaker while the Spear Breaker was charging away.
Oh, Rubik with charge. Yes,
yeah, that's so suicidal every time. Mangdaya, he's got the Heaven's Halberds going for the Silver Edge next. Let's see, what does everyone have? Morphling with the Blink. Obviously, we saw that in that slow siege. Now he's going for the BKB next. Actually, they're going for Kunkka. Gets sized up. He's in trouble. Luna Blade comes up, and that is Mangdaya's first death this
top lane. Morphling's getting the Rex.
Dire's top tower has
a little bit of backdoor shenanigans coming through. Red just jumping away towards his Morphling, and luckily enough, once you lose tier 3 tower, you get that fortification. That saves significantly. Jikroy wanting to get the lift up there. Needs to be a bit careful himself because they're TPing in massively. The mill died in the meantime. Jikroy does get out. The TP duration is too long. So Henry is being charged by the Morphling. Wait, he turned? Oh my god. If he had Agged right there, Morphling turned into Rubik and Rubik had charge of darkness. You could have had the double Spear Breaker.
What the hell?
I did not know that it worked like that. You steal what?
So if the Rubik steals charge and the Morphling turns into the Rubik, so the Morphling has charge too, right? When Morphling has tags.
Yeah. So then you got that double Spear Breaker charge that you can still. Then it's really beneficial if Rubik does not have charge anymore.
I mean, that's a bit of intended, quote unquote intended mechanic.
Yeah, that's what you think about during the draft. If the Rubik steals charge, I can get the double charge. And that would be some 5-head thinking right there. Doom's also got his Lincoln Sphere done.
Don't look down on the small things, All these small little things might be like one game, one important game.
Right now, it is a very important game. This is winner's bracket. Loser drops down to the lower bracket. And that would, of course, mean that they cannot lose another series or they are out of the closed qualifiers.
One thing I learned about Visage is that when 33 plays the Visage, when he's level 6, he never skills his birds at level 6. He summons it even though he skills it. He waits, like if someone dives his teammate in middle, he TP for a rotation and then he summons his birds. Because Visage, you generally don't want to TP to other lanes to help because you cannot drag your birds along.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's actually a pretty interesting beta. And then you build 50 million auras and you don't take any damage from Lash. But there's Jalil in mid taking some damage. Doom comes out.
Morphling's in trouble.
Get away? He's controlled up completely. The healing isn't going to be enough. The Morphling is going to drop dead. He is taken down. And they're looking for more. The Doom continues onto Jalil. 2 kills. No buybacks available on either of the 2 heroes. And Neon is looking for more. Travant has a leap in 1 second. Does he get away? Stun coming out from Fortune Soul. Well, in the meantime, in mid, they're going to get the control onto Mamangaya, and they're finding all the kills necessary.
What is happening? They ran in, the Morphling couldn't get the free time. He got AoE Doom. Look at how strong is that AoE Doom. You don't have to care.
You're right. You're right. Okay, Winter. Sorry. I'm just a position 5 player, okay?
He doesn't have to worry about breaking the Lincoln, so just runs in, gets his AoE Doom off. That's why the Morph cannot play so greedy, you know. When the Doom has this axe, you have to pop your BKB early, you know. I mean, sure, it doesn't stop the Doom, but you don't get stunned by the other spells.
I mean, you just gotta get that those 4 staffs. Miranda, the only one with the 4 staff.
I mean, who else is gonna buy a 4-star? SB ain't gonna buy a 4-star.
Hurricane Pike, maybe, on Morphling himself. If he gets 4 staff, he can double.
Maybe.
It is good stats as well.
Oh no. Our friend, the SB.
No. So much farm on the Spirit Breaker. And it's not gonna matter. Or it is gonna matter! It matters! No, Valky just tried to get a random catch here, but nonetheless, the network advantage, look where it's gone.
Down the drain, man. Down the drain.
Oh, this is a big one though from the Brood. He's pretty much done with the Nullifier. I think he's going for Nullifier. And with Nullifier, of course, you can just easy peasy make sure 4 staff doesn't work against with the Morphling. But then AoE Doom actually becomes very scary. He also has an Octarine core now done on the Doom. It's still 110-second cooldown though. Jeez, that's long.
Welcome back.
I think they have to try to... He has to be chill. He cannot initiate on his own. I think he has to wait for the Spirit Breaker and the Kanka to do their thing, start the fight. And he's gonna just be chilling on the side and wait for a good timing to enter the fight. He cannot enter right away. But then again, if I'm the Doom, I'm just gonna wait for the Morphling. I'm not gonna come out until I see the Morphling.
Yeah, and the Morphling. And to be fair, right now the Dawn should be the only ones that really do damage. Kunka went for a bit more of a control build.
More fuel for my fire.
The Heavens, AC, BKB, Tidal Wave. Damage will be not coming out from the Kunka in most of these fights. Well, high ground push. There is a Brood.
Radiant's top tower
and Alina, their
attack.
pushing power is pretty significant. Look at that turret damage. Act smart, go ship, does have a BKB, walks it off. 30 seconds for Roche. Game is still very scary for both these teams.
Oh, why did he do that?
Yeah.
He gave away the information that they have a ward. Why did he do that? They were smoked. Okay, I thought that wasn't right. He should just wait and chill until they get nearer. If they want to initiate, then only... If he has to use the charge to break the Lincoln, whatever, you know, but he should wait.
And now they're waiting on the high ground. Roche has respawned. It is the third Roche with a Refresher Shard. And I mean, to be fair, for both these teams, Refresher Shard and Aghanim Scepter just really freaking good. Double Doom, double Ghost Ship, Wombo combo from the Kunkka.
Poor Roche.
At this stage of the game, which team do you prefer? Because Spawn is still 6k ahead, but the last engagements, honestly, for a very long time, the engagements from Spawn have been problematic.
Yeah, and right now I think the AoE Doom is just the far superior tool, you know, in the team fights. The spawn team did not take advantage of the lead they have early, you know. The game should have been...
catch onto Marana. Very dead, very quickly. Does have a buyback available.
He's gonna have to buy back.
Well, Roche is dying very quickly.
They have to fight. Why? They have to go in. Buy back? No?
Now he does. Lina needs help quickly. Lina's in trouble. Gets killed off. The AoE Doom from Fortune Soul. What does it matter if the damage is too much to handle? Both dead without a buyback available. He just fully bought out for that Hurricane fight. Crystal Maiden trying to disengage, but gets dragged back by Mamangaya and Roshan. Finished off. And Ryu tries to get a steal, but won't be able to get anything. Heal bomb on top as well, and that's 4 kills for Spawn. And a horrible team fight coming in for Neon Esports.
Things are just so unpredictable. Last 2 fights, Neon destroyed the fights despite being like, what, 10k behind. Then they won 2 fights in a row. The lead is small, and then they lose the next fight 5-0.
You saw what happened in that fight, by the way. Lina put the BKB in his backpack to grab the Aegis.
Oh,
and then they jumped in, so she had to stop it back, and then got stunned, and then got killed.
Yeah, but you saw how big of a difference they make. Pops his BKB despite getting Doom, AoE Doom, whatever, he doesn't get, he just stands because the other spells can't land on the morphing and he just right clicks and kills the Doom.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Yep. So at that point, AoE Doom does nothing anymore. Nice dodge from the Rubik. The Lil went a bit deep, gets arrowed as well. Might kill off the Spear Breaker. The root, the control.
He's farm, does the farm matter?
He drops the gem, but his courier doesn't pick it up in time. The Spirit Breaker is dead, but they will lose probably Megas in the process.
Yes, by that.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Lina's going glide here, by the way. That's his next item marked up. AoE Doom coming in. There's the damage. Jigroid, Morphling, does have the Aegis, of course. Does he swap towards Strength? No, he does not. He's going to go in for the Rubik regardless. The Jigroid, Morphling, now he does swap, and now it's just in the nick of time. A little gap is all they need. Heal Bomb coming up on top. Morphling does not really care. All the buybacks on the Neon side coming into play. And they're just going to try and disengage here. Not mega secure just yet, and his Bulldoze stolen by Tsukumoto instead of the Shard. But he will be able to get the jump onto the Lil at least. That's going to be a dieback onto the Spirit Breaker. Still alive.
Aegis. 2 minutes 50 seconds for the Aegis.
2 buybacks used though. They did buyback on Dawn as well. Oh my god, that is very wild from Jigroy Morphling. He's about to lose the Aegis. Gets hexed up in the process. He is still taking so much damage from the Lina, and eventually does get taken down. But the Doom, does he get away? Yes, he does for the time being. Dawn does not have mana. And Fortune Soul going for the straight DP, right? And Vision does eventually get taken down. And
He's
does
gonna have
his
Doom.
buyback.
5 seconds before his Doom. They have to run.
Dire's middle tower
Valky trying to get himself a catch onto Travant. He does have a 4-step available, but the Lina damage is too much. Hex onto the Kunkka as well, going for more, gets nullified. Kunkka's just blown up, and can they even get more?
No detection? They have no detection? Oh, they have a gem on Rubik.
Yep, Rubik, just run. Come on, faster, Rubik.
Oh my
Does
god.
tidal wave.
He's too fast.
Really? No.
What the hell? Run bonus speed increase from 12% to 15%. There you go. That's how he outruns
Just in the nick of time. Yep, every little bit helps. 3% movement speed, enough to just barely get out of the Rubik's range. Well, they didn't get Megas. Did force a buyback onto the Doom though. This Morphling is absolutely huge. I mean, you don't need boots anymore.
Wait, shouldn't he just get the axe?
You should. Because if you get Ags, I mean, the plus is for Doom that you don't really care about status resistance on the enemy because you just Doom yourself every time. Stealing a bunch of strength is also pretty nice.
You get strength, you know, so you don't just even more tank. I feel like it's good, you know. I don't think he needs to do more damage. He just needs to survive.
All these blinks and shadow blades on both sides the entire time. Force staff keep jumping all the way out of there.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Fortune Soul, let's see, 25 talent. Infernal Blade damage, I guess? Or do you go for Doom applies break?
Damage. Damage.
Always damage. Well, not always, but most of the time.
99.9%. Okay, 90%. 90%. The break is good in some games.
Yeah, if you're up against like a PA or something. Active. Charge coming in. Very big charge from the Spear Breaker. They get the control onto the Brood. Brood is dead, looking for more. AoE Doom coming into play, but Fortune Soul is taking too much damage from this. Morphling, Fortune Soul dropping low. That would be a dieback, and indeed, he does falter. Delos charging in for more, looking for the catch onto the Rubik, who steals Bulldoze. Nice dodge there. And Ryu, he needs help quickly, and the heal is going to be a little bit too much to handle. Broodmother's going to be another dieback. Delos charging deep into the enemy's base. And Tsukimoto, Rubik will fall. Rampage secured, shotgun morph into play. Unfortunately, we don't actually have the shotgun morph anymore in Dota. But it will be the GG called and Spawn drop Neon Esports down to the lower bracket with a bit of a surprise upset.
Yeah, for sure. I thought Neon was gonna be the stronger team here, but Spawn proved otherwise. You know, the last game. Sure, they didn't really have the right, I feel like the best draft opening, like the first couple of heroes, but they found a good solution against the Chaos Knight Lycan draft with the Underlord. And this game, I felt like they also had like a very solid plan about what they wanted to do in the game. There was this kind of like moments in the game where they went a bit too cocky, but I think overall they were the more stable team here in this series.
So, from these two lineup, from of course Spawn team, pretty much, who would you give the MVP of the series to? Would you give it to the Mamangdaya Ember, or would you go for the Tusk / Spearbreaker? Because he also did a lot of work.
I think I'll be the Ember and the Conquer. I think both games, I felt like he had a lot of influence in the game. He did a lot of good moves, trying to protect his teammates. He's not like in a very selfish way. I feel like he's playing in a way that enables all the members of his team to farm up, to get items, to defend their towers and everything. And I think he is definitely the one that influenced the game the most out of the 5 players.
Yeah, especially the early game was incredibly well done by him to open up the map significantly. I think he killed off, together with Marana, obviously, the Lina 4 times during the laning stage. And fight top, TPs come in, don't really do much. The Morphling sees, of course, the cast animation of the Doom and then swaps strength, and then you can't do anything at that stage. But still very impressive by Neon to at least get themselves to a position where they could manage to make it work again. Because that was definitely something that I did not expect, that the game would eventually become so close.
It's more like also Spawn, having a couple of hiccups there at that point. But yeah, I think overall, they play well. They have a good understanding of their draft. Teamwork's decent. Map movement. I think the way they are playing the map is also pretty efficient. Always having this like a Dawnbreaker Underlord hero farming the dead lane, the other side of the map, utilizing all 3 lanes. And just a solid understanding of how to win their games.
Yeah, that was sublime among Dia, looking very good in what is a return, because it's been a while since I've actually seen him play. Has been, of course, in multiple teams back. I think a year ago was the last time I really saw him play on some higher grade matches, but good to see in the mid laner returning in the Southeast Asian region. However, that is not the conclusion of today yet. We still have one more series coming up. We'll briefly check out the bracket to see how the things currently are standing, considering that I think the last game is a surprising team that did just join recently, because another team got we're a little bit late. It's going to be RZ Esports versus Lilgun, as you can see at the bottom of the screen as well. In the lower bracket, we have Atomic Esports versus Sky and Core Esports. That match will be tomorrow. And Neon Esports versus the loser of RZ versus Lilgun. And I am definitely looking forward to seeing what these two teams can bring. I did watch, I mean, Lilgun, obviously we know, but the RZ Esports lineup is a little bit of an unknown for me. They're from Myanmar, so not a region that gets represented as much.
I mean, they do have some interesting strategies. If you're coming tomorrow, you'll get to see. If you're coming later, are you casting the game later as well?
I am casting with you later, yes.
Yeah, we'll see some of their very unorthodox heroes compared to the other teams.
Okay, definitely looking forward to seeing what that will bring to the table. We will be going towards a break right now. The next match should start in about 40 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back then for the last series of the day. And it will be myself, DK Truman, and Winter taking you along the ride for the last series of the day. Have a wonderful time, and we'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to some Southeast Asian DPC close qualifiers. Myself on the microphone, DK Truman with Winter once again. Looking forward towards the last series of the day. We got a very interesting one. It's going to be RZ Esports versus Lilgun. Of course, Lilgun, a team that had a bit of a tumultuous entry into the close qualifiers because another team was unfortunately not allowed to play, considering the DPC rules. As we can see here, the bracket, previously we showed you the bracket. It is slightly different because they did swap the teams at the bottom, so it is going to be Atomic Esports versus Neon and Sky and Core Esports versus the loser of RZ versus Lilgun. Looking forward towards this matchup. Any thoughts already on this matchup, Winter?
Nope, I have no idea what to expect. Both these teams play very unconventional heroes, especially Little Gun. Usually everyone just bans their Brute, Lycan, but this time it's going to be a Brute plus Lone Druid, not the Lycan.
As you heard, the draft is currently on the way, so we'll be jumping in immediately to see what the heroes are that are going to be secured. Lilgun, of course, very well known for when 423 pretty much kept on picking all the micro heroes in the safe lane, and they still do manage to make sure that those heroes are out of the question, because Broodmother safe lane is disastrous to deal with most of the time. If he is really good, they instead go for the Tusk Ember Spirit on Lilgun's side, which, well, we've seen that one time and time again.
Radiant team ban.
Tiny Lash, though, is a rather different opening here. I think Lash, I feel like the hero is still good, a good hero despite the nerf to the ult, so you can't abuse it on and off. Because of Bloodstone, the hero is still gonna be somewhat good if you can flex the hero to off lane or mid.
10 seconds
Not
remaining.
so sure about support, but I think he's exclusively just a core hero.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
if you open with Lash, you have to be able to change the role of the hero to abuse him well.
Yeah, Lash, of course, Bloodstone
Radiant team
still
ban.
pretty strong, even though they did get both slight nerfs after
Dire team
TI.
ban.
But the biggest buff to them is the fact that Wraithpact has been incredibly heavily nerfed. So that is very advantageous currently for the Lash. At least it's not going to be a Razor. But that's also another hero that is being banned out. That's an interesting one. If I'm not mistaken,
10
423 is
seconds
now
remaining.
playing mid on the Lilgun side, and they have a different safe
5
laner
seconds remaining.
in their roster, which would change things significantly because 423 is historically the one that plays the Broodmother safe lane, plays the Lycan safe lane every single time. And because of that, they're also banning the Arc Warden because more micro means more problems.
Yeah, the new player is TRILL, his official nickname. I don't really know much about that guy.
Radiant team ban.
Another Mongolian player. The rest of the team is 11, Ace 12, and SE. Players that have been with the team for quite a significant amount of time. They're up against RZ Esports, the
Radiant
second team in the
Dire
qualifiers
team pick.
from Myanmar.
Silencer.
Region, I mean, YG obviously is the other team, but not a region that gets represented as much in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, recently they've been getting more and more involved.
Dire team pick.
Hope to see some of them do well, you know. They've been playing for, I think a couple of their players have been playing for quite some time already. I'm not too sure about some of the names that I don't know. They might be the newer generation players. But overall, some of them have been around, you know. They have the experience.
10
Let's
seconds
see if they can bring up at least a very interesting draft. We got the Shadow Fiend here.
5
It's probably
seconds
mid-Ember with the Shadow Fiend safe lane. There's still some flex in that regard if they really want to. But this looks like a very heavy 4-staff game for RZ against a Tusk and a Clockwork, double roots available, or double traps available for the Lilgun side. So having any more mobility on RZ would be much appreciated.
Frost Staff, no Ghost Scepter this time for the Silencer. Everybody just wants to buy the Frost, and right now they have a Lash, Silencer, Tiny. So assuming that Tiny is going to be post 4, they need a They need a core that can provide them a team fight. Okay, Mars is a good one. Mars does the initiation for the silencer, so you can use the global efficiently. And he's also like a tank in front, so Lash can just output the damage in the fights.
Especially once SF, if this is, of course, safe lane SF, he becomes really bulky, really heavy on the right-click damage. That arena can be such a good saving grace to block out most of the damage from the SF in the team fight. And that's honestly one of the characteristics that's the greatest, I would say, of Mars, is just the fact that you can block so much damage with the arena.
Yeah, he's also pretty decent in the laning phase, you know. You have a stun, you have a slow. It's easy to set up a kill with the support. I think just overall, I mean, he used to be a lot way stronger before they nerfed the rebuild, the damage, the mana cost. But I feel overall the hero is still, he's like a bit like, you know, Earthspirit, you know, he gets a lot of nerfs, but the hero is still a useful hero. Just not as strong as before because of the laning phase being weaker.
And I think Mars is probably one of the only heroes that, since it came into play when it was released, has never really left the scene. It has always been one of the more favored offlaners to be picked up. Just because his toolkit is kind of insane. I mean, the shard's pretty nuts as well, with the two-man spear.
Right now, I actually kind of like Tide as well. Like, if you talk about like one of the popular offlanes, I like the shard on the Tide.
The mini Ravage.
The mini Ravage. And paired with the right position for hero, you can have a lot of kill threat in the lane, especially when you're laning against like a SF, a squishy carry hero.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, but
but the same can be said for Mars. That's why Mars is just like one of those heroes where you can't really say it's wrong to pick the hero in that given situation.
Yeah, Mars will always have its value in the game, even though just initiation might be more than enough to pick up the Mars. And that's something that Lil Gun, they do not have to necessarily fear it, because their two supports are kind of wild in that regard. Clockwork Tusk, both heavy on the initiation, even the Ember Spirit. So Lil Gun, what kind of offlaner do you think they're looking for?
Some frontline that can stand in front end.
Dire team pick.
That like Tide would be nice, but the lane will be bad against Lash. If it's a Lash safe lane, I don't know where the Lash is gonna be going. If the Lash say the Lash is mid, I mean, no matter what, you're gonna get countered because you don't have the overall last pick. So I would just pick like a Tide Centaur kind of frontline hero. I feel the kind of hero that fits their draft, you know. But it's Little Gun, they're gonna pick something very weird. So I have no idea what they're gonna go for. But I know the category of hero that they would like to fill in with this draft. Team fight, frontline hero.
They could also still flex the Tusk to off lane possibly and get a different 4 or 5. I would assume 4.
How about Darkseer?
Darkseer. I mean, Lesh would just destroy those illusions in half a second. It's the only downside.
Darkseer gives their, you know, the Tusk, Clockwork Ember, or the crazy heroes a bit of an advantage with the Iron Shell.
Radiant team.
That is true. Night Stalker is always nasty. Night Stalker is always just so good. Kills off the side. This is such a sad silencer game.
I mean, we said that the last
yeah,
game,
it's always a sad silencer game.
but the silencer was owning that game.
Yeah, but this time, you need a lot of tools. That game, it pretty much came down to you need Ghost Scepter and they can't kill you for that duration. So now they have a lot of damage, both physical and magic.
So you need 4-star for sure. You need Ghost Scepter for sure. What else do you need? I mean, I think if you can get if you're that rich, sure. Terrorblade. Okay, Terrorblade is a very good matchup against the Shadow Fiend, and he's up against a lane that can't really pressure him from the start, because Night Stalker is not that strong of a laner until the night kicks in at 5 minutes. So the Terrorblade is going to free farm the first 4.5 minutes. Okay. Overall, I like this pick. This Terrapit seems to be the answer.
It's been a while since I've seen a TB. It's a hero I always love to watch because you need so much skill with the microing and the farming capabilities behind it. But it does combo really well with the Mars as well on your side. You do have Roche capabilities, tower push. Honestly, RZ Esports has kind of everything, Marks. To be fair, so does Lilgun. Both these lineups have pretty much every box check. They can take Roche, they can take buildings, they can take team fights. It really does depend, I think, this game a lot of the time about the initiation. But I think I'd go for Lilgun a little bit more because, the main reason for me would be the Night Stalker vision. Like, that's the difference maker here.
And yeah, I think RZ has a more all-rounded draft, Takes a lot of boxes, they have a front line, they have team fight, they have initiator, they have Roshan damage, like you said, they have tower damage. Little Gun's lineup is more like there's just four-man melee brawling lineup. Everything has to go really well in the lane. I feel like if they don't do well in the lane, the Tusk and the Clockwork support duo they are not going to be so scary, These two supports, they need a lot of levels, they need items. They're not like a silencer, Yeah, sure, it's a shitty silencer game, but all he needs to do in a team fight is pick the global when his teammates are initiating with either the Tiny or the Mars, His job is simple.
Yeah, it's simple, but it's still going to be a very hard game for him regardless.
He's a POS 5, It doesn't matter if the POS 5 has a hard game as long as the cores are having an easy game.
Yeah, true. That is very true. Because sometimes you even don't mind if you die as silencer because you can just buy back, pop your global. It'd still be useful somehow.
Sounds like a resident silencer spammer here.
Oh no, I don't touch that hero. I need something with either mobility or stuns.
Silencer is too boring for you.
It does nothing, and I always want to level Glaives of Wisdom, and then I'm just standing there in the lane, not doing anything. Just in case I could steal 2 int.
I mean, Glaive of Wisdom is pretty good at trading at level 1 right now.
Depends on the enemy that you're laning up against.
I mean,
this is pretty scary
in most
mid.
cases, I feel if the enemy POS 4 is not that weak,
30 seconds.
It's not that strong. Sorry, silencer mostly you can trade pretty well. Unless the lane is like your silencer and you're laning against you're laning with a morphling, you're too so useless at level 1, and the enemy is like some snap fire mask, and then you cannot play the lane.
Yeah, Snapfire is one of the worst heroes to lane against. Too much damage,
kill potential,
and displacement.
Silencer doesn't like to play with heroes that have a lot of kill potential.
The battle.
1 rune, 2 runes apiece. No. Oh, nice dodge. Oh, he got the rune still, but he's gonna take a lot of damage.
I should block. Do they have anything else? Nah. Silencer gives him the tango. Good support. But it is a 2-2 bounty rune trade.
Do you miss the days when you have to pull the tango for the mid laner from the start?
Oh yeah. You start off by giving them 2 tangos and also
ops. What else do you give? Yeah, 2 tangos and ops.
No. Bring back the days of buying a bottle for your mid. That one was
oh, you're
fun.
ancient. You're so ancient. How long ago was that? 5.
Oh, that is honestly way too long ago. I never won. At least you don't have to buy that many salves. I mean, that was initially the thought, right? With salve healing your allies, you don't have to buy salves as much, but now they just want you to give them 2 salves. So it's actually works for me.
Just tell them to buy their own.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Also, this is a level 30 TB, so the only level 30 in this game.
The triple raise. The triple raise. It doesn't have a mango though, but against SF, I feel like it's okay to die like this to SF at level 1, level 2, because he has to use a lot of mana to kill you. And when you come back to the lane, the SF can't really do much to you unless he spams another few mangoes to the lane,
Yeah, but that's what the Clockwork should do. Buy 17 mangoes, give them all to SF.
So you're saying the support has to buy the mango, he has to buy the salve, he has to buy the tango, and So you have to buy everything for the cost.
Yes, that's the exact way that you have to play. It's very sad, I know. Tiny is going to get caught though, and that should be another kill secured. Taken down, Trill gets his second. Yeah, playing double melee into Clockwork is just not fun, especially a Tiny who's just so slow.
And now SF is going to get level 3 after this wave. This lane is very hard now. The mangoes have arrived. He has 2 extra mangoes with boots. They have to be very careful in the lane. It's so easy to kill them. One wrong move, you get trapped by the clockwork, you die.
And Tiny doesn't like those small instances of stuns.
He has to pull creeps, you know, the Tiny. He can't play the lane anymore. He has to go and pull the next wave. If he doesn't do that, the lane is gonna be unbearable for the mask. Okay, here we go. The clock's going in.
Just being a big nuisance there. Every single time he shows up, they have to beeline it back. Bottom lane, in the meantime, TB did use Metamorphosis previously. So that's going to be on cooldown for another 90 seconds, which gives a bit of a chance here for Lil Gun to gain a bit more control in the lane.
Yeah, but they are a nice slaughter, you know. They are not that strong right now. The Silencer is just bullying them with the constant spam of the Arcane Curse. I mean, without meta, sure, TB is not a threat, but...
Nice stun in, onto 4-2-3, and we'll be able to get the kill. That was a very aggressive dive. Did not expect the Lesh with the magic stick to be able to heal enough to stay alive, and that's a pretty painful blow.
Yeah.
Almost a full level behind on that Ember. Oh, Silencer, bottom lane, he's in trouble. Does he get away? Snowball save. It's going to be a 2-man chase, and the Silencer in the trees. Will he die? He's trying to still get the catch. 11 does have Void. Throws it down. Popped up. It is still going to be the kill, regardless, though. The slow was a bit too nasty.
Yeah,
And
but
TB
nevertheless,
has Meta 20.
TB is still gonna farm this lane. He's still having a very comfortable time here. He's gonna farm like until minute 5. You know, when Night Stalker's level 4 with nighttime, level 5, then you have to start to jungle. You know, but your TB, you know, you should be able to jungle fairly easy. But his skill build, you know, he has 2 points in meta, so he doesn't have any points in the illusion yet.
And of course went for that value point. Reflection level 1. Was a TP towards mid by the Silencer to recharge the bottle, so Lesh is just going to be completely fine. Still almost a full level ahead of that Ember. That is that's very problematic. Because the moment you leave the lane as an Ember, you'll probably push down your buildings. He has 2 points in Diabolic each.
Wow, his build is 2-2-1.
Oh, bottom lane meta used. Night Stalker does get himself away.
Has been killed.
Still a lot of damage being taken by this TB. And using at the moment, nighttime hits as well to destroy the Night Stalker's momentum. Because TB probably wants to head into the jungle soon enough.
With 1 point illusion, probably not. I think he wants to get 1 more level first. Maybe at level 5 when he has 2 points in illusion, then he start jungling.
Yeah, the plus side is that the Night Stalker has to get his own healing salve. Doesn't have that support with him. Mid rotations coming out. 15 seconds until the lane runes spawn. Those are most of the time like the big deal game changers for Ember, because nearly every rune is superb for an Ember.
Oh, 3-man.
Stunned up and regen as well for the Lesh. Oh, that is beautiful. That is what exactly the hero wants.
Regeneration.
Okay, Ember at least is gonna pop his level 6 after killing the catapult here. But this Lash is gonna be a very big problem here. He's so fat right now.
Yeah, just keeping Pulse Nova on the entire time.
Radiant are scanning.
Regen still going. Just gonna rush the Bloodstone. For obvious reasons, Trill in the meantime top lane's also still having a pretty good time. Level 5.5 on the SF. They haven't really had a chance to be scary, really. with those RZ heroes. They're definitely going to need a rotation, but they don't really have a lineup that makes good rotate. Yeah, Lesh with that level 3 Diabolic Edict could take the tower tier 1 top pretty quickly.
I think if he wants to rotate, he can go to the Mars lane, kill the SF. But right now he's more contented,
oh my god,
pressuring mid. Holy shit. I guess that's why you get Edict, right? Against Ember, because the Flame Dart doesn't block that.
Yeah, it's good old pure damage. And it does definitely melt the Ember. As you can see, bottom lane.
Radiant's Courier has been killed.
TB that still is just really enjoying that lane.
Silencer, he's fucked, but
he doesn't really care.
Yeah, I don't think he has to worry so much. That range drop is just so much value, you know, in this lane. You're either blocking the shard or you're blocking the void damage. It's so much value for the Silencer to have that.
And the rune's about to spawn again. There's a bit of a fight. Split Earth not going to connect. Invis rune secured by the Clockwork. No bottle refill for Ha. He does already have his point booster though, and the energy booster for the Bloodstone. So he's got really good farm. And this SF is building Mask of Madness, Dragonlance.
They should try and kill the SF here. I think the Lash, I think he should come top now. Try and open up the map here. He's going back mid. For now, I guess he feels like the Mars is not level 6 yet, so he doesn't want to go there. Oh, the Mars,
tier 1 tower mid is also almost down.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That tower is more valuable than the top tier one. 4 points in Edict now. So if the Ember is not here, do they have Glyph? They don't have Glyph, the tower's gonna die.
Oh, there's a lot of damage onto the Ember. Toss up as well, but TPs are coming through. Snowball onto the tiny Night Stalker ulti. They will be able to find themselves the tiny kill. The tier 1 tower is dropping very low, but Clockwork can't catch up. Are we going to get a good Sleight of Fist root? To get the root connection, does find it. In comes the Mars, not level 6 just yet. There's still a lot of damage coming out from the Lash. They're dropping low. Still finds himself the Clockwork before he falls. But it's cogs on ice shards, and you're just not going anywhere.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ava, control, nice toss up. Managed to get the damage in. He has Arena. Spear. Oh my god!
How did that not connect? How?
He just got Gabened. That was. How do you even move without moving? Tiny. Toss. No room for him. It's a DB top. Still a lot of damage, but unfortunately there's no more backup coming in. The Lash should be able to pick up the DD, at least denied from the Ember. And currently Silencer is trying to get that Clockwork, but won't be able to achieve it. Silencer will just get taken down by 4-3 in the end, but this time the Spear will connect and the kill will be secured for the Leshrac. You can't dive with 300 HP and still expect to stay alive.
Wow, here comes TB. Push the tower. What's his meta? But his meta was not even needed. Went back to jungle. Typical carry contributions, you know.
Radiant's top tower is under
Hey guys, I'm here!
I'm here, go fight, go fight.
You don't need me.
Yeah.
Okay, back to farm Ancients.
Dire's Courier.
Well, points for effort, you know. At least he showed up, you know. That's what matters.
Yeah, whereas Trill is just TPing to the other side because he does not want to deal with it. He does have some nice stacks though to try and farm up. The Ancients might be a little bit tougher, but the
Dire's top tower
big camp, that will be some good money for the SF with the max level Shadow Rays.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So they do need to open up the map as well on the Dire side. The bottom tier 1 tower has barely taken any damage.
It's a nice stalker off lane, and he didn't win his lane.
Dire's
But generally,
structures
nice
are
stalkers don't win their lane. At the
Dire's
start.
top tower is under attack.
Oh, there's a hook shot for Clockwork. So Kalai needs to be careful. Hook shot's gonna connect, snowball in as well. Not much you can do except fall. No TPs coming in to help either. They know the tier 1 tower is going to be the main target. It will be an easy pickup.
Dire's top
Nice
tower
Stalker rushing BKB.
Radiant's
The
bottom
sensible
tower
option
is
here
under
against the
attack.
Silencer, against the Lash.
Radiant's bottom tower
His
has
BKB
fallen.
timing is going to be very, very crucial for the Dire team. Like Little Gun, they need his BKB to be
Dire
able
are
to
scanning.
take the fights.
SF is pretty scary.
Yeah,
He
but
does a
he's
lot of damage
He's,
in
he's
his grapple.
squishy, you know.
That
he's
is
not,
true.
He's not gonna like out carry this TB, you know. He has to. He's supposed to farm faster, be faster, and get a timing, and he has to control the game with the timing. If that doesn't happen, then the TB will just out carry him no matter what.
Yeah, TB does have a ridiculous amount of armor, which is the big plus. Because SF, of course, has the armor reduction on his side. It is pretty nasty armor reduction, though. 7. But it will
Radiant's
blow up,
middle
let's say,
tower
a
is
silencer who
under
walks by.
Guess what?
But Lash
TB has,
also
TB has
the armor
20.
builder.
TB has 20. He doesn't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah, that's the big downside. His agility gain is 4, which is insane.
Look out for fallen rocks.
TB's item build... Wait, is he going S and Y? Oh no, he's going Dragon... okay, Yasha, Dragonlance, Skadi. So just a lot of stats being built up on the TB.
Yeah, it's just typical farming build. Is he gonna die here? Well, they see him, but they're not jumping with the clock here. Okay, the smoke's wasted. Kinda. Nice Stalker really wants to fight with his ultimate right now. And Radiant team is trying to poke them as well themselves into the triangle. Trying to find
The
the
Bloodstone
SF.
is done. So this is go time for Lash. They can find anything. I mean, if you're playing like standoff
Oh, they can go for this build, that
against each
global.
other. Okay, Ember does not really have a way out, and he's just dead. Bloodstone as well. Mana is just perfect for the Lash. Bottom tier 1 tower is
Dire's
being pushed in
bottom
the
tower is
meantime.
under attack.
That is the first usage of the global. Opening up the map. Hookshot missing though. Leshrac does get ice shards blocked, but they won't go for more. The rest of the team doesn't want to go for a fight,
Dire's
even though they did
bottom
see
tower
that
has
the Mars and the TB were in the bottom lane. It's a bit too scary in that angle
Dire's
without
bottom
vision.
tower is under attack.
They're doing a really good job making a lot of space, you know, for this TB to farm. Every move the Lash is making with his team, creating a lot of pressure. And Mars is also about to have a blink soon, so they are going to get even more team fight initiation after this. Right now, 80 seconds before they have global, so they have to chill a little bit. Try to wait for the global to be up. Nice Stalker almost has his BKB. That's going to be a huge item for them.
4-2-3 also on the Ember going for a BKB rush. They get their BKB timings. Honestly, at that point, they're going to be really hard to kill. Especially the Night Stalker, because there's no way they can control him if he pops BKB and his ult.
Yeah, that's their timing, the triple BKB. And once that timing happens, RZ, they have to try and dodge and play the map, you know. Let the illusions, keep pushing out the crit wave, avoid fighting as much as you can, sacrifice the supports if you have to, even the off-lane to support at that point. Only heroes that should be farming and alive in the map are the Lash and the TB.
Well, currently the Tiny is doing exactly as mentioned, trying to drag them away from the rest of the team, but this Lash is very far and very good. He has a Bloodstone already used, so it's on cooldown.
Yeah, he's dead.
That's a big mistake, using Bloodstone on the other side of the river against like they have so much dive on
much catch.
the Lil Gun side.
Yeah, he has to respect the catch, the vision from NS, the rocket flare, the hook shot. He has to be able to play with his at least one of his teammates around here. If he's alone, he doesn't have any way of getting out. He's dead, like the Silencer, most of the time.
Clockwork also trying to clear them off, gets stunned up. They will lose the clock in return. They did force out the meta.
I mean, he wants to use it to farm anyway.
Yeah, that is true.
You say force. But I
was
don't know.
gonna use it there anyway, but got a free kill for that one. Yeah, sure.
Oh, are they gonna get Roche for this? Oh no, okay, he's just gonna... Well, he's running up the ramp. He's running up the ramp here.
Oh. Oh, that's a nice dodge attempt. Still gets caught. Arena. Ult stays down. It's an arena though for a Tusk. And Metamorphosis is about to end. 11 is just circling around TB, waiting to go for a possible move here, knowing that the meta will be... And yeah, there's the BKB pop. She's going to go in for more while they're fighting on the other end. Leshrac, does he get the Bloodstone healing? No, he does not. He's going to get taken down. Silence Ulti gets used. They don't care. Look at the damage coming out from that SF. It just destroys. Mega kills coming up for Trill, and they will at least find the Clockwork on the side, but they only lose 2 supports. And yeah, that's the BKB timing of the SF and Night Stalker coming into play.
Yeah, it's okay for Radiant to lose heroes at this point. It's a triple BKB.
Are fortified.
TB's farming. I mean, it's not ideal that Lash is the one dead instead of Mars, but you know, you take what you get right now in the game. TB is still farming. He should be happy. He's halfway to his Skadi. That's going to be a very crucial item. So he can kite the SF, he can kite the NS. But right now, they have to just keep doing what they're doing. Play the map, shove out the creep waves. If the Tiny has to die doing what he's doing previously, so be it. Silencer can do the same thing. Buy time.
Yeah, SF's next 2 items queued up are going to be the Butterfly and Satanic. Those are pretty nice tools to deal with the TB at the very least. Especially the Butterfly, because that means TB is going to have to spend a lot of money on an MKB.
They're going to bring in more heroes.
No Bloodstone. It's on cooldown again.
Nice snowball.
Do they have the damage to take him down? So close hook shot. Oh my god, that guy from SC! That saves the rest of the team. In comes the Night Stalker as well.
Terrorblade is silent.
Thunder. Oh, it doesn't even manage to get it off. Fuyo is going to get taken down as well. Looking for the quad. Make it Tiny last but not least in the trees. Nice toss forward. But a snowball dodge comes in. And we will find a full team wipe here. Lil Gun absolutely deadly. And again, it's the Lesh that keeps getting caught with Bloodstone on cooldown.
Yeah, but then again, I feel like they have the wrong mindset at that scenario, you know. Sure, Lash got caught, but if your mindset is really about pushing the map and playing the map, knowing that you shouldn't be fighting, then they shouldn't be going to save him, you know, just let him die. I mean, it's rather unfortunate that Amber had an Invis rune, you know, that's why he got initiated. And then they have to just try to play the map, you know. But instead, they chose to try to save him, and they took the fight without global, you know. I mean, even if they had global, I feel like they are probably going to lose the fight against all the BKBs.
And Night Stalker just finished up shard as well, so and his Blink Dagger's almost done. Ember's got that BKB, he's going for the Maelstrom.
Night Stalker shard is like, oh, the Craigasm, you know, when you get the shard. Your game feels so good when you get shard.
Yeah, that massive heal, especially if you're playing against a Lycan or Beastmaster. It's kind of insane sometimes.
Yeah, why bother even getting the helm?
Yeah, just instantly, oh, 250 bucks, thank you very much. But yeah, 35% instantaneous mana. But that's just, you know, your pseudo Sunder.
Soaring.
On a shard.
So a better soaring. You gain HP instead of losing HP.
Well, Flash, I'm not really a big fan that he uses his Bloodstone every single time he can. Because it's again on cooldown. There's no one there. Night Stalker's ulti is not up for 10 seconds, but still. That's his best tool to stay alive most of the time.
He's nowhere near his BKB. He has travel. This is tough, man. This Lash has no way to survive in a team fight. They don't have any 4-star, right? Nobody has 4-star. Okay. Nobody. Oh my god, the Silencer actually built a Veil.
That's so greedy. That is so incredibly greedy.
I mean, it's really good with the lineup, don't get me wrong, but it's just greedy given the situation.
A rune of haste.
Yeah, with the Ice Shard block, the roots,
Dire's top
the
tower
cogs.
is under attack.
I mean, if you're owning the game,
bottom tower is under attack.
I feel like, alright, you get this Veil, you keep owning.
Tusk with the blink, jump on the Mars, they'll let him fall, and yeah, they've just got full control over the map. But yeah, I do agree. If like your game is going really well, I would say Veil is nice, but in general this game it's looking pretty rough, especially the moment he has his 4-staff. Night Stalker is building a nullifier. He's probably going to have it about the same timing, and that nullifies your entire 4-staff.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're just pushing high ground. 22 minutes in. You've got the Aegis still on the SF. He also has the Presence Aura effect building, so stuff drops very quickly. They're letting it go. TV does not want to fight. He does have his Skadi though.
Under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower
and is TPing in. They need to get a good Mars arena.
Dire's middle tower
Snowball to the side, blink out. Puyo. Does he get it? Is he going for it? He wants to, but look at that high ground. He's got Butterfly done on the SF in the meantime.
Yeah, if they want to fight, they have to at least wait 1.5 minutes for the Aegis to expire. I feel the TV needs one more item. Like even with this Skadi right now, because they lost the last fight so badly, he needs another item. This is not enough, the Skadi. They have to chill, you know. They can't just initiate like what happened the last time. They have to chill, be happy that TV is farming, wait and be patient. That's not an easy thing to do. Be patient, you know. Most of the players, they are mostly really aggressive and they don't really like sitting and doing nothing and just waiting, you know. A lot of players are like that.
Especially the Mars. He's got that blink dagger but hasn't really been able to get a good usage out of it. Silence is going to get jumped. At least he has Veil of Discord. That, you know, that really does a lot in that scenario. And being forced back. Nice avatars coming in. Big damage. They blow him up. Very good kill. In comes Storm. Arena gets dropped with the Requiem of Souls. Do they keep their players alive? Rio on the other side of the arena will be able to stay alive. No, he does not. Jumping aggressively. 4-2-3 already got the kill, and he's gonna go very deep.
What the heck?
Death.
Your mind.
He used the second remnant to go in again instead of running away. Well, he just felt like he was so strong.
Yeah.
He definitely could have ran away. He definitely could have ran away there.
He actually already killed the Mars with the spike of this, so he didn't even have to use the first remnant to get in there.
They'll give him the benefit of the doubt and consider that a miscalculation.
Also, I'm fairly disappointed Silencer doesn't have a single point in Glaive yet. All that int he could have stolen.
It's okay. The Veil doesn't amplify damage from the Glaze of Wisdom. He actually killed the Night Stalker, you know, because of the Veil. I think the Night Stalker didn't realize how much damage he was taking. He got the Veil debuff on him, and then the tiny Ava tossed him, and then he just died there. from like around 70%, 80% HP, and yeah, with the Lash as well.
Yeah, because it's increased damage from spells. It doesn't state if it's magic. So also the pure damage from the Diabolic Edict. Everything does just a little bit more. And Night Stalker is not... I mean, he's still pretty survivable, but really needed to get that BKB sprint off. Because he didn't want to use the BKB. And also, I guess he didn't expect the Tiny with the Blink to come in to play that aggressively. SF's very close to finishing up Satanic in the meantime, though.
Right,
on the silencer.
That's a dieback, so I guess the tier 2 is going to go down as well. Right, TB.
Radiant's
What is
top tower
TB up
is
to?
under
Okay,
attack.
TB has BKB. That is good news for RZ. He's building
Now
an
he just needs MKB. Yep, that's a big one. If he gets the MKB, he can kill the SF. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty tough.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they still have a pretty, I would say, they're 9k behind, 10k behind, but right now the game feels like they have a decent chance still. One good fight with the TB surviving, kicking Thunder off, killing the SF. It'll just be enough to turn the game around.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think especially in a team fight between the TB and the SF, the Mars Arena is going to be very crucial to block out the damage coming out from the SF. Keep the TB alive. Lash also has a BKB now. Both of them have their full 9-second BKBs. So it's looking pretty okay. Still, yeah, as you mentioned, 10k behind, but TB is the strongest core of this game. He has 31 armor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I hate this hero sometimes. I want to see that Elder Titan walk right up to him and smack him twice and kill him. Oh, smoke. SC is on the high ground.
Absorb. Oh, they placed it there.
Yeah, smoke gets broken on silencer. Did they see him even?
He did. Hook shot.
In the pit.
Hook shot.
Do it with flair.
Ooh.
Hook shot.
TV? He's AFK. Maybe they think it's an illusion. It's actually kind of a neat play. On the high ground.
Oh, here comes Night Stalker. Here comes Night Stalker. Oh, that's a very cool move. He's good. Oh, that missed the hook shot.
Finds the ulti, but it's a little bit of a unfortunate ulti because it doesn't really do that much. TB is going for the fight though. They get the catch onto Trill. Boros Punch comes in onto Illusion. Snowball Spade going aggressively onto the tiny Requiem of Souls. He does have it available. Does use it to force the enemies off the angle, but they haven't lost a single dire hero just yet. Ace can get away. He does have a snowball in a second. Doesn't get it off. And Nice Talker is dead as well.
TB is strong.
TB is a big boy. He still does have, as you mentioned, the Thunder. Looking for target. That's going to be Trill. Does get it off. Trill. The evasion coming into play, but he does eventually get taken down. Oh, the snowball save. He's still alive. SF. He survives with the satanic rampage coming in. Oh, the snowball save. Oh, there we go. It's easy. Perfectly done. That snowball save from the Tusk was everything.
Time to use all your tips, for the Tusk. That was a game changer right there. So it's gonna give them Roche right away. Now SF is gonna be probably gonna be one item ahead of the TB right now. He's 5k, he's gonna be 5-6k ahead. But still, TB, you can see how strong he is in a call-to-call matchup against the SF. Despite being so much levels ahead, the TB is still doing so much in the team fights against the SF.
Yeah, the problem is the rest of the team slightly less though. And TB, if he pops his meta, you kind of just have to try and bait out this meta when you go high ground and then just
run away.
Yeah. They do have a lineup for exactly that though, with the Ember, Night Stalker, Tusk, even the Clockwork with the 4 staff.
Yeah, they can try to pop Darkness, try to bait in with the Night Stalker. But once you see the TB commit, then you just run away. Sounds like a good plan actually.
Yeah, that fight, if he just doesn't get that snowball save, that last second, TB dumpsters the rest of the enemies.
Yeah, if SF dies there, I think TB just kills everybody.
He does almost have MKB though. That will be definitely a big plus for the TB, because he missed a lot of hits onto the SF. But even the SF is pretty tanky with 28 armor. And of course the Satanic Healing. It's going for the Daedalus.
I actually cannot believe nobody on Radiant team actually has the 4-star. 30 minutes. Alright, hook shot. Silencer, no 4-star. Bill, Ghost Scepter ain't gonna save you, bro.
And that's 2 quick kills. No Silencer ulti used. So that's 1 plus.
Ooh, that was close. He almost cancelled his TT on the
no.
Oh no,
Oh, it wasn't cast animation right there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they're really lucky. Only the full support were killed.
This SF is pretty big. 12-0-3 as well. This Trill guy is pretty impressive. Oh, in the trees. Forced pop the DK TP, but the hook shot. Oh no. I mean, both their supports have
kill one hero.
Cancels. Unfortunately, that will not be the case. And he's dead for 65. And he's their best high ground defender with the shard.
Maybe
Yeah.
he should buy a 4-star for himself, honestly.
Probably. He is going for the Ghost Scepter, which I think Silencer also has currently. Mars has an Aether Lens, by the way. Instead of going for the BKB, he went for the Aether Lens.
Huh?
I guess because they're, you know, high ground defending, he expects to be able to spear someone a long way back.
If he's doing this because he doesn't want to get caught by the Night Stalker Silence, then why not just get a BKB? I mean, it's cheaper, but I don't know. He's still queuing up a BKB after the lens, so...
Oh, do you see that stat on the right side? That's not forced to buy a 4-star. Would have saved him 6 times. That's an interesting statistic. I don't know where that just came from, but
I'm
okay.
sure 90% of the Silencer players would rush 4-star this year.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, but Tiny has it, so, you know, he's got that support for you. It's back into Spear. He gets stunned. SF's first life is gone. Tiny trying to get back. Silencer ult be used to keep the Tiny alive. Can they go for the SF right afterwards? It is an MKB. Mini Fear coming out. Oh my god, the TP's just gone. He just got destroyed by that SF with the Daedalus. They're looking for more. Knight's Arena Spear, but the snowball save comes in again. Going to heal. Mars in trouble, gets speared off, and Haas trying to go for the damage onto the SF. Bloodstone's pretty good, but it's not good enough because this SF is just too freaking big. GG gets called, and it's Lil Gun taking game number 1.
Very, very clinical, yeah. With the SF timing, the triple BKB timings they had earlier, the Night Stalker, SF, Ember. I mean, I didn't really like their draft so much. I preferred the Radiant draft more, but they definitely played a lot better. They executed their lineup, they understood their timings. Well done.
Yeah, that was some sublime gameplay, especially I think the 2 supports did a really good job on Lil Gun's side. They caught everyone the entire time. The Clockwork Hook shots, the Tusk with, of course, the snowball saves, multiple snowball saves in those team fights. And a couple of times just the Lesh really slowing down the momentum of RZ Esports by unfortunately getting caught. But in the end, you know, Lil Gun looked really dominant.
I think the first situation I remember was the top side when the Ember had an Invis rune. At that point of the game, the Terrorblade was still fairly farmed. They decided to take that fight after the Ledge got caught. I felt from that on, after they took that fight, everybody died, and the whole team died. It was a 5-0 fight. Then the game became really hard. Like previously, before that pick-off, they were doing a good job splitting the map with the Terrorblade illusions. The Ledge is pushing out the lanes with travels and everything. I think life was good, you know, for the TV. And then unfortunately, they decided, oh, okay, click on Ember, BKB. Night Stalker has BKB, SF has BKB. Let's take the fight for some reason, you know. And then they lost the fight, then the game became hard.
Yeah, we'll quickly go through some of those highlights you mentioned. See which ones our production has ready for us. Oh, this is the laning stage one, where First Blood got secured. I actually completely missed that one. Luckily enough, we do get that. Yeah, look at the body blocks. God, these supports, they played so well. And this one, the Veil of Discord debuff on the Night Stalker, as you mentioned. Then in comes the Avatar, Spear, Splitter, dead. That was a big chance there for the Radiant side, for RZ to try and get back into the game. The Ember going very wild, 4-2-3.
I don't know what he was actually trying to do here. Maybe he thought he had a Remnant behind, so he wanted to kill with the Remnant and fly back. I don't know.
And well, this was the completely spread
snowball
around fight.
Yeah,
this was the snowball save. This was 2 different fights at the same time in 2 angles.
This is the money snowball.
Yeah, because he first has to die and then buy back. Right now, the Tusk does get taken down. Buys back.
Yeah, if he didn't buy back immediately, I think he wouldn't have arrived on time to save here.
Yeah, the big sun to play. So close. SF, like that's he's dead. He should be dead right there, but the snowball save. Satanic. Oh, that was so good. Yeah, he's definitely deserved the tips right there. And that was some good Dota coming out from the Lil Gun side. But there is still more Dota to be witnessed in this series. We'll be going towards a short little break until game number 2 is on its way. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second game in the last series of the day in the Southeast Asian DPC. My name is DK Truman, and I'm once again joined by Winter for this showdown. Game number 1 had a lot of action, Winter, but what in the end did really make it problematic for RZ, and what do they need to change for game number 2?
Change their display picture. They have to learn from the SF, man. The SF literally has a SF display picture and he won the game.
If you're gonna pick a hero, immediately change your picture to that said hero, and then you get the easy boost. That's the way Dota works. It's all gusto and confidence most of the time. But the draft for game number 2 is currently on its way. Maybe we get to see some interesting heroes. I'm already seeing one that I personally is one of my favorite heroes to play. And that is the good old Grimstroke.
In the spirit.
Leash them together. Snowball can't save.
Leash, and then Primal Beast picks them up and goes ham.
Oh, is that meant to like? Well, what happens? You can actually grab 2 heroes with the.
I actually don't know. I remember people like going in circles around each other, and it's busted. It works very strangely, but in general, Grimstroke superb with the primal because you get that movement speed buff.
Remaining.
AoE, Inkswell, shenanigans.
Radiant
always nice,
back.
and Tusk and Ember. If you get that soulbind connection, does make things scary.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, Grimstroke has been one of my favorite heroes as well. Been pretty sad that the hero got nerfed so much. I mean, I kind of feel like the buff is more like towards the core Grimstroke, you know. They gave the talent, like the damage buff, the damage amplification on the soulbind. I mean, and then they return the Inkswell move speed to the numbers before. Still, you know, the hero is weak in the lane.
Yeah, it does have some nice pluses, especially with Ricky now being played more and more. Like that combination.
Oh my god, that shot is the most busted shot in the game. Please. that shit is wrong, man. That either the cooldown has to be longer or like there's no way that thing is on a 12-second cooldown.
Yeah, the Ricky one I have definitely been annoyed by multiple times, especially if you combo it with said Mirana, for instance, which gets played up a lot.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's the best combo with Mirana. Like 12 seconds cooldown and so no commitment, easy setup. What the hell?
Yeah, that's just the beauty. Sometimes a hero does not exist for 4 patches in a row, and then all of a sudden support Ricky comes back.
You don't even need to farm anything. You just buy the shot and that's the hero.
And then you're done. You're finished. The hero is complete. I'm wondering when we get to see some Ricky in action though. In actual
Did we not even have one game? Did we not even have one game?
Must have been somewhere, but I have barely seen any Ricky.
I see it so much in my pub games. Ricky +4 running around, sleeping dot. Oh, sleeping dot. Oh.
Radiant team pick.
So annoying. Then the arrows flying in. You can't do anything, and you die.
This time, however, they will not have the arrows coming in because Mirana has been banned. But these heroes are like Grimstrokes love these Inkswells, especially if you combo
the heroes that run in. The heroes that run in.
Yeah.
Those are the heroes you want with Grimstroke.
5 seconds remaining.
Normally, you pick Grimstroke in your pubs, and then you pick at position 5, for instance, and then your safe laner picks Drow.
Yeah. That's like, that actually happened to me once. I was like, what the heck am I supposed to do? Oh my god. I think the other one was, the other time was Morphling. I picked Grimstroke, Crossfire, and somebody picked Morphling. I'm like, how am I supposed to play this thing? GG, okay. I was kind of more expecting somebody to pick like, a jug would be nice, Chaos Knight would be nice.
Slark, Faceless Void, nice. Literally anything with any mobility.
Then I see a Drow in the lane. I look at my screen. What am I supposed to do here? Full creeps. That's it.
Can I swap to the offlane, please?
Well, that's actually what you do too. Yeah. I'll try to get out of that lane. Yeah.
I'll roam. Don't worry. I got this. Nonetheless, we do have the Lich now for RZ, which would have been a great combo with the Grimstroke for obvious reasons. Soulbind double Chain Frost. But it does, of course, soak up a decent amount of damage. It works very well with the Faceless Void to just extend the game significantly as well. Plus, the Chrono into Chain Frost can do a lot of nastiness. This Lil Gun roster lineup is very tanky though, especially with the Morphling joining in as well. Primal, Clockwork, Morphling. It takes a while to kill these heroes.
Radiant team ban.
They need like some offlaner that can do damage into the Chronosphere. That's what they need. Oh, well, they actually banned the A. Okay, they were afraid of the A. Okay, fine.
That one would have been interesting. Could have been made it, of course, a Tusk offlane if need be, and then just pick up the AA4.
That actually wouldn't be bad. Like Tusk offlane, you get Vessel, because Vessel is pretty nice this game. What do they need? Some offlaner. Is Viper still in the game?
Nah, Viper doesn't exist anymore.
Viper can be pretty decent this game.
Good old Razor, you outrun Primal Beast trying to catch up to you.
I mean, it's not that bad. You're laning as Morph, you want to lane bullies, and then you're a hero that can do damage into the Chrono. I mean, the other hero will be just Snap Fire Call. You go Snap Fire Call with Tusk support, and you bully the Morphling in the lane. I think that would be decent.
What other choices are left? Let's go OD offlane.
Nope, it's banned.
Dire team pick.
No.
Legion Commander. It's actually banned. They actually banned OD. Oh, that's surprising. Okay, Legion Commander. I've seen a bit of an increase on that hero as well. Bit dangerous, of course, with the Faceless Void Chrono.
She did receive some buffs, and she's a pretty strong laner. Good laner against Morphling. You can kind of pressure the Morphling in the lane.
5 seconds remaining.
And if Morphling is... Hopefully Morphling is not laning with Grimstroke. If Morphling is laning with Grimstroke, the lane is going to be so sad for the Grimstroke. It's better to lane the Grim and play the Grim as possible this game with the Primer. Put the Clockwork on the safe lane with the Morph. Now they need to pick an initiator. Somebody that can use the Inkswell again. So mid laner with Inkswell. So Ember, the Spirit Brothers, Void Spirit, Ember. Okay, Tiny mid.
Now select your heroes.
Okay. So we're going to get to see a Tiny mid, Primal offlane, Grimstroke for Ace. So yeah, it is a 5-position Clockwork this game on a Lil Gun side. Tiny is also still pretty scary with the tree volley in the later portions of the game where Faceless Void has a Chrono on someone. He still does get blown up. And honestly, they are... If this is a good Blink Dagger timing on the Tiny, he could dominate in the early stages.
Let's see the lane. Lane against. Oh, they actually have an Ember Spirit. Lane against Ember Spirit. Tiny against Ember. The matchup. I can't remember the match. I think it was when I last saw it was Tiny favored. Tiny, you can get a little bit more mileage from your hero in the lane. The first couple of ways you can deny better, last hit and deny better. But after Ember gets more levels, then the lane becomes like a 50-50 farm fest.
Yeah. Would you do any lane swaps here, though?
Probably not. I think not. Probably not, yeah. Okay. I don't think they can lane it any other way.
Oh, that Primal skin's so cool, though. It's so menacing and huge. I think if you soulbind someone and you use... At least I remember with Pulverize, he does like a 360 the entire time while slamming someone.
So it works. So it definitely works on 2 heroes.
I don't think it picks up the second hero. It just does weird things with the first. We'll have to see. It's been a while since I've actually comboed that.
I mean, they first to pick the hero, so they must know something you don't.
Always ready for a fight.
I mean, in general, it's really... Inkswell already is enough to make that combo work. And this is such a good soulbind game against the Tusk, Ember, Faceless Void. So many good catches. It's not necessarily super good in combinations with the spells that you have. Maybe later down the line you get like a Scythe, even though they don't have a lineup that gets a Scythe. but for just controlling the enemy, it is very good. You have the double toss at the very least with Tiny. That's kind of cool. Speaking of Tiny, he's fake destroying his own observer ward in mid.
Yeah, and then he did. Grimshaw did receive a pretty substantial buff with the Dark Portrait. It goes through BKB now.
That is actually really freaking good. Dark Portrait's one of the spells that I just love. If you get to the point where you can get that farm in later portions of the game, because the illusions are spell immune, and if you've got like a Wraith King or something on the enemy team, or a Dusa, you can create that illusion that just completely rinses enemy. Faceless Void's also a hero that's pretty good for that, because he does build a lot of stats.
And just in general, this Grimstroke feels like he can do so much this game. If he gets the farm, you get your lens, you get your maybe your one defensive item, maybe one for stuff. Okay, then you can build all your Aghanim's, E-Blade.
The lanes currently, where do you think most action will be coming forward to? What lane do we need to keep the most attention to?
I think both side lanes are going to be pretty interesting. There's a lot of kill potential on top and bot. Both lanes are going to be trying to secure the range creep, block jungle camps, try to drag the waves around. But Grimstroke is going to get bullied by the Lich. Oh my god. He can't fight the Lich at all. So sad for him. So he can only run away.
Yeah, triple Mango Lich as well. A lot of harass damage. Grimstroke went for level 1 Stroke. Without any creeps to really make it stronger, Stroke is a very weak opening spell.
Yeah, you can't trade against anybody. It's like pretty terrible. You have to play in the lane. That's why Grimstroke is very reliant on your partner. You need to be in the right in the lane with the right partner so your hero can be useful.
The real downside of Stroke is just the fact that you automatically push the lane to do more damage. So it's most of the time counter synergy.
That's why you have to make sure the camps are available. You know, you can pull the medium camp, push the wave, you guys have creeps, then you pull the camp, then all is Gucci. But if you push the wave and you can't pull, then it becomes terrible.
Right now, there's a very nice lineup for a good smackdown. Does use it, but of course, Faceless Void, one of the better heroes to deal with it with the time walk spam. And he's got all the creep kills at the moment on that Faceless Void. He's got well, not all, but a lot of creep kills so far.
13 and 0.
I think he's missing 3.
And look at our friend morphing at top. 4 and 0. Yeah, I mean, this is the LC. You know, this is the reason why they picked the LC into this matchup. It's hard for the morphing to farm anything. You get pressured by the LC a lot, and LC has a lot of damage and armor, so he can trade really well. Moment of courage to get some lifesteal back.
Are there any... I guess this game, as a Morphling, you just go for the Faceless Void steal, right? Would you try and get an early Ags?
Don't think so. I think I will. Maybe I'll go farming build, Manta maybe. Go Manta.
Oh, Ember mid, dropping very low. Nice toss back from 4-2-3 previously. Does need to be a bit careful as well, because the Ember still does have the Flame Guard. Both sides. Ton of damage are gonna be reliant on those 4-minute water runes. They're gonna need a support to come in towards mid soon enough. However, what lane can you... I mean, to be fair, Primal can survive alone easily. He's got Brown Boots and Bracers. And he's got Trample, so Faceless Void can't really touch him. And 4-2-3 will be able to get one water rune. The other one, is he going to be fast enough to deny? Yep, he is.
Oh dear, he's praying that somebody feeds on the side lane so they can refill his bottle.
Yeah, just walk underneath the tier 2 tower, guys.
He has
full mana, that's not gonna work.
He has a solve, so still fine for the moment right now. The side lanes are being contested very heavily. That's why nobody's even like moving around to gank. You know, the lane, they have to play the lanes. Morphling has so far caught up in terms of CS. He's 16-1 now to the 18-3 in the LC. And he's gonna get a lot more CS after this. The wave is going into his tower, so he should be fine now.
Especially once you hit level 5 and get attribute shift level 3. That's really when the Morphling tends to not die anymore.
You don't actually get so many points now because you don't have mana cost to sustain. Most players, I think, only get 2 points, 1 or 2 points.
The Dusk is always ready for a fight.
Okay.
Yeah, because they change it shifts faster but costs a lot of mana.
Well, bottom lane, Inkswell coming in. He's actually Inkswelling himself on the Grimstroke. Who needs movement speed, but it is first blood secured for the Grimstroke. That's $800 right there. Pretty good farm for a Grim. He's got 10 creep kills as well.
That's what you do, man. Grimstroke is like real big. You're gonna get. Oh, I'm harassing, but you're getting creep waves along the way. You know, when you're using the hero.
Just securing the range
creep, but you're getting a melee creep.
Oh, Tusk. He's going pretty deep. Tusk comes up. The Tusk is in trouble, and that is going to be a nice tower kill for the Dire side. The runes are about to spawn, but they're a bit too low. There's actually a rotation coming in from Ace. Does he manage to secure it? The Inkswell comes up. It's a regen rune bottom. And that one will be picked up by the Clockwork.
Yeah, the Tiny has no more bottle charges. Nobody's dead, so nobody can refill his bottle. But he's just gonna secure, I think, to make sure that the catapult dies, and then the Ember's just tanking. He doesn't want the catapult to die. Right, nice glyph, forcing them back.
There's a lot of damage coming in. Ha, still not level 6 yet. Now he just got his level 6, so he does have fire remnants available. Stroke comes in. Inkswell again. He only Inkswells himself, but it is going to be successful because he also got the signs on the Lich and a double kill for the Primal. Making a very important rotation into this game already. Faces Void is top net worth because they kind of can't really harm him that much, but looking very good for the first moves on the Ilgun side.
I think that wasn't the worst, you know, for RC. I think the 2 supports dying that forced so many heroes mid, and the Void was farming all the way. LC was farming well, so I think not the biggest loss. Void is gonna have level 6 soon. I don't think he has enough damage to kill the Primal in the lane with the Lich. They are gonna need one more hero.
Again, Ace going back in. He's got the stun. And the silence on the Faces Void as well. Does he get away? The charge forward. He does have the pulverize. I think he just got his level 6 during that fight, so he couldn't use it on the Faces Void. It wasn't fast enough at the very least, but they will find the Lich. And now Primal is at the top of the net worth.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, but friend Morphling. Okay, Morphling is also very fun right now.
He's actually in second place.
LC
he
is
did
not
go
there.
for max level attribute shift for level 3 at least.
Wow, I actually didn't expect that. I see most players they get like 2 points because you get it costs too much mana, and in the lane I guess
it's because you're up against LC, and if he kills you,
yeah, that might be the reason. I think in a more defensive lane, it probably makes more sense to get more points, but you have to be able to sustain. Okay, never mind.
Wait, what?
You died.
Oh well, there's a.
Now he knows there's
right
an ops. Now he knows, but it's already done its purpose.
That obs is, by the way, called Sentry Ward because for some reason everyone calls their obs Sentry Wards.
Yeah, so you deny the wrong ward first in crucial team fights and you waste a couple of seconds.
Radiant are scanning.
It's the 5-head play. Just look at colors. I mean, to be fair, it also has that blue fish going around it, so it's very annoying.
Yeah, I actually hate that. I hate that the most, more than the name, because that confuses you more.
Radiant's bottom
Primal TPing in towards the top lane is pretty good on smacking a Legion Commander. Charge forward onto the Tusk. Look at that damage. Primal's always a scary hero. Does have Pulverize available, but even if he use it, the Lich would just interrupt it with Sinister Gaze.
Yeah, but that's a good move there from the Primal. But at the same time, the Void is not going to be able to farm. He only got a support from that, so not the most ideal trade for rotating the Primal Beast over. He's going to come mid here. If he gets the kill on the Ember, that would be good.
The gaze. Dusk for rotating through as well. This looks like a very dead Clockwork. But Primal coming in with the charge. Does have Pulverize Avalanche on top. And a mega kill for the Primal. He's making so many plays across the map.
A bit surprising that they were being still so aggressive on the Radiant side. They know the Primal is at top, right? The task died to the Primal. And then the Primal went missing. Where else is he going? He might be either camping top or heading in. I felt like they needed to be more defensive. They can't be so.
Bottom lane. Nice damage stun. Is it enough? The Lich, he's coming into play, and the Grimstroke's actually the one that's going to get taken down. Face the Void. Moves back to safety, and the good news there from the Lich. Level 2 Frost Shield, 40% damage reduction. Definitely no laughing matter for the Faceless Void, who does have his Hand of Midas done. So Primal sees a free kill onto Lich.
This hero, all his spells feel so good when you cast it. The Trample, the Ult, the Onslaught.
And then the enemies get DPC, and then you don't do anything anymore. Oh, the Inkswell, silence. God, it feels good to be a Grimstroke this game. You can pretty much give everyone in your team the Inkswell buff. I mean, Morphling slightly less so, but even Morphling can take the Inkswell buff.
Do you think it'll be too OP if you can use Dark Portrait on your own teammate?
Yes, 100%.
Make your own Morphling.
Yeah, you just have the CK ulti, but then better.
I mean, obviously, if you use it on the enemy, the numbers are different. And then when you use it on the ally, the numbers are different, you know? Like, maybe it's weaker if you use it on the ally.
Maybe. But in general, I think Dark Portrait is already a really strong spell. They did just buff it. But it is also kind of a niche. You know, you need to be against a lineup that has really good heroes to illusion of.
Yeah, top lane. They're doing a smoke. Mid lane, I hear a hook shot.
I hear and they're continuing in. Soulbind on to 2. They can't run away, but there's a duel available. Is he going to go for it? Would be actually... He's going to go for the duel, and they might just get their first duel victory secured. Primal Beast, God, he is tanky, but eventually does die. 6 kill streak picked up by Hawk, and a good turnaround.
Yeah, the Chain Frost actually, I don't think he actually wanted to do the Primal Beast. But then he got hit by the Chain Frost twice, then he's like, oh, okay, I can kill him now. Sure.
Thank you, Lich. Good old extra damage coming in. But yeah. You know what's one of the weirdest things about Primal in your game? Sometimes he does that random gargle. Like you just hear him on the map, and he doesn't do anything. So you're like, oh, he's no, is he charging? I don't actually know what he's doing. Oh, hook shot into 1. Not needed. Actually, might want to go back in with the Primal right there. Hook shot onto the Tusk. Inkswell, there we go. Madness on top. Combo. And they will even find the Lich on the back end. Yeah. It's so nice. Grimstroke ready with like the Clockwork and the Primal, and you just pop it on them before they go in.
Man, it was like this whole draft is tailored around the Grimstroke.
The rune of regeneration.
Yep. And it's beautiful. The hero that really hasn't gotten any play in a very long time. Yeah. Ember mid, no remnant, no chance.
They actually killed him from full HP without the pulverize. Shit, that's so much damage. Primal Beast did 1,100 damage with 2 spells. 1,100 damage.
The most
duel, Morphling. Can get distracted, Morph.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, yeah, Blink Dagger reveal there from the Legion Commander as well. He also has the Tumbler Story for the mini Blink. Very mobile. Currently, Tiny's got his own Blinks going for the Echo Saber. What is okay, Face Void's just gonna go for the Maelstrom. Timing, do you think the Void can really join fights?
I mean, anytime when he has Chrono, I think he should come and try to help, you know? Like, as long as they have Chrono, they have Lich ult, they should try to do something with it. Defend the towers, I think, especially. IG is gonna come pressure... I mean, Little Gun, they're gonna try and pressure the towers very soon with this primal BKB. He's like 900 gold away from it. I think when that happens, the Void has to try to participate. He can't just expect that, okay, I'm farming, bye-bye guys, and then expect the game to go well, you know?
Primal Beast has 4.3 strength gain.
Oh no, they see... They probably know he's alone, right, here?
Dire are scanning.
But he is...
He's playing like he's not alone.
Yeah. He's falling back, he's trying to bait them in, or so they think. While they are currently smoked up on the side of Lil Gun, looking for a catch themselves. But actually this cost them so much time.
This classic Dota smoke, you know. One team is on one side, the other team is on the other side.
And they won't find each other whatsoever. Also, the Morphling's got the Lincoln stun, and he's going for the Aghanim Scepter next. So he wants them stats. Stealing attack speed from the Void's pretty nice.
Yeah, you're gonna just turn into the Void most of the time, right? I don't think you want to turn into anyone else.
Probably maybe a Tusk in a very specific situation. If you want to go for a snowball save to keep your ally alive, but most of the time, yeah. The big problem actually, Avalanche catch onto the LC backline. Big Chain Frost coming into play, and the Chrono on top.
Chain Frost!
No! The pause! The pause, it comes back! And it continues! Oh, Thrill, he's taking a lot of damage, but there's the Primal. He's going to go for the Faces Void, smack him into place. Can they kill off the Primal Beast here? It's looking very rough for the side of Lil Gun. Primal Beast needs help quickly, but there is nothing coming into play because the...
Oh, BKB!
He's going to back off.
He got it, BKB!
But the
Is he gonna live?
Like, there's a Fire Emblem. No? Okay.
Oh, he just got his BKB in the nick of time.
Big team fight engagement there for RZ.
So it's a 2-for-3 trade. It could have been worse, you know, if the Chain Frost actually landed on the Morphling.
I mean, the Grim quickly brought that Chain Frost back, which was very, very dangerous. Nonetheless, that is really the combination of Chain Frost plus Chrono that you mentioned that becomes very scary. Also, the Tusk was dead at the... the Grim Sword? No, Clockwork. Which one died at the first? No, the Clockwork died at the start of that fight.
Yeah.
Which is your backline jumper with that hook shot.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, bot lane. They're gonna probably kill the Clockwork here. Clockwork's doing a good job being the body. So the Morphling doesn't have to die.
And they do also have a blink on the Tusk now, so it gets very scary. Also, Tusk's next item is going to be the Axe. That I do like, especially against Primal.
Let us fight!
So the carries, what do they have? Void is almost, not almost, but around 30% done with his BKB. Morphling is getting his Aghanim, like you mentioned.
The 100-0. No, the snowball stage. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, the Soulbind. Any combo? Nope.
No lineup for the Clockwork. And that was such a good snowball save. Reason why Southeast Asia loves spamming the hero.
Radiant's middle tower
good at everything.
Is under attack.
And also dying right now. That's a sacrifice he's willing to make.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So satisfying hearing the sounds of the Primal Beast spells. Ink spell onto the Tiny.
Right forward, toss up. Have such a long lockdown as well. The Lich does have Chain Frost. It's going to bounce around. This is pretty dangerous. Does pull it away at the very least. They will lose the Lich. There is a Chrono. If need be, the bash is spam from the Void. Controls it up onto the Primal. He's going to go in for the Primal, but the backline, there's still so many Dire heroes left alive. Charge back, and he actually stuns up the Void. Smacks him in the process. Snowball save. does come off just in the nick of time, but he gets taken out by the Grimstroke, who's going to install himself with both of the Tusk Skill in return. My god! The shard from the Grimstroke doing so much work, and that was an insane engagement. That just lasted for way too long.
Yeah, and they even had to use the chrono for that, so I guess now it opens up Roche.
Oh no.
Another self-styled.
The Lich has Raindrop, Bracer, Fluffy Hat, and he still died in one combo.
Grimstroke's kind of cool with the shard now. Max level Inkswell. That fight was very messy. Void really wants the BKB. Because once he gets BKB, yeah, they do have Soulbind, which is still annoying, and of course Hookshot to interrupt TP, but with BKB, you care zero about the Primal Beast. Morphling, though, will be stealing all your stats.
Yeah, I feel like they don't really have enough damage right now to kill the Morphling or the... If Morphling or PB is in the chrono, I don't even feel like they have enough damage, you know. It's hard, you know. They only have the Chain Frost, literally only the Chain Frost. If the Primal Beast is BKB, even if you corner him, I don't feel like they can kill him. Just with right clicks. And LC doesn't do anything into the corner.
Ooh, Primal's marked up. Okay, he bought the Blink Dagger, but he's also marked up that his next item might be Ags, which is pretty nice against the Legion Commander and Faceless Void, both heroes that have pretty important breaks. Passives, especially the Void with the time lock, and later, you know, when you're talking about 25, the backtrack. And again, getting jumped. This time there's no snowball save. The Soulbind denied it. That was a heads-up move.
The hero died so quickly. I wanted to see the double pulverize.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The hero died.
Pretty nice from Ace. He preemptively soulbound
the snowball, right? Yeah.
Yeah, to make sure that the snowball couldn't come off.
under attack.
It's accounted to the save, because if Dustin jumps in, he immediately gets soulbound.
Void is gonna have BKB in a couple of minutes. 1 minute, in 1 minute. So let's see. With this BKB, what can they do? I mean, right now Ember is BKB, Faceless Void has BKB, but I feel like they don't have damage, you know. He can get a pretty decent chrono. Let's say he gets 2 people in the chrono. But if it's the PB with BKB or even a Morphling that has Strength Morph, it's hard for them to kill. There's so little damage apart from Chain Force. And if Lich gets initiated by the Tiny or the Clockwork, there goes your damage into chrono.
Yeah, Lich needs to stay pretty much far away most of the time. Legion Commander does have pretty decent dual victory damage, at least
Hookshot.
56.
And he has a haste. He wants to go in still, I guess.
Grimstroke's here as well.
Nice
Soulbind
Soulbind.
onto 2, and BKB usage. But that's a Soulbind on cooldown. Not that it's a super long cooldown. Primal making gargle noises on the other side of the map.
Oh, nice smoke. I like this smoke. They're gonna run in. They have an Observer Ward on Clockwork.
But they will go for the Primal here. Duel comes out.
too tanky.
However, yeah, that's not the best dual target. They will find the Faceless Void very quickly. And they need to run away. It's doing so much right now. 11, no BKB available anymore, but there is the Morphling. He's going to go in on the silenced up Ember Spirits. Will at least find themselves a 3-for-1 trade. The Chain Frost is, again, you mentioned it multiple times, the only damage they have.
Through anger lies failure.
Even the high five. Pass back. Inkswell. And Ace is on a killing spree. Grimstroke Gaming. Morphling diving.
Oof. This really sucks to be the Lich this game. My team's only damage, but I die to everything. One combo and I'm dead. I mean, that's the downside of like picking this LC, you know. That's why I was suggesting that they have to pick something that can deal damage into the chrono. you pick this LC, you don't win your lane, and then the game feels so hard for you.
It started so well off as well. But that duel against a Primal Beast who has BKB turned on is is not going to do much. At least they haven't managed to get that much map control yet on the side of Lil Gun, but they are 14k behind. This Morphling is getting incredibly big. He's got the Aghanim Scepter done, is going for the Satanic next. Is just building a ton of stats to make sure that he doesn't die in the duel or the Chrono.
Oh, let's see the Lich again. Bye-bye.
No, snowball save. Oh, do they get the Lich away? Throws out the Chain Frost. Doesn't really do much.
Okay, there goes your damage.
Oh, Soulbind. Oh no, they just walked too close to each other. Leash still doesn't have a Chrono.
Soulbind. He can't run away now.
Duel on the backline again on the Primal Beast. Chrono on top as well. They might kill off the Primal. They do take him down before he pops the BKB.
That's a very good Chrono.
And the Morphling with the Ags, of course, has that bash on the lead. And he turns into the Faceless Void. That is nasty with the Time Walk. Stun's coming into play, and the Tusk will not be able to survive either. I forgot about that. The fact that you steal, of course, the, well, not steal, but you also get the Time Walk bash.
What the heck? I actually also forget about that. That's actually so good in the team fights. He just runs. He can literally initiate for his team. You jump in, you bash everybody, then you wave away.
So with that, you have another Grimstroke Inkswell target. Everyone in this team can take the good old Inkswell. Also got Blink finished up on the Grimstroke. Tiny's got his BKB. Roshan's going to be secured. I mean, I like the idea of the Ember going for the BKB, but they're just so far behind in terms of damage output.
I think that's more towards the draft, the limitation on the draft rather than his item choices. You know, I feel he needed to go BKB. If he doesn't get BKB,
yeah,
what can he do in the team fights? One stun, one silence from Grimstroke, he's pretty much dead. That's too much control.
Yeah, and Ace has been playing a really good game. Last game on the Tusk, this game on the Grim. Very deadly support player. Quickly checking, did Trill... No, he's still got the SF picture. Was hoping maybe he'd swap to more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane, trying to split the map open a little bit. However, it's going to get rocket flared. Jumps to the side and uses 2 Fire Remnants. There is a hook shot available. Duel comes in onto Trill. The Morphling is actually going to lose his first life. The dual victory damage secure, but still has the second one to use. And they now need to just disengage. But a Chrono jump in comes up onto the Clockwork. Soulbind just gives them a chance to make a combination play here. Nice leap in from Trill. Wait from forward. He's going to go for the backline. Fuyao on the Legion Commander's in trouble. The Primal Beast charges for more. Buybacks aplenty coming through. Hard, does he just get away? No, he does not. Ultra kill for Trill. He's looking for the Rampage. He really wants it. Should be able to get it with all that mobility. And the Rampage secured. I swear every game in this DPC qualifier has been Rampages.
And this Morphling is just... Oh, it's crazy, you know? The amount of sustain he gets from the axe and the bash. I think from now on I'm just gonna tell my team in the pub when I see the Void, just pick Morph against it. Tell my carry to pick Morph. It's so difficult to play into this Morph with the Void.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
There's still so many stats. All that attack speed as well. 70.
Is under attack.
70 attack speed stolen.
Radiant's
and you leap away.
Has fallen.
The leap with the bash is amazing.
Yeah, and then afterwards waveform. Attacks targets. Doesn't have the 2 waveforms anymore. That's a little bit sadness. Was a bit OP though.
Are fortified.
Full set of racks already secured. 23k ahead. The Faces Void is trying to get some farm. Is almost done with the Mjolnir.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They're going to go for the duel onto the Morphling. He did get himself the swap to strength in time. Inkswell's duel victory is actually favoring the Dire here. Look at that spin! You! Primal Beast. He's dancing with his enemies. He will get Ace jumping in with the Inkswell. Looking for the catch. Will not be able to get the stun going, but this Morphling is just too much to handle. And the GGG gets called even. That is game secured for Lil Gun. 2-0s. Today has only been 2-0s, by the way. All 4 series 2-0s.
Yeah, Little Gun definitely showed that they deserve to, be in the Division 2 even, I think with this kind of play. The way they coordinated their players around the map, the way they utilize each other, knowing their timings really well, have a very specific strategy in mind. I think overall I would say they actually look better with this new roster compared to the old one.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with the Morphling player. Quickly
the SF.
The SF, yep. First SF, then Morph, but also the supports who've also been with the Lil Gun roster for a bit longer. Ace and SE have been tremendous in both games. Like, they have been definitely one of the better performing supports in this close qualifier.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that they actually lost. In the first, they played the first Open Qualifiers, right? And they lost. They didn't play the second and the third, and one of the teams got disqualified, and they got the slot.
Yeah, Lil Gun is a team that, of course, everyone knows from previous seasons. I think they even made it to Div 1 last season of the DPC, but I think they sold their spot to another team. So they'll just make that same run again. Definitely a very scary team to play up against, because you know that every single game starts off with 2 specific bans that are against 4-2-3, because it's going to be a Broodmother ban, and honestly, it'd be Lycan or a Lone Druid or something along those lines ban coming into play. Yeah, this they've been playing so well.
I'm kind of mostly impressed with the Primal Beast plus Grim. I think we might see a lot more of this combo. I think the Grimstroke latest buffs might have actually made the hero playable again.
Thank the Lord, because I love myself a good Grim.
Yeah, but
Makes
the issue is
games entertaining.
You have to pick a specific pairing for him to work.
Yes, it doesn't work on itself.
The hero doesn't do so well in the lane. You need a strong laner, and then you need a hero that can utilize Inkswell and his ulti combo and everything. Like, Primal Beast is probably the most perfect off-laner for that.
You see in that fight as well, you give the Inkswell to the Morphling, who is turned into the Faces Void, leaps in, gets those AoE bashes on the enemy, while also getting the Inkswell stun off. Which also heals him for like 50% of the amount that the Inkswell does.
The 360.
Yeah. The 360 is one of the most beautiful things ever. I don't know why or how that exactly works, but it is it's fun to see. So, as previously mentioned, that is the end of the matches today. We will be checking out the bracket quickly to see the matches that will be played tomorrow. And of course, what has been played previously today. Drinkwater took down Atomic. YG took down Sky and Core. Neon lost to Spawn Team, which was a bit of a surprise, I might add. And Lil Gun beat RZ, which have all been 2-0 wins. So a very quick day in regards to the amount of matches that we had. But we're going to start tomorrow off with Atomic Esports. I think it's with Atomic Esports versus Neon, and then Sky and Core Esports versus RZ at what time again, Winter?
10 a.m., bro.
10 a.m. SGT time.
Yeah, plus 8 SGT. Plus 8 GMT, sorry.
Yeah, exactly what he said. So don't forget to check that one out as well. There will be more this week, of course. There are 3 more days of closed qualifiers to see which teams will be joining Division 2 this upcoming DPC season. Any last words, Winter, for the people at home?
Pick Grimstroke. Win game.
Pick Grimstroke and then pick Drow Ranger as a safe laner and then lose game. Indeed, we'll be back another day, aka tomorrow, for some more Dota action in the Southeast Asian region on the ePulse Gaming channel. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.